Good afternoon. Parliament is resumed. I'll invite the Honourable Minister of they change so often. The Honourable Minister of Youth, Sports and Heritage and Home Affairs to say prayers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let us pray. Almighty God, from whom all wisdom and power are derived, we beseech thee so to direct and prosper the deliberations of the Parliament now assembled, that all things may be ordered upon the best and surest foundations for the glory of thy name, and for the safety, honor, and welfare of the people of these islands. Bless our sovereign King Charles III, William, Prince of Wales, and all the royal family. Give grace to all who exercise authority in our Commonwealth, that peace and happiness, truth and justice, religion and piety may be established amongst us. Especially we pray for the Governor of our islands, the Premier, the Speaker of the Parliament, the Leader of the Opposition, Ministers of Cabinet, ex officio members, members of the Parliament, the Chief Justice and members of the Judiciary, that we may be enabled faithfully to perform the responsible duties of our high office. All this we ask in thy great name's sake. Let us say the Lord's Prayer together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The Lord bless us and keep us. The Lord make his face shine upon us and be gracious unto us. The Lord lift up the light of his countenance upon us and give us peace now and always. Amen.
Please be seated.
Administration of oaths or affirmations. By Mrs. Gloria Macfield-Nixon, the Acting Honourable Deputy Governor, responsible for the portfolio of the Civil Service, to be temporary ex officio Member of Parliament.
I'll invite Mrs. Gloria Macfield-Nixon, the Acting Honourable Deputy Governor, to come forward and execute the oaths of allegiance and due execution to be administered by the clerk. I invite all honourable members to stand.
I, Gloria Michelle Macfield-Nixon, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God. I, Gloria Michelle Macfield-Nixon, do swear that I will well and truly serve His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, and the people of the Cayman Islands in the office of ex officio Member of Parliament. So help me God.
Mrs. Macfield-Nixon, you may take your seat. Welcome you to this House again in your role as Acting Honourable Deputy Governor. Please be seated.
Reading by the Honourable Speaker of Messages and Announcements.
None.
Presentation of petitions.
None.
Presentation of papers and of reports. Cayman Islands Expungement Board, Office of the Deputy Governor, Cayman Islands Government, 2023 Annual Report, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Deputy Governor, ex officio member responsible for the portfolio of the civil service.
I recognize the Honorable Acting Deputy Governor.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Section 44 of the Criminal Records Spent Convictions Act 2018 revision, I beg to lay on the table of this Honorable Parliament the 2023 Annual Report for the Expungement Board.
So ordered. Does the Honorable Acting Deputy Governor wish to speak thereto?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just briefly. Mr. Speaker, I will be providing some background information pertinent to the annual report and the work of the Expungement Board, followed by a summary of the report's key highlights of the 2023 annual report. By way of background, Mr. Speaker, the Expungement Board was first established in 2018 with the enactment of the Criminal Records Spent Convictions Act. This is the Board's 5th annual report. Mr. Speaker, the primary objective of the Criminal Records Act is to implement a scheme to limit the effect of a person's conviction for a range of offenses if the person, having served his or her sentence, subsequently completes a period of crime-free behavior. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that the Criminal Records Act establishes that criminal records for certain convictions and offenses can never be expunged, including, for example, for treason, murder, child pornography, to list some examples. These are set out in Schedule 2 and Section 12 of the Act, and it provides the full list of offenses and convictions for which criminal records cannot be expunged. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, where the criminal record of a person is eligible for expungement and has been expunged, the Act establishes that the person will be treated for all purposes as a person who has not committed the offense, been charged with the offense, been prosecuted for the offense, been convicted of the offense, or been sentenced for the offense. Mr. Speaker, in Schedule 4, the Act provides certain professions and offices of employment where persons must disclose expunged criminal records. In Section 44 of the Criminal Records Spent Convictions Act, it requires that the Board submit an annual report containing the number of applications for expungement of criminal records made in respect of the offenses referred to in Schedule 2 of the Act, the number of expungements of criminal records that the Board approved or disapproved, categorized by the offense to which they relate, and, if applicable, the district of residence of the applicant, and any other information required by the Governor. Mr. Speaker, in summary, for the 2023 calendar year, the Board processed 48 applications. Of those, Mr. Speaker, 26 were deemed eligible and approved by the Board. 14 applications were deemed ineligible for expungement as they did not meet the required crime-free period as stipulated in the Act, and 3 applications were deferred. 4 applications were referred to the Criminal Records Office for consideration of automatic expungement, and 1 application was considered to have been spent under the previous Act. Mr. Speaker, with every expunged record, our citizens are given an opportunity for a fresh start in life. It is therefore rewarding to know that over 26 individuals who have applied for expungement, having served their sentence and remained crime-free for the required period, have had their criminal records expunged. Mr. Speaker, the members of the Expungement Board are volunteers appointed by the Governor. They provide a very important service to our community. In 2023, the membership of the Board was as follows: Mr. Hugh Lockwood, Mrs. Kaylee Wright, Mr. Michael Bromley, and Mr. Ben Tonner. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would like to extend the heartfelt thanks of our Cayman Islands community to the members of the Expungement Board. We look forward to their continued service in support of second chances and new opportunities for our citizens. I would also like to sincerely thank the staff in the Office of the Deputy Governor for the support that they provide to the Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Office of the Auditor General, Cayman Islands, Financial Reporting of the Cayman Islands Government, General Report, 31st December 2023, November 2024, and Report of the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the Report of the Office of the Auditor General, Financial Reporting of the Cayman Islands Government, General Report, 31st December 2023, November 2024, to be laid on the table by the Chairman of the Standing Public Accounts Committee, the elected member for Georgetown East.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable Parliament the report of the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Office of the Auditor General, Financial Reporting of the Cayman Islands Government, General Report, 31st of December 2023, November 24, together with the General Report of the Auditor General, entitled Financial Reporting of the Cayman Islands Government, 31st of December 2023.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Member wish to speak thereto?
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the reports itself and the report of the Auditor General and that of the Public Accounts Committee is self-explanatory.
Very well.
Office of the Auditor General, Cayman Islands, the Government's Approach to Sustainable Economic Development, November 2024, and Report of the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the Report of the Office of the Auditor General, the Government's Approach to Sustainable Economic Development, November 2024, to be laid on the table by the Chairman of the Standing Public Accounts Committee, elected member for Georgetown East.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable Parliament the report of the Office from the Office of the Auditor General entitled The Government's Approach to Sustainable Economic Development, November 2024, together with the report of the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Office of the Auditor General, the Government's Approach to Sustainable Economic Development, November 2024.
So ordered. Does the Honourable Member wish to speak thereto?
Very briefly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to say that this report and the previous one that I've just tabled represents the culmination of all of the work of the Standing Public Accounts Committee during this term of office. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased that the committee was able to complete its program of work, and there will be no unfinished work to be taken up by the new Public Accounts Committee that will be formed subsequent to the elections on April 30th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions to honourable ministers and members of the Cabinet.
I don't have any answers.
Statements by honourable ministers and members of the Cabinet.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the first statement as it relates to the requirement to make a statement to this Honourable Parliament for Section 11.5 relates to the ministerial responsibility for district administration. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to bring to the attention of this Honourable House the exceptional circumstances which have resulted in the supplementary appropriations initiated by the Ministry of District Administration and Lands for 2025. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet considered and, in fact, approved the following requests for Section 11.5 appropriations in accordance with the Public Management Finance Act 2020 revision by the Ministry of District Administration and Lands appropriation lines so as to satisfy the 2025 expenditure needs as follows. Land acquisition. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet approved the increase of EA4 land acquisitions in the Ministry of District Administration by $6.25 million to facilitate acquisition of properties for public use via Section 11.5 of the Public Management Finance Act 2020 revision. The aforementioned amount of $6,250,000 is comprised as follows: $4,250,000 increase as a result of a decrease of the said amount, $4.25 million, from EA 168 Infrastructure and Development in the Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure, Transport and Development, and Cabinet approval of $2 million increase for land acquisition, and also in EA 4. Mr. Speaker, to further elucidate, I am happy to advise that the two properties which the government have now acquired on behalf of its people are Block 11A, or 111A, Parcel 4, known to all of us in this chamber as Long Beach and Kimmonbrack in the district of Spot Bay. It is 33 acres, Mr. Speaker, and it was finally been able to purchase by the Cayman Islands government to prevent imminent development and thereby ensure future public use and benefit, and is envisioned for it to be a national park. And if you would indulge me to say that we tried to get the consensus from DOE to use the EPF fund, and they clearly said we could not be used, even though it's 33 acres for the benefit of people as a national park. Block 33C, Parcel 9, known as Old Cayman-Kai Resort, which is 2.59 acres of pristine beach in the Cayman-Kai north side area for the public beach, another gem. Mr. Speaker, thank you so very much for allowing me to explain the exceptional circumstances which have resulted in the supplementary appropriations initiated by the Ministry of District Administration under Section 11.5 for the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision for the fiscal year 2025. Just a quick add, Mr. Speaker, I've been trying to acquire for the government and the people of these islands, Long Beach, for over 25 years. A happy day indeed it is. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, thank you also for your indulgence in allowing me to comply with the law and bring in a Section 11.5 as it relates to the Ministry of Education. Mr. Speaker, as required by Section 11.6 of the Public Management Finance Act 2020 revision, I wish to make this statement to the members of the Honourable House with respect to the exceptional circumstances transaction that Cabinet approved for the Minister of Education from the period of 1st December to the 23rd of January 2025. Such transactions, Mr. Speaker, were approved pursuant to 11.5 of the PMFA. This statement provides details of the aforementioned transactions. EGA 8, Facilities, Maintenance and Operational School Support Services. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the government school system saw an increase in student enrollment, which has affected several areas such as more students riding the school buses to and from school. Additional buses were added to key routes to support the growing population. Additional janitorial services to support increased instructional areas such as satellite classes for special needs students at various primary schools. Increased program support costs. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the ongoing maintenance of government schools facilities to accommodate the aging infrastructure and the cost of repurposing spaces to allow for more play and instructional areas to be accessed due to the increased student population have resulted in further increased costs in this appropriation group. The increased costs have resulted in the need for additional funding. Mr. Speaker, therefore, the approval was required under Section 11.5 of the PMFA 2020 revision to increase EGA 8 Facilities, Maintenance and Operational School Support Services for $2 million in 2024. Decrease EGA 1 Policy Advice, Governance and Ministerial Support for $500,000 in 2024. And decrease EGA 6 secondary education by $1.5 million in 2024, resulting in a cost-neutral effect. TP30, local and overseas scholarships and bursaries. Mr. Speaker, funding gaps were identified to cover costs for the fall 2024 semester. Due to the increasing number of students meeting the academic criteria for scholarships and the expanding associated benefits, additional funding was required. Therefore, approval was required under 11.5 of the PMFA 2020 revision to increase TP30, local and overseas scholarships and bursaries by $1,850,000 in 2024, decrease EGA 1, policy advice, governance and ministerial support by $130,000 in 2024, decrease NGS 91, public school meals programs by $1.5 million in 2024, decrease TP 83 scholarship for medical by $180,000, decrease TP 93 public school grants and COVID-19 recovery program by $25,000 in 2024, and finally decrease OE 12 University of the West Indies membership levy by $15,000 in 2024. TP 51 other educational and training assistance and NGS 34 primary and secondary education by private schools. Mr. Speaker, Wesleyan Christian Academy continues to foster an environment of academic excellence and spiritual growth as one of the private schools run by churches on the island. However, at present, the school's financial position makes it difficult for it to fund new projects or provide much-needed salary increases for its staff. Although the school, Mr. Speaker, has raised tuition and book fees, this has not been sufficient to enable them to achieve the initiatives mentioned earlier. Therefore, approval was required under Section 11.5 of the PMFA 2020 revision to increase TP 51, other educational and training assistance by $50,000 and decrease NGS 91, public school meals program by $50,000, again cost neutral for 2024. Additional approval to the Wesleyan Christian Academy of funds in the amount of $500,000 was made in January. It was an increase to NGS 34, primary and secondary education by private schools, $500,000 in 2025, and a decrease in EI 12, the Ministry of Education, New West Bay High School, by the said amount of $500,000. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the CCC school has been undergoing some serious financial challenges for some time. In 2023, the Cabinet approved a one-time grant to help alleviate the potential impact on the wider educational provision across the island. Another grant was approved in 2024 due to the continued financial hardships. The school at this point, Mr. Speaker, is at a critical juncture due to sustained hardship for such an extended period of time. Due to the extenuating circumstances that CCC school has found itself in, and considering the social impact on the families that it served, it was befitting to assist in whatever way the government could. This assistance was in the form of a grant of $400,000. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, approval was required under Section 11.5 of the PMFA 2020 revision to increase NGS 34, primary and secondary education by private schools in the sum of $400,000, that was for the CCC, and decrease was taken from the wider CIG budget for 2025. CC01, teaching of tertiary level professional and vocational programs. Mr. Speaker, the University College of the Cayman Islands, UCCI, is the premier provider of post-secondary education in the Cayman Islands, which the Cayman Islands government wholly owns. As of the 1st of January 2025, UCCI has a staff complement of 80 with an additional 15 vacant posts. The cost of awarding the 5% COLA approved by the government is $300,000 $66,598. UCCI did not have the funding capacity to meet this expenditure within its existing financial resources. Approval was sought under 11.5 of the PMFA 2020 revision to increase CCO1 teaching of tertiary level professional and vocational programs by $366,598. The decrease was taken from the wider CIG budget for 2025. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to explain these exceptional circumstances in the Ministry of Education having resulted in supplementary appropriations for 1st of December to the 23rd day of January 2025. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, once again, I thank you for indulgence. Just a brief statement as it related to the appointment of the National Heroes on Heroes Day in January. Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride that I rise to share the details of the 4 newly appointed national heroes today on the floor of this Honourable House. Last Monday, on the 27th day of January 2025, during a revered National Heroes Day ceremony, I had the privilege, sir, of announcing that Cabinet had given its approval for the Honourable Captain Keith Tibbetts, the Honourable Ernest Cradock Ebanks, the Honourable Frank Hugh Scotland, and the Honourable Francine Jackson to be appointed as National Heroes of the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, our history is filled with many Caymanians who have left noteworthy impacts during their lifetimes on our community. Oftentimes, these contributions have been unsung, underappreciated, or even underspoken, perhaps in part due to the fact that our country is relatively young, and many of our iconic contributors have made lasting impacts, have not been written into our history because few have been in writing as it relates to our history from the Caymanian perspective. Mr. Speaker, if you would oblige me, I would speak briefly to each of the contributions of our national heroes, noting that it will be inevitable for me if I did not miss a detail or two based on the magnitude of their works. The Honourable Captain Keith Tibbetts was born in Cayman Brac. He served the Cayman Islands in many capacities. First, Mr. Speaker, in his youth as a seafarer, where he became known for his shipbuilding and carpentry skills. Then later as a business leader, and most notably through his representation of Cayman Brac for 23 years as an elected member of government. He played a central role in the shaping of our constitutional and political future of the Cayman Islands by leading the charge for the sister islands to remain with the UK under separate crown colony status if the political leadership in Grand Cayman sought to remain with independent Jamaica. In fact, I'm told that's where the terminology, the Republic of Cayman Brac, was first coined. To support their position, they presented a petition signed by 345 of the 435 registered voters on the sister islands. It was a bold move and arguably helped to shape one of the greatest debates of our times. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted that the Honourable Captain Keith Tibbetts' place in history has been secured, and I am grateful that the people of the sister islands of Cayman Brac and Little Cayman can now proudly say that one of our very own is a national hero of the Cayman Islands. And I wish to inject, Mr. Speaker, that I also wish to put on record our sincere gratitude to Mr. Roy Tatum, who also assisted in the recommendation of this national hero. The Honourable Ernest Cradock Ebanks of Northside also dedicated his life to public service through government, leaving a legacy for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, he too began a career of service on the seas, first on simple merchant voyages and later as a member of the Royal British Navy. He then served as a member of the Legislative Assembly for 32 years and championed the needs of the people of Northside for these 3 decades. He served his community with unparalleled integrity and care and is revered among the people of Northside until this day. Once again, He is also the first national hero to hail from the district of Northside. Honourable Frank Hughes Scotland was born in St. Andrews, Jamaica in 1918. His career started as a radio technician, and he later joined the Jamaica Public Service Company and served as a signalman in the Royal Signal Corps during World War II. His travels throughout the Northern Caribbean led him to meet his wife, the late Joyce Elaine Rich, and in 1960 they moved to the Cayman Islands. Although he left the conveniences of electricity behind, Mr. Scotland was determined to help these islands progress. Soon after settling in the Cayman Islands, Mr. Speaker, he founded the Bordentown Power and Light Company, which was franchised by the government to provide electricity to the eastern districts of Grand Cayman. In 1968, the government purchased the company, recognizing the vital service of Mr. Scotland had brought to these islands. His legacy continues to shine through the process he helped to spark, and his contributions remain a cornerstone in Cayman's development. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we honored a living hero, the Honorable Mrs. Francine Jackson. While an exemplary Caymanian in many ways and a role model bar none, the significance of Mrs. Jackson's life journey was literally written out of history until the work of the Celebrate Cayman team brought to light a hidden gem of a story called The Phenomenal Four. You see, Mr. Speaker, on page 311 of Michael Creighton's Founded Upon the Seas, which is the most comprehensive retelling of the Caymanian history, the author notes under the heading Political Rights for Women, and I quote, "No women were elected or even stood in 1959, unquote." Mr. Speaker, if ever there was an example of being written out of history, it is this. This is a most unfortunate error that was corrected in 2021, when we recognized that the first 4 women who stood for election in September 1959, the first election after the sex disqualification removal law was passed in December of 1958. While she was unsuccessful at the polls, the glass ceiling was shattered and the way was paved for national hero Honorable Evelyn Wood to be the first woman to be elected as a member of the Legislative Assembly in 1962. Honorable Francine Jackson, Mr. Speaker, has played a pivotal role in the Caymanian women's suffrage movement, served as a strong advocacy for families as she continues to speak out about the challenges and triumphs of those days as a means to educate our young people about from whence we came. Mr. Speaker, I and all of the women present here today in this honorable parliament owe her a debt of gratitude. The naming of 4 new additional heroes brings the total number of national heroes now to 14. Mr. Speaker, we continue to build up our people by promoting and protecting our culture, our heritage, and our identity, a major public policy platform of this administration. Mr. Speaker, continuing, we are to celebrate our best, our builders, our beacons, those who use their time, their talents, and their resources to leave an indelible mark on these beloved Cayman Islands. So, Mr. Speaker, we now encourage Caymanians to embrace their 4 new national heroes and salute the memories of those who have sacrificed so very much for the benefit of future generations of Caymanians. As I close, Mr. Speaker, it is indeed my hope that we will expand our awareness and public education on all of our national heroes so we can ensure that their legacies can be easily called upon by any Caymanian. It is our duty to keep their stories alive and to use them to inspire future heroes. Thank you most sincerely, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to update this Honourable House on the most recent developments concerning the Red Spot compulsory acquisition situated on the waterfront in Georgetown. Members may recall from my previous statements in this House that this property has been described and discussed at length in terms of its importance to the local community, but particularly to the fishermen of the islands. Mr. Speaker, on the 17th of January 2025, the notices required under Section 3 and 6 of the Land Acquisitions Act were published in the Cayman Islands Gazette. On the 22nd of January 2025, the Section 3 notice was placed on the land and photos were taken as proof of placement. Mr. Speaker, updated evaluation reports from the previously appointed valuers were requested on the 28th of January. One report has been completed and returned, while the other report is expected shortly. It is not anticipated that the numbers will change significantly, Mr. Speaker. And additionally, the Attorney General's Chambers was instructed on the 22nd of January, and the legal counsel has been assigned on the matter. Mr. Speaker, the next steps are as follows. 1, the Section 3 and 6 Gazette notices are to be emailed to the owner as a courtesy, and a revised offer may be made for parcels 5 and 6. The revised offer will be at the average of the 3 valuation reports, including the Cayman Islands government numbers. This action is to provide evidence to the court that we have made as many reasonable attempts as possible to settle this matter amicably. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the negotiations, the Section 6 notice will be posted on the land, following guidance by the Attorney General's Chambers. It should be noted that this is not a requirement under the Act, but it will be done to ensure that the government has covered all bases. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, in the event that the revised offer is not accepted, an affidavit will be prepared setting out the reason why the government wishes to acquire the land, the steps that have been taken to date, and include evidence of the steps that have been followed. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, following this, the Attorney General's Chambers will make an application to the court with a summons for a court date. A public notice will then be published, making persons aware of the court date, and advise all persons with interest in the land to appear before the magistrate with their claims for compensation and their objections. This notice will also be sent by post to the registered address of the landowners. Number 5, Mr. Speaker, after the previous steps, the government will prepare another affidavit and additional evidence to the court, and the hearing will then take place and the magistrate will make a decision. Number 6, once a decision is made by the court, the government will pay the funds into the court, and the court will issue an order for the Register of Lands to update the land register and reflect it as Crown ownership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your indulgence in allowing me to bring this brief but very important update to the attention of the members of this Honourable House and to the listening public.
I recognize the Honourable Attorney General. Two statements regarding exceptional circumstance transactions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a statement on behalf of the Chambers of the Attorney General, the exceptional circumstance transaction incurred during the 2024 financial year for the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 11(6) of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020, funding totaling $42,552 was required in 2024 for the purpose of settling a cost order made following an application for leave to apply for judicial review of a notice to produce, which has served an MUFG, Alternative Funds Services Scheme Unlimited, for material in response to a mutual legal assistance request from the United States of America. The United States of America transmitted a mutual legal assistance request for material held by MUFG, Alternate Fund Services Scheme Unlimited, a Cayman registered company, in order to further an investigation of Profici Asset Management, IP et al. Mutual legal assistance between the United States of America and the Cayman Islands is governed, Mr. Speaker, by the Mutual Legal Assistance United States of America Act 2015 revision. And the central authority shall be the Chief Justice. The court, Mr. Speaker, ruled that MUFG were entitled to recover their costs for preparing the applications, obtaining leave orders together with the cost of hearing. The total, Mr. Speaker, was $42,552 Cayman. This matter meets, Mr. Speaker, the definition of exceptional circumstances for the following reasons. The validity of requests is determined by the Cayman Authority, that is the Cayman Central Authority under the MLAT, and is based on the treaty. The Grand Court, Mr. Speaker, ordered the sum of US $23,605.84 in respect of cause number G255 of 2022 and US $27,051.36 in respect of cause number G49 of 2023 to be paid by the Cayman Islands Central Authority. The Cayman Authority does not have a budget to settle such claims. Total funding of $42,552 was therefore being sought to Mr. Speaker to cover this expenditure. The following changes was approved by Cabinet via Section 11.5. Total appropriation increase OE 105, settlement of claim, CI $42,552. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the above exceptional circumstance which was approved by the Cabinet for the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions during the 2024 financial year, along with the overall effect on the government's compliance with the principles of responsible financial management, can be found, Mr. Speaker, in the 2024 supplementary bills. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 11(6) of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision, I wish to make a statement to members of this Honorable House regarding an exceptional circumstance which was approved by Cabinet for additional expenses incurred by the Portfolio of Legal Affairs in the 2024 financial year. Mr. Speaker, the exceptional circumstance required making changes to the 2024 appropriations, which I will briefly explain. Additional funding totaling $117,000 Cayman Islands dollars was required in 2024 to cover rental costs in excess of the budgeted amount due to the relocation of the Truman Bodden Law School. By way of background, Mr. Speaker, the Truman Bodden Law School operated from the Tower building up until Hurricane Ivan in 2004. It then relocated to leased premises on the second and third floor of the CIBC building on Edward Street, since renamed Monaco Towers, where it remained, Mr. Speaker, until June 2024. The lease with Monaco Towers was due to expire in June 2024. Given certain issues with the premises and the proposed renewal terms, the Truman Bodden Law School worked with the Lands and Survey Department to identify alternative accommodation. After conducting a property search, the second floor of Artemis House was identified as a suitable option for consideration. Artemis House was recommended for the relocation of the law school, Mr. Speaker, based on the more favorable rental cost, the ability to house all of the Truman Bodden Law School on a single floor, and the fit out both for TBLS current needs and for future expansion. Therefore, sir, on the 13th of February 2024, Cabinet approved the relocation of Truman Bodden Law School to Artemis House. Additional funding of CI 117,000 was required to cover the shortfall between the budgeted amount for rent and the increase in rent for Artemis House and the related relocation expenses. Mr. Speaker, the need for the additional funding is an exceptional circumstance since the increase in rent could not reasonably have been anticipated during the 2024 budget preparation. Further, if suitable alternative premises had not been identified, the operations of the Truman Bodden Law School and delivery of tertiary legal education could have been compromised by remaining in accommodation that was not fit for purpose. The following change was approved by Cabinet via Section 11.5. A, decrease 2024 appropriation, LGA1, legal advice and representation in civil matters, CI $117,000. B, increase 2024 appropriation, LGA3, law teaching and publication by $117,000. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the above exceptional circumstance, which was approved by the Cabinet for the portfolio of legal affairs for the 2024 financial year, along with the overall effect and the government's compliance with the principles of responsible financial management, can be found in the 2024 supplementary bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Clerk, next item.
Personal explanations.
None.
Obituary and other ceremonial speeches.
None.
Raising of matters of privileges.
None.
Government business. Bills. Second readings. Referendum, Cruise Berthing Infrastructure, Gambling and Cannabis Bill 2024, continuation of debate.
Just before we took the evening adjournment, the honourable member for West Bay South had risen.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon again. I rise to contribute to the debate on the referendum, Cruise Berthing, Infrastructure, Gambling, and Cannabis Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, I will cover three main areas as conveyed by the minority government. One, the fundamental flaws surrounding the bill. Two, the danger specifically posed to each of the subject matters, i.e. cruise tourism, national lottery, and decriminalization of cannabis because of the fundamental flaws. And how a no vote can help protect the public, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, fundamentally, the bill is incomplete, ill-timed, and therefore ill-advised. And also, Mr. Speaker, to start with it being incomplete, the process around it is also incomplete. If you get past all of the heat and the bluster, the thrust of the minority government's case is that our citizens should have the right to choose. That's the case for the referendum, to exercise democracy. And no one is against that notion. Of course, Mr. Speaker, in general, it's excellent to ask citizens to exercise their right to vote. There's no opposition to democracy here. This is not the questioning of intelligence or discernment by our people. But rather, Mr. Speaker, it's to bring into sharp focus the responsibility of the minority government that it carries democracy that is going to be exercised in its fullest and most meaningful form. The real question, therefore, Mr. Speaker, is whether the minority government has done the necessary work to ensure the referendum is being built on a foundation of deep policy work, transparent public engagement, and thoughtful governance. To ensure, Mr. Speaker, that the referendum is set up for success, because it's not people-initiated. This is government-led. Thus, it's the duty of the government to provide people with the benefit of all the relevant facts, with a clear understanding of what is at stake, and with a process that inspires confidence rather than confusion. This referendum is being presented as a vehicle for democracy. But democracy is not just about casting a vote. It's ensuring that the electorate is given every necessary tool to make an informed decision. Mr. Speaker, you should still have a copy, but I'm going to refer back, as my colleague, the member for West Bay Central, to the Hansard report of the 7th of October last year. Page 25, quoting the leader of the opposition. A referendum should be the culmination.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Just asking for the member to, when he reads from the Hansards, if he can give indication so we can follow, because he hasn't provided us, but I suspected that he was going to do that, so I have a copy. I just need to follow where he is in his Hansards reference.
Seems a reasonable enough request.
Sure. Mr. Speaker, just checking you still have your copy? Okay. As I said, page 25, on the second column, second paragraph. A referendum should be the culmination of a decision-making process where there are options on the table that are fully outlined and understood. This allows voters to make an informed choice based on the facts and the future direction they prefer for the country. Unfortunately, the referendum question proposed by the government fails in this regard. End quote. And why aren't there options on the table, Mr. Speaker? The government's answer, as I understood it, is that they need the bill passed to ensure there'll be a referendum before they can provide data. But that does not accord with the Minister of Tourism's original rationale for the referendum. I'll refer the Minister. Chris, have a copy of an article. Mr. Speaker should have a copy of an article in the Cayman Compass, the 8th of August last year. 1, 2, 3 pages in. Under the heading Neutral Position. Ryan said, quote, "The government is adopting a neutral position on the vote. But he wants the community to consider all sides and the implications of their vote." Continues, "We are not going to be picking sides. We're going to ask people to talk about it, think about it, present the pros and cons to the public, encouraging them to discuss among themselves with industry players, those who are against or for, and take factors into whether you want it or not." End quote. Now, all of a sudden, that the bill's here, there will be all this plethora of information that will flow if this is passed. Because finally it has been accepted that the government can't take a neutral stance in a government-led referendum. That's the flip-flop, not the consistent positions that we've held. Mr. Speaker, our individual positions on the TCCP have not changed. We all pointed this out in caucus when we were together. The member for West Bay West had been saying for meeting after meeting, this matter does not even require a referendum. It requires leadership. The Minister for Tourism will recall that I held the same consistent view. So I'm not sure why there was so much time spent in the Deputy Premier's debate about whether this is controversial or contentious. This is not the Brexit referendum. This is not the Scottish referendum that the Deputy Premier referred to. Those decisions were making enormous issues, dealing with enormous issues, sovereignty, and whether to leave the world's largest trading bloc. This is discussing a business that the country is already in, and just how to support it going forward. To decriminalize tiny amounts of marijuana to avoid long-lasting records for young persons, and exploring a national lottery. So let's start with Cruz. To expand, Mr. Speaker, on points made by the member for West Bay West and West Bay North. All 4 West Bay MPs in caucus at the time of the summer last year debating this were pushing for the cruise industry. Member for West Bay North said it on Monday. Parameters that we all had were to work with those most concerned with the environment, find a suitable location within budgetary parameters, and build the facility. There is no need for a referendum. Still, there's this unexplainable persistence that we had to have a referendum. Long, mind-numbing exchanges, back and forth, back and forth. At one point, I remember the member for West Bay West saying, "Is that good leadership?" Whatever our differences may be now, I remember looking over at the premier's face who was exhausted at the discussion. You all remember. Minister of Tourism used to leave the room and we used to say, somebody need to go talk to him because he's driving this into a dangerous position where we could get boxed in. To bridge the gap, Mr. Speaker, I remember being on the campaign trail to try to offer a solution with a very well-known senior seafarer. If I called the name, you all would know who it is, in my constituency, saying, "Son, if you get elected, in your time, this cruise debate is going to emerge again. And you're not going to be able to resolve it right away because people are scared of losing 7 Mile Beach if it goes in town. But let me give you a suggestion, just to get started, so you can give the cruise industry a lifeline. Start by putting one off of the Turtle Center in West Bay, just to get started. The Turtle Center needs help. It needs a tourism boost. Most of the operators are your fellow West Bayers. At the moment, West Bay has the best thoroughfares back and forth from town. Put one off there. Get the big ships in. Do the studies to make sure that I'm right. And get started. That was proposed and every caucus member supported. Premier looked up and said, "Thank you, Father. We found something. Minister, go off and do the homework." So now to look around to say in public meetings that he's baffled why the West Bay MPs don't care is nonsense. We went home from caucus happy that day. And Mr. Speaker, this is no secret in the country. This ain't the easiest caucus every week on week. Finally went home happy that day to find something. And still, in the face of a clear caucus stare, we go right back to still having to have a referendum. Some of us woke up to that news in the newspaper. And all that we could do was not for anything forced by collective responsibility. Because the issue wouldn't go away, we had to be team members to try to find a consensus. Because the truth is, we knew that the only deliverable to the cruise industry was just, if you remove the schedule, these 11 pages. Minus the 2 schedules, the only deliverable, instead of a plan that could get started, is 11 pages. So we did. Came down here. And that is why, even though there was no...
Honorable member, I've been listening and I'm intrigued, actually. But what is worrying me is that, and I appreciate and I'm sympathetic and all of that, but you were a member of the cabinet that agreed for this to go ahead. And you were and remain, you were bound by collective responsibility, and you are still bound by the confidentiality that is part of that exercise. And I've been very reluctant to intervene, but it's troubling. You have to take responsibility, as does everybody else who was in cabinet, for this getting here in the first place. So the individual battles that you all had, which are an inevitable part of the process in caucus, if you want to talk about those, then as far as I'm concerned, that's okay. But the collective, the discussions leading up to the collective decision that the referendum should go ahead, which occurred in cabinet, really ought not to be aired here or anywhere else for that matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm cautious of that. I'm not referring to any cabinet decisions. I'm referring to caucus.
Caucus can't decide to bring a motion or a bill here. Only cabinet can do that.
I'm not arguing that, Mr. Speaker. I'm just making a point to just show in caucus our support for the idea to solve the issue. I'll move on.
All right.
Because the reason that it's relevant is because our hearts, when we arrived here on the 7th of October, sank when the leader of the opposition rose in rebuttal. I refer again to the Hansards. Page 25, left column, 2 paragraphs down. As the minister, quote, as the minister also seemed to confess, this referendum will not really settle the issue. Despite his glowing words today, Mr. Speaker, the minister's past actions, even in government, lead me to believe that this referendum is not about settling the question of cruise berthing, but is instead a smokescreen designed to deflect attention away from the government's failure to take any actions necessary to support Cayman's cruise industry and the livelihoods of those who depend on it, a smoke screen. So, Mr. Speaker, I gave that leading up of the caucus events just to tell you the gravity in the public, the gravity of the situation when we heard that being across the aisle, because we knew we had at least an initial solution, and every one of us knew that we could not stand and add to anything in that debate because we knew that the leader of the opposition was right, because we had been saying it in caucus. Mr. Speaker, tough decisions have to be made. You have to take action. The Deputy Premier brought financial services into this. Oh, is it that they get what they want because of the economic class that might operate it? That's not true. Successive ministers have kept up with the times because they pay attention to all of the emerging trends, all of the emerging regulations, and tailor the legislation to keep up with the times, even in the face of huge stakeholder battles, in highly pressurized predicaments. Do we stop to say, oh, we'll need a referendum for this? You have to take a decision. You have to gather your stakeholders for consultation, marshal the arguments, show the industry the direction you want to leave, and some of them will not agree. But that is the myth that is missing in this. And why all we have to show for this is a set of questions. Mr. Speaker, this is exactly why this is also ill-timed. Without information that is outlined by the leader of the opposition in the same Hansards that my colleague for West Bay Central read on Monday, it makes the referendum much harder for crews to get to yes. Even if the minority government whips out some details, tries to get a rush set of information and data out to the public, rest assured, those opposing birthing will be ready. They'll be organized. They'll be resourced to get out a no vote. So the bill is set to plunge the community into acrimony, with the yes pushing hard on one end, the no votes pushing hard on the other end, and then making the fight for the undecideds even more difficult. Good. Government coffers save money by combining the questions with a general election from a financial perspective. But there will still be costs expended by the community with their own campaign efforts, all of which is wasteful due to a lack of leadership. The case by the government gives the impression that all of our people are just clamoring outside the doors, waiting to rush to the polls to say yes, but we have responsible, discerning voters with real questions. All, Mr. Speaker, timed during a general election season, where the Democratic world over, the atmosphere for misinformation and slanted views is off the charts. That's why this is also ill-advised, because the risk of the no is high, then leaving a future government in an awful, almost untenable position, with cruise industry screaming for action, but on the other hand, the future minister having to face a majority of votes in 2025 that advised no. So, Mr. Speaker, it's easy for the tourism minister to get up in public meetings, casually tell all the people, if the result is no, it's no. No biggie. But West Bay MPs in particular can't take that risk, because it's all of us who are going to get the screams if this goes wrong. And not all of the cruise operators see it the same way. I attended the West Bay public meeting by the ACT group, and I remember one young operator getting up, Mr. Speaker, and say, you all of the persons in the press who were saying to vote this down is actually doing us a favor, because this could be a trap. Speaking of cannabis, Mr. Speaker, turning there. Again, we're asked to vote on a concept without any specifics. What are the permitted quantities? Types of cannabis to be allowed, because from my reading and everything on the news, it's all splintered now, different blends, different potencies. What are the public health implications? Have we researched the potential unintended consequences learned by other countries that have gone down the same path? All of what the minority government is proposing can be achieved by a legislative instrument in this House. A bill aimed to amend penal legislation to reflect the proposal. My colleague, the member of Newlands, outlined all this Monday evening. The history of all the inaction, instead of good old-fashioned, hard-nosed policy work, set a goal, research, conduct public stakeholder consultation, account for adverse feedback, and go get it done. Again, in this climate, with a lack of information, the public can end up genuinely confused, swayed by those who may want to be economical with the truth. And on top of that, we all know, it was cited by the member for West Bay North and the member for West Bay West, that some of these were just coupled to join up and gather voter registration, just to add to the paper. Are we taking this seriously to get this done? To actually help the affected stakeholder in a real way, our young people? Lottery, yet another smokescreen. The public doesn't have sufficient information to make an informed decision. No policy work, just done to add to the paper, to round it out, not make cruise a single issue. What's the design of the lottery? The proposed regulatory oversight framework. How will it be managed? By whom? Will it be profitable? Where do the proceeds go? Can the society be protected if addiction occurs? What have other countries learned? What does a small country like ours need to be successful? How much will it cost? Nothing. Just blanket, vague questions simply to continue to perpetrate the smokescreen. To begin to wind up, Mr. Speaker, it has been said, if we can trust our people to elect 19 representatives in a general election, then surely we can trust them to make these decisions on these three questions. In my view, Mr. Speaker, that is not an apples for apples comparison. Elections and referendums are not the same. When voters go to the polls in a general election, they're choosing individuals who will, once they're elected, be given time, resources, and the responsibility to assess the complexities of governance over a 4-year term and can be changed afterwards. They're choosing leaders, ministers in the end, who will be aided by experts in the civil service to help them weigh competing priorities and make difficult decisions on behalf of the people. A referendum, however, asks the voter to make direct decisions on policies that may have far-reaching consequences. Unlike an election where MPs have the ability to adapt to changing circumstances and new information in the middle of a term, a referendum is a fixed precedent. It does not allow for the same flexibility for reconsideration or adjustments to emerging developments. That is why, Mr. Speaker, the process leading up to a referendum must be held to an even higher standard. The process more so than elections, which is why Brexit was so carefully done and a lead time up to it. And even that, for some of the advocates, still backfired. That's why the government has to have a duty to ensure that every aspect of the policies has been examined, debated, and understood before asking the people to decide. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I will say to those who question the role of my colleagues in the debate, leadership is not about blindly following a process that is flawed. Leadership is about ensuring the process itself is sound. If members have raised concerns about this referendum, it's not because they oppose democracy. It's because they believe democracy should be done properly. It's because they believe the Caymanian people deserve better than rushed decision-making. And not because we don't care about our people. Pointless to even raise that we don't care, whether in this house or at public meetings. Numerous examples of the way that we care, myself included. 2021, boat operators suffering because of continued border closure. How do we help them? Their employees are getting a tourism stipend. The owners are losing their shirts. Coming to West Bay and meeting with us and saying, we need help. And I took a hard decision to reduce funds from the investment ministry to put it in the social development ministry. And I remember us being in caucus, and this is a direct quote, so I'm going to leave first names. Andre, Alden, I'll give you some licks for this. Those overseas offices might not get set up if you move this money. But it had to be done because our people were losing it. So we shifted the funding because we care. So to suggest that we get to this decision and we're not doing this because we're playing politics is nonsense. We have oodles of examples to show we care. Don't come with that argument. It's because we care we're taking this, because we don't want our people to be trapped in a decision just for a smokescreen. We're charged, Mr. Speaker, not just with a duty to represent the views, we're also in part guardians of our people, to protect them even when it may not be popular to do so. Guardians, Mr. Speaker, quite similar to the watchman in the good book under Ezekiel 33. (33:4), quote, "Then whoever hear the sound of the trumpet and not take the warning, if the sword come, and take him away, his blood shall be upon his own head." He heard the sound of the trumpet and took not warning. His blood shall be upon him. But if the watchman sees the sword come, and blow not the trumpet, and the people not be warned, if the sword come and take any person from among them, he is taken from his iniquity, but his blood will require on the hands of the watchman. Mr. Speaker, this matter is incomplete, it's ill-timed, it's ill-advised, and it has the potential to backfire. Again, just as some of the advocates who were dismayed after Brexit. And we have then now not the ability or the strong ability to help the intended stakeholders we're trying to help, in crews in particular, and our young persons that are having to live with long-lasting criminal records. We could put all that work in jeopardy because of rushed, sloppy decision-making. Just like in the field of law, Mr. Speaker, it's often healthy to have a dissenting opinion in a court judgment because it gives a party with an arguable case some basis of appeal. So if it goes wrong, Mr. Speaker, particularly for the cruise industry, a group or a government picking up the pieces can say this referendum was not a true reflection of how the process should have been done, and can point to the TCCP's dissenting view as a reason why it's worth to still try to resolve the issue next term. In the meantime, I, for one, and the TCCP will not participate in a smokescreen, which is just another example of the malfunction that continues. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Premier and his right of reply will of course entertain us with antics and bluster and phrases, but nothing can erase the conduct the whole country has witnessed on international TV for the last 4 years. Mr. Speaker, it gets to a point where one just can't conform to go along to get along, knowing you're part of continuous smokescreens. Staying in that is quitting on the country. Or, as the TCCP did, terminate a relationship with malfunction, terminate a relationship with unbecoming conduct, terminate a relationship with inept policymaking to protect the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Member for Cayman-Brac West and Little Cayman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a short contribution on referendum, cruise berthing infrastructure, gambling, and cannabis bill. Mr. Speaker, I listened from the start of the debate right through. I compliment every member that has brought their concerns and their thoughts forward. I want to look at Monday the 7th, October 2024, Hansard as well, and just to say that in the middle of the page, the Leader of the Opposition...
Honourable Member, just help us with which page?
Page 27.
27, thank you.
Need a copy? You? Thank you. The Leader of the Opposition in the debate made the comment, he said, Mr. Speaker, we all know this referendum will not solve the crisis facing our cruise tourism sectors. Even if the people were to vote in favor of cruise berthing infrastructure, we would still be no closer to knowing what the infrastructure would look like, how it would be funded, or what the long-term impacts would be. But he went on, Mr. Speaker, and he said, as proposed, the referendum postpones the urgent action that is needed. However, despite the many concerns we have expressed here today, the opposition, the PPM opposition, will not vote against the motion. And the Hansard will show that every member that was called in the division voted to have the referendum cruise berthing infrastructure brought forward. Mr. Speaker, I take the time. We heard about the road to Damascus. We heard about the changing of thoughts. And I don't think there are any two members in this House that put more effort than yourself, sir, and I, in when we were looking at what the country needed as far as cruise. But the burden of understanding the economics of this country are facing the executive. And the executive has chosen to bring this referendum. I'd like to look at the country as a business and realize, to their credit, not only have they looked at it and say we have expenses and we have on a balance sheet a debit and a credit, but we have to focus on how we raise money to run this country. And if this is a step to get us closer to saving time in moving forward for the cruise industry to participate in our economy, it is the right thing to do. And I tell you why. The business mix for every business in this country and globally has a percentage of each product that they depend on to sell. In our mix, we used to depend on, in 2019, 1.9 million cruisers that would come ashore and spend $150 a day, approximately, is where we were, US dollars. That has fallen away. And it's fallen away for a lot of different reasons. We faced COVID, we went through, but it has fallen away because they quite clearly said, if you don't have some type of berthing facility, our larger ships will not stop in the Cayman Islands, in Grand Cayman, in Georgetown. The simple fact is this: if you make things easy, you will be successful in business. We have made things hard. We have not kept up with what our competitors are doing. So think about this for a minute. We hear about all kind of different ideas about tourism. You can have all kind of ideas, but I'm telling you, if there's no way to get here, they're not coming. If there's no way to make it easy, they're not coming ashore. So imagine, I saw today that there's been a purchase for tourism marketing for 5 years. We have the ability to have 1 million more people come here on cruise ships to see this country, and we're losing the opportunity. So the idea of moving whatever tools we have in the toolbox forward to let us say, we want this to happen quickly, we have the support for it, is the right thing to do. But I go back to making it easy. If you go into a supermarket and you look, everything is set to the right. And the reason it's set to the right is because most people are right-handed. You go in and you get your cart and you're going to find books, it's on the right. You're going to find medicines on the right. You're going to find produce on the right. And they're going to drag you right to the back to sell you a bottle of milk. But it's set to make it easy. If you want a big cart, you get a big cart. If you want a little cart, you get a little cart. It makes it easy. So for us to look at low-hanging fruit, the cruise industry, geographically, the good Lord has put us right in the trade lane for these ships to stop here. The islands around us are benefiting and growing. They're looking for the upscale, how they bring them there, how they market it to them. But they make it easy. When they arrive, Falmouth, Montego Bay, Cancun, the other Mexican ports, they don't anchor. They don't sit out in the stream and wait for a small boat to come to them, worry about the wave action. They get off on a pier and they walk ashore. And guess what? That's our export. We don't have any minerals that we export off this island. Our foreign money comes in a tourist's pocket. That's our export, and you make it easy for them to get there. We're in a competitive set of people who need the business, and we need the business as well, percentage-wise. So, again, I go back to What the executive has a responsibility to do for this country is understand how we make the country work from an income standpoint. Of course, they have to monitor expense, but from an income standpoint, if we are not going to be successful in the country itself wanting crews, let us know. Because then the burden that's going to be on the executive is the money that we're going to lose by not catering to the cruise industry. How do we make up for that loss? And the sooner we do that, the better. We got roads to pay for. We got to get the east end north side. There are a lot of expenses that are coming up, and every day we focus on the expenses. If the executive has focused on income that's available and knows that it's going to take 3 to 4 years to change the lanes and the ports as they come, the sooner we get started, the better. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll be supporting this when it comes. And the reason we support it is because it's an opportunity for income for this country that is based on a couple different pillars, tourism being one, and tourism has a huge ceiling of what's available and can still be there for us to grab. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? The honourable member for Bordentown West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my voice to this debate that is currently before the House. Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded by the words of Martin Luther King when he said, "Cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Expediency asks the question, is it politic? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? But conscience asks the question, is it right?" And there comes a time when one must take a stand that is neither safe, politic, or popular. But he must take a stand because his conscience tells him that he's right. Mr. Speaker, it's very difficult sometimes, and I know you and other members in this honorable House will know this, that it's not very easy sometimes to prepare for debate. For me personally, if I'm not going to speak the next day, I can't even sleep the night before. Still get butterflies, still get the shakes and all that kind of stuff. But this morning, Mr. Speaker, I had a conversation with a good friend of mine, nice guy, good Caymanian, who recently lost his father. And this morning, as he and I were speaking, we were both reflecting on both of our fathers who were good friends when they were both alive. And Mr. Speaker, as I reminded him that, the first time I ran in 2013 was really to honor my father's memory, or rather my father's request to some extent. And in my last year at university, I was elected student government president, and my parents came up for inauguration. And I'd never forget the look on my parents' face that night when they were watching all of us being inaugurated, but most of all, the biggest smile was on them for me, who as a Black Caribbean person was being inaugurated as a student government president at a white Jewish university. And ever since I came home from school in '98, my father saying to me, Chris, you're going to run in 2000? No, Daddy. And I'm looking at that. 2005 election roll around. Chris, you're going to run? No, Daddy. I'm dealing with that. 2009, come on, Chris, you need to go run. I want to see you on the campaign trail. No, Daddy. I'm not doing it that. Then I remember that Sunday visit, December 2012. We were talking about the 2013 election coming up. The question changed, where he said to me, am I not going to get a chance to vote for you one time before I die? And that was when I realized that the 2013 election was going to be his last. And that is one of the reasons that prompted me to get involved in politics ahead of schedule. But then, once the bug hit you, you go to people's homes, you meet people on the campaign trail. It is hard to walk away from it. It's hard to step away. Mr. Speaker, I don't think I had spoken, or I spoke on the referendum debate at the time it came. I really don't have any memory if I did. Just call it old age. But, Mr. Speaker, I took the time out, and everyone knows where I stand on the port issue, on the port referendum, and I still held the view that the case to be made for the cruise port has not been made, neither financially, environmental, or anything else. But, Mr. Speaker, I also do represent people that depend heavily on cruise tourism. And I have personally seen firsthand the impact it has had on many people, especially during COVID, when there was very little activity or no activity in the tourism industry. And I saw what many people went through. Mr. Speaker, I think politically, and I can say this, of the 19 members elected in this House, the most political arguments that I've had is actually with the Honorable Minister of Tourism and my good friend, the Deputy Premier. We have had the most arguments. And every now and then I will remind him of the last session of Parliament when he and I were both in opposition together. I remember late one night, we were at his house. And as young politicians, young parliamentarians, planning our political future. I remember saying to him, man, I got a nice ministry picked out for you in the next government, because I think we're going to do this. And he says to me, come see the full ministry you have for me now. I said, actually, no. Tourism. I said, I think you'd be a very good tourism minister. And we left it at that. We laughed amongst other things. And I remember the next day he called me back. And he said to me, Chris, you're serious about what you said last night? I said, yeah, Kenneth. I think you would do very good in tourism. So, Mr. Speaker, when the issue of the referendum came up, I also cautioned him, and I know others cautioned him also, that, listen, man, you're burning a lot of political capital on a very contentious issue this close to an election. Do you really want to do that? But then, and he gave me his answer and he told me the reasons why. I have learned in life, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, 6th of February, I'm going to be 52. And one of the things I've learned in life is to understand the difference between perception and perspective. Perception is how we see things. And perspective is how the other person sees things. And sometimes we're so caught up in our own perception that we lose sight of the other person's perspective. So, trying to look at it from the Minister of Tourism perspective, I decided to go and take a look and see why my good friend would want to burn this much political capital so close to a general election. And, Mr. Speaker, I went and I looked at the Brea report. Now, I know you and other members of your government would be familiar. I think every 2 years, the Caribbean Cruise Association puts out a Brea report that looks at the economic impact of tourism in the Caribbean, and they break it down by different islands. And, Mr. Speaker, I looked at the report both for 2018, when they did one, and also the one for 2024. And there were 3 questions in the survey that they did of their passengers that jumped out to me. One question was, how likely are you to return to the destination for a land-based or resort destination? In October 2018, Mr. Speaker, of 36 destinations, Cayman was ranked number 2. Of 36 destinations, Cayman was ranked number 2. In 2024, they surveyed 33 destinations, and Cayman rank was 10. So in 2018, of 36 destinations, we were ranked 2. And the last one of 2024, we were ranked 10. The second question that caught my attention, Mr. Speaker, was it said, survey question, how satisfied were you with your overall visit to the destination? In 2018, again, Mr. Speaker, of 36 destinations, we were ranked 12. And in 2024, of the 33 destinations, we were ranked 18. So we moved from ranking 12 down to 18. And then the last question that caught my attention, Mr. Speaker, was how many hours did you spend ashore? In 2018, we were ranked 3 of 36 destinations. We're the 3rd highest destination that people spent time on shore. And in the last report for 2024, of the 33 destinations, we were ranked 30. So we went from being ranked number 3 in 2018 to 30. So under those lens, Mr. Speaker, and understanding the difference between perception and perspective, if the minister did not push this issue, then he would not be doing his job as a tourism minister. And as a previous finance minister myself, sometimes I too had to take off my own blinders from looking solely on just the finances and try to understand my other colleagues at the time, where they were coming from. Because one thing you learn in accounting from very early, be careful, you know the price of everything and the cost of nothing. So, Mr. Speaker, the other thing that jumped out at me in that Brea report was in 2018, according to the FCCA report, there were 4,622 people employed in tourism in the Cayman Islands. And in the last 2024 report, the amount was 2,988, a decrease of 1,634. Again, looking again from perspective, can we afford, while some of us are in other industries, that 1,634 decrease, how many of them were Caymanians? How many of them were our people? And how many families were affected? Mr. Speaker, I am not an advocate of cruise tourism. I'm an advocate of tourism, period. And I remember being asked by when I was with the government, the minister, to accompany him to several of his meetings with his team. And I recently reminded him again, I said, bro, what happened to the path that we were on? And I explained to you shortly, Mr. Speaker. One of the things when we first met with his team from a strategic standpoint very early on in the then PAC government administration, we said to the ministry and department staff, we want you to develop a plan or let us know what we need to have 1 million stay-over tourists by 2035. I think at present right now we have 700 properties, 10,000 rooms, and 20,000 beds. I think those are the numbers that we have right now. And in 2019, when we peaked, we had, I think, 502 or 512,000 stay-over visitors. So was it 502, remember, from Cayman Brac West, or was it 512,000 in 2019? But either way, it was above 500,000. So we're basically looking to double our peak. And I'll explain to you shortly, Mr. Speaker, why we're looking at that initiative. So we tasked the Ministry and the Department to say, what infrastructure would we need? How many properties, how many rooms, how many beds? And then the goal is that once they give us reverse engineer what the requirements would be, the infrastructure requirement would be, then you go out on a roadshow, you go to the different districts. You start in East End and the outer districts, not you leave Georgetown for last, go to Cayman Brac, everywhere, North Side, West Bay, and you say, guys, listen, we're looking to get to 1 million still by 2035. This is how many properties we're going to need, this is how much rooms we're going to need. How much are you comfortable that you think that your infrastructure in Northside can take without feeling as if though it's basically being, going against, the spirit of what it is that you want in your community. You do East End, you do Cayman Brac, you go around, you do the same thing to all the districts. And then wherever you fall short, you go to West Georgetown, in particular 7 Mile Beach, and you say, listen, we're around this number of rooms short. What can you guys do to accommodate it? And this is where then the conversation of either building heights will come into play or whatever, but you want to see exactly what it would take to get 1 million by 2035. And the reason we went with that number, Mr. Speaker, just to kind of back in, and I'm going to use Dominican Republic as an example. In 2023, Dominican Republic had over 10 million visitors, of which over 8 million were stayover and 2 million were cruise. So it means for Dominican Republic, their ratio is 80% stayover, 20% cruise. We look at the same numbers for Jamaica, also within the Caribbean. And in 2023, last numbers that we have for the full year for both those countries, Jamaica had over 4 million visitors, of which more than 3 million were stayover and 1 million and plus were cruise. So Jamaica is roughly 75% stayover, 25% cruise. Then we look at the Bahamas also. I think in 2023, Bahamas are almost about 10 million, I think 9.6 million visitors to be exact, of which 7-point-something million were cruise and 1 million and change were stayover. And then we look at Barbados. Barbados is about 1.3 million stayover, or 1.3 million in total, in which around 50-50 between cruise and stayover. The reason we're looking at that approach, or taking that approach, Mr. Speaker, is that when you have an infrastructure that is designed to take 8 million stayover, when 2 million cruise passengers land, there's something for them there to do. When you have an infrastructure like they do in Jamaica with over 3 million stayover visitors, when 1 million cruise passengers land, there's enough activity for them there to do, because the island is already designed to either cater to 3 million plus, as in the case of Jamaica, and 8 million plus in the case of Dominican Republic. In Cayman, if you look at 2019, which was one of the best years we had, we did around 1.8 million in cruise that year, and around 500,000, over 500,000 in stayover. So we were also in a similar case like the Bahamas in the sense of the ratios where the stayover activity was on a lower end compared to the cruise activity. And what we wanted to do was create an environment, because when people are coming on shore for 5 hours, as opposed to somebody who's coming on island for 5 days, the demand, the infrastructure that you would need, the stuff that you need to support that increases. It's very difficult outside for some businesses to say, well, we're catering to you for a 5-hour window to go make that kind of capital investment or that kind of business investment. So that is the approach that we were looking at from that standpoint. And then, of course, I remember when we met with Cayman Airways, the issue came up with the runway length. I was saying, guys, we have always seen Cayman Airways as an economic accelerator. What will it take to go get a 767, a 777, or whatever, and start opening up routes to Europe and Asia? And then at that point, we saw exactly what British Airways was doing on the route in terms of costs and everything else, especially the Cayman. And if somebody wants to have an idea how expensive British Airways is, go and price the same flight to London or wherever from out of Kingston or Montego Bay compared to Cayman, and then you see exactly what it is, what we're paying in terms of the difference. I know, trust me, we have had kids that are going to school back and forth, and every term we go through the exercise of where we can price to get the cheapest price and everything else. So we wanted to look at that to see what Cayman Airways can do, because we see Cayman Airways itself as an economic accelerator, and not as though some people see it as a loss leader, but it creates a lot, it defends a lot for us. And the thing about it is, Mr. Speaker, I remember going to, trying to remember one of the meetings with the Tourism Association people, and I remember saying at the meeting that, listen, we need to increase our investment in our overall tourism infrastructure. Right now, financial services has been carrying the burden, and we need to find a way to boost tourism. Because at the end of the day, we know our financial service industry constantly is under attack. And we need to start looking at ways now to insulate the country. And hotels aren't built overnight, airline routes aren't developed overnight, so let us start making investment from now. But of course, we needed the infrastructure, especially the East-West Arterial, where we can start opening up different avenues across the country to get more development, more tourism activity. And the reason, Mr. Speaker, why I was very happy to attend those meetings with the Minister of Tourism, because I know what tourism does. When I was studying for university, in my days of going to university, and the government scholarship isn't as generous as it is today, I had to work like crazy to pay for the difference, to find the difference. So while I was working in government, at 8:30 to 5 job, 5 days a week, I was actually working as a night auditor, 6 days a week, from 11 at night to 7 in the morning. I would get dressed at the hotel and then go do my government day job. I did that for 15 months just to make over $3,000 to help pay for my college fees. And I worked till my chest opened up, and I made a vow that I will never ever work that hard again for so little money. And Mr. Speaker, tourism again also was a very personal place with me. Both my parents were waiters and waitresses. My dad was a bartender, but I remember the short guy, Roy, from Holiday Inn in his 80, 5 kids, and all 5 of us on a bartender's salary he put through college. All 5 of us. So I know the value that tourism plays. I am a product of it. I'm a beneficiary of it, both directly and indirectly. I know the value that tourism plays, and I know the impact it has on many people's lives. So it is something that, not just for political reasons, but for personal reasons, is very important to me. You know, my sisters and all of us do it, and everyone knew we all grew up also in the family business of being in the restaurant business and everything else. So I know what that is like. It's not something that we take lightly. And as I said, as much as I argue with the minister, he has the constitutional responsibility to grow this industry. He has the constitutional responsibility to make sure that this industry prospers for every Caymanian. And it is his constitutional duty to do exactly what it is that he's doing today. And while we are now officially in the silly season, I can tell anyone, as I said, I have had the most arguments in this house with the minister. And he can tell you all hours of the night. And 2 days he don't talk to me. Then he called me up the 3rd day like nothing happened 2 days before. And we just continue like nothing happened. But that is the nature of politics. That is what it is. So, Mr. Speaker, like you, I am perplexed that having brought a bill to this House asking the government to initiate a referendum, I, like many people, is confused as to all of a sudden this is now something that is ill-timed, ill-advised, controversial, whatever. It makes no sense. I can't make sense of it. You know, after agreeing to do something, it's being done, then all of a sudden it becomes an issue. So, Mr. Speaker, like I said, I try to look at things from a perspective. And there is a case to be made, the government needs to make it. And at no time, asking the people, even for a nudge, in terms of what direction to lead to, is a bad idea. We do polls, but we all know Caymanian people are very confidential. They'll tell you what you want to hear based on what they think, maybe less than that people may know them. You never get the truth. But when they go into that booth and they're behind a curtain, you see the true intentions. And I think having this referendum is a good move, a good idea, because getting a steer from the people that we serve, the people that we trust to elect us, cannot be a bad thing, especially when it's being done at the same time as the general election. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to segue off a little bit, but I'm not finished with tourism yet to some extent. I'll soon come back there. On the issue of cannabis, ganja, this House already unanimously passed a motion that was brought by myself and the member for West Bay West, asking for the government to basically expunge the records of people who have had a small amount of ganja conviction on their file. So everyone already know where our position is on that. And for small amounts of ganja, for people to be punished forever and a day for sometimes a silly little mistake, it's not worth it. And for that, I would definitely be telling the people, and I'm begging the people of Bordentown West to at least vote yes to the decriminalization of small amount of ganja. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded of another Martin Luther King quote that says, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in times of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in times of conflict and controversy." Mr. Speaker, everybody knows by now, it's in the public domain, the email between the governor and myself on that gambling issue. Mr. Speaker, I know it's already in the public domain, but I brought a copy just for you, because you'll be proud. And I'm tabling a copy so other members can get a copy and get it to the Speaker, and I will table, that's the email exchange. And, Mr. Speaker, I have said this publicly, and it's no secret, and I've said this to you. I have come to appreciate you more than you'd have realized, and sometimes I feel bad for the times, all the trouble I used to give you before I got elected and even after being elected. And and I can say it. I mean, I've said this publicly, and I will say this. I know you're leaving, you're not contesting the election and everything again. But one of the things, Mr. Speaker, that I've always admired about you, why I've never attacked you personally, and something I've never attacked anybody personally, you chose public service in the prime of your life. The best years that you had to give, you gave to the people of this country in service. Some policies I agreed with, some policies I disagreed with, but that is the nature of politics. Mr. Speaker, then you have other people who, after they make all their money, they're bored and nothing to do, decide, brain done, tired and wash up, let me come and go try to represent the people of Cayman Brac East. And that is what distinguishes you as men, as a man among boys. You chose public service in your prime. Mr. Speaker, you know the governor that this government inherited because you yourself had to stand firm with him many times, the previous governor. And I remember the debate on the gambling bill where you said the words deferred indefinitely because of the social conflicts and social upheavals that it would have caused in the country trying to push something like that through. You were wise then. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Park government inherited, same governor pushing the same initiative. And after the debate failed here, and we agreed to create a select committee, and I'm going to say this, the governor's view, well, I can't say the governor, Mr. Roper's view was that the reason the government couldn't get it through was because the government was controlled by organized crime. Mr. Speaker, needless to say, I can tell you this much. That was said at a lunch, and 5 cabinet ministers walked out right after. Didn't even stay to eat, didn't stay to break bread. 5 walked out. And I can tell you the 5 that walked out. The then Minister of Education, now Premier, the Minister of Tourism, the Minister of Community Development at the time, Youth, Sports and Culture, the Minister for Works, and myself. And the reason why I say that, Mr. Speaker, is that when this country is being attacked, whether from inside or outside, I expect every single elected representative of this House that is elected by Caymanians to defend Caymanians, to defend them. I already gave you the 5 that left. You can determine out of the 3 that stayed. Mr. Speaker, and that's why I said what I said to you, when I see what you had to work with, what you had to put up with, and what you had to deal with, that's why I felt bad for the trouble I gave you. Although I did say you should have accepted some responsibility by telling us how bad it was, so we at least could have been a little bit more understanding. And let me tell you, my friends, there's a public side of politics that you all will see. But there's a private side of politics when we sit in caucus, when we sit in committee rooms and everything else. And we have those discussions. You get to see the passion, you get to see what goes on, and you get to see what is in the hearts of the representatives. And Mr. Speaker, everyone inside this House, I don't need to tell how difficult this job is, how thankless this job is. And for many of us, we're built to take it because we agreed to do this. Every single one of us inside here, our families suffer because they didn't sign up for it, but they have to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, that gambling issue for me was even made worse when we also have other people in this House getting up and saying and repeating the same line, oh, the number of business in Cayman is controlled by international organizations, crime syndicates and all that kind of stuff. When we are a financial services industry trying to shake off this reputation that we have earned that we shouldn't have, this reputation that we have gotten that we have not earned, or whichever you want to put it, our own people inside here is playing to that narrative too. How do they think that make us look? As a member for West Bay, West will say, you want to burn on the fire station and then complain when the fire truck don't show up or something to that effect? Because of what? Political expediency, political correctness. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you something. Any opportunity that we have to get the feedback of the Caymanian people, the people who elect us, in any way, shape, or form, is always a good thing. How can that be wrong? Switzerland have must have about 10, 15 referendums a year. I mean, every single thing Switzerland got a referendum on. And if you ever see a US ballot during election time, the amount of different initiatives and one to charge this for school board education. I mean, if you ever look at a US ballot during election time and say how busy it is, asking the people for this Proposition 8, Proposition 22, and all that kind of stuff. And the one little time to go and ask the people during a general election, what do you think about this? That becomes a problem. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, the members are correct. Then in the Park government, the Premier asked members about decriminalizing ganja. At the time, he was prepared to just carry the bill through. I was one of them that said, no, go and ask the people. I don't smoke. Nobody in my family smoke. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? We're still a Christian country. And while I may have my personal views, something as major as that, I think everybody should weigh in on. Go and make the case. I don't think that was something that we should have ran on for the simple fact. If you look inside manifestos, I can tell anybody, while I support it, I never campaign on it. I can't go around now and say to you that, oh, my people will be comfortable with this when I never made it a case or a part of my platform, as much as I personally support it. But we're not in the business of what our personal beliefs are. We are in the business of our people's belief. And I consider that a major decision is the same to with numbers. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, personally, legalize it. Make some money off of it. Amen. You know, we know exactly it's been going on for the longest time. But am I going to make that major decision knowing also that in many countries, and you look at our website, gambling can become addictive? I remember when it started in other places, 1 pot a day, 2 pot a day. I think Jamaica is like 5 or 6 pots a day now. It's an addiction. And then what make it worse, you buy the number at one time in the morning, it don't play, then play in the afternoon, you beat yourself up. Man, I should have waited. I've seen it. You go along some roads inside this country, Mr. Speaker, you see barber shop open 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night. They're not cutting hair. They're not doing nails. We know what they're doing. You know, so it has become something, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, there was a time, well, my father of blessed memory, he hit the number man a couple of times too. And he used to like when we used to drop us to church, and he would say to me, Chris, peep inside and see what hymns you got on the board before church would start. And I'd go down and peep to see the hymns. And I would go down and say, Daddy, this is what is up there. And he just wanted the last two. He's like, because you know this, for him, all of those hymns are actually playing. Sometimes, when look at the church used to have the boards, and he used to put the hymns them on the side of the church, so you know which hymns we're going to sing for that day. Oh, he would know them. He's like, go take a peep and let me know what they are. And I had to come out and I said, Daddy, these are the hymns that they're singing today. At the time, I didn't even know what it was. I was a young boy, I didn't know nothing. Then I realized the man was hitting the number man based off of the hymns, and then the church went electronic, started putting up the songs, them on the screens and all that. They don't longer put the hymns there and all of that kind of stuff. Everything now is just on these projectors. Now they put the words out for the song and everything else. But I say that to say it's a part of the culture. You know, I'm not going to sit down and tell you I don't know people who play. I know a lot of people who play. You know? So, from that standpoint, Mr. Speaker, it's a major decision, yes. I have my personal belief, yes. I think that my constituents would support such a move, yes. But how would I know if I don't ask them? You think I'm worried just about the national vote in this regard? For that referendum, I want to see how the people of Boddington West vote. That's the people who I represent. I want to see what their mindset is, so at least I know what to champion the next time after I turn back these challenges that they send in my way. You know, so this is what it's about, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a man in the Bible named Jesus. And one day, Mr. Speaker, his disciples brought a man to him that couldn't see well. And Jesus asked the man, how do you see people? He said, I see them like trees. So Jesus took some spittle, rubbed in the man's eyes, and asked, how do you see people now? He said, I see them as they are. Mr. Speaker, I am so looking forward to this campaign. And because I tell you something, Mr. Speaker, I have seen the other side of some people that I thought meant this country well. I've had an opportunity to have conversations with some of them. Let me tell you, this election is going to be about those of us who are fighting for people, those of us who are fighters, versus those of us who are the fat cats. Yep, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, a lot of people are going to be surprised. Because if they think the Caymanian people are fools, they're sadly mistaken. And I'm sure all of us agree that those people had enough sense to elect us. So don't for 1 minute believe they will have enough sense to unelect some of us and make sure some of us don't get elected at all. Mr. Speaker, I know you know this, and it is not an easy job trying to make people's lives better. On the campaign trail, we have the solution to just about every problem you can think of. But then when you get elected, you realize that there's a social issue or a social phenomenon that they call a wicked problem, where you think you're solving one problem, but it creates another problem. And you can only make the decision based on the information you had at the time, because hindsight is always 20/20. We can go back and we could have said we should have done this, we should have done that. We should have listened to this, we should have listened to that. But at the time, based on the information we have, we can only make the decisions we have. Mr. Speaker, I start out by using the Martin Luther King quote, "Cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Expediency asks the question, is it politic? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? But conscience asks the question, is it right?" And there comes a time when a man must take a stand that is either safe, politic, or popular. But he must take a stand because his conscience tells him that he is right. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I was one of them who tried my best to talk the Deputy Premier and the Minister of Tourism out of this cruise berth referendum. But I spoke to him from my perception. I then instead look at his perspective and understand his constitutional responsibilities. And I can say this much, Mr. Speaker, as much as I may disagree with him many times, cowards should not call his name. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If no other member wishes to speak, I'll invite the Honourable Minister for Tourism and Ports to exercise his right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now we come to the end of the discussion. And now, and now the end is here. I'm not a good singer, so I'm not even going to try. Mr. Speaker, before I get to my contributions, I'm going to focus on the positive ones before I get on the soapbox. I want to first say thank you so much for giving a very insightful viewpoint of the realities that I've been facing as a minister for tourism over the last 4 years. For my good friend and colleague, the member from Bordentown West, Christopher Saunders. He's an accountant. I'm quite sure he did some minor in economics and helped to assess the landscape of cruise tourism throughout the years he was a part of the administration. And he explained to this Honorable House some of the dilemmas that I faced, and he relayed the true challenges I faced as an individual to make sure I did the right thing, because every time I make a decision, I try to make sure it's not just about Kenneth Bryan, but about the people of the Cayman Islands. So, good member, thank you, because if I said it, they wouldn't believe me. Mr. Speaker, I want to also turn to the former Minister of Tourism, who also understood that, or highlighted, that this referendum, as much as they may want to criticize it, those that are not a part of the official opposition and not the member from Bordentown West, he recognized and highlighted a very good point. Whatever it would take to save time to get this process started as soon as possible can make the difference of hundreds of millions of dollars for the good people of this country. Not only those who depend directly on it, but those who depend on it indirectly as well. Very important point, former minister. Mr. Speaker, let us make the show begin. I've listened very intently with great interest to the contributions by the members in this debate. And I want to first say thank you to each and every one of them for their contribution, because this is the House of Parliament. This is the people's house. So it's important that the views of all sides and groupings were heard, because the people are listening. And it is clear, Mr. Speaker, that while we may not all agree on every single detail, we all recognize the significance of the issues outlined in the bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to start off by acknowledging the Leader of Opposition for his contribution in this debate. Once again, he has demonstrated his leadership by prioritizing the needs of the tourism industry over political maneuvering. His willingness to engage in a discussion that puts our country first rather than highlighting partisan interests is commendable. And I sincerely thank him for his constructive approach and for his commitment to supporting the referendum. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to acknowledge the concerns raised by the member for West Bay Central, particularly those regarding the timeline and the potential consequences should the referendum fail. You know, at first, Mr. Speaker, before I heard her leader speak, I honestly thought there were valid concerns. She had me convinced. I thought that in respect to what she said, it was sincerity. But based on what her leader has said, I can say I can flush all of that out the door. But I find it ironic, Mr. Speaker, that many of the concerns that she and others have raised stem from delays and decisions made by the same very people who are now expressing the concerns. So let me address the timeline first, Mr. Speaker. The same members who are now arguing about the time is too short were the ones who resisted every effort to bring this referendum earlier than now. They opposed holding the referendum before the election due to cost concerns. They remember they were there in caucus. And now they're arguing that it should have been held sooner Mr. Speaker, which is it? Which is it? Or again, is it speaking out of two sides of your mouth because you have a different agenda? But we're going to examine that here today. Personally, Mr. Speaker, I don't think they want a referendum bill at all. But you see, the argument don't go no water, and they know people listening. But we're going to flush them out today. The member also expressed worry about the consequences of failure. A valid concern, Mr. Speaker. I do not want this vote to fail, particularly when it comes to the referendum. But, Mr. Speaker, what it does show that the member do not understand the importance of a pair to saving our cruise tourism industry. So I agree that her question is this question on cruise is too important to fail. But the solution, Mr. Speaker, is not disinformation, confusion, and riding the fence. If we believe in it and understand the vital need for a pier and cruise infrastructure, then we must stand firm and advocate for it. Those with ulterior motives, Mr. Speaker, who do not want the best interests of the cruise industry at heart, are counting on that hesitation and fear to derail the process, member. Mr. Speaker, the situation reminds me of a person standing at the edge of a river with the rising flood waters behind them, Mr. Speaker, and the gap to the other side is not too far. And if they jump, they could make it. But instead of jumping, they hesitate, second-guessing every possible outcome and consequences, and in a moment of doubt, the waters wash them away. Mr. Speaker, you see, hesitation in the face of necessity is not caution. It is paralysis. And in this case, hesitation will not just cost us time, as the good member and former Minister of Tourism from Kim and Brack alluded to, it also cost us the future of our cruise tourism industry. Mr. Speaker, we are running out of time. Cruise lines are planning for other locations as we speak because they said, you know what, Cayman Islands is playing games. I got billions of dollars to make. If every member in this House who genuinely believes that there's a need for the cruise pier were to stand united and advocate for a yes vote, this referendum will pass with flying colors. So, Mr. Speaker, the real risk is not holding the referendum, is hesitating and failing to stand behind it. It's the truth, Mr. Speaker. If we were to add up all the numbers of every member in here who was elected, it would easily, the numbers of persons who voted for them would simply and easily be more than 50% of the registered voters. Therefore, the question we should be asking is not what happens if the referendum fails, and so I put it to all the members in here that the real question we should be asking ourselves is, what happens if it succeeds? What happens if we win? Mr. Speaker, the PPM, the TCPP, what do you call them again? I don't want to call them what Arden call them on the radio, because I can get in trouble for that. So I can't use the C word, but I'm going to keep it simple. The Cayman Community Party, and the other party, Nationalist Party, National Cayman Party, and everyone else who is out there running in this election is hoping to form the next government. Every one of them. That is what we are all campaigning for, Mr. Speaker. So to put the members' mind at ease, let me remind them that the next administration, whether it's either the progressives or a combination of what is left over here with the progressives or the CCP or the Nationalist Party, whichever group that comes together, they will have the responsibility in determining what happens next after the referendum results come in. Once they have gotten the mandate from the people to move forward, the next government, whoever it will be, and if the good member from West Bay South hopes to be the leader, and I will be questioning that very shortly. If he hopes to be the leader, he needs to start thinking about this. They will have the responsibility to ensure that the pier is built in the right location, at the reasonable amount of cost, and with the proper environmental considerations in place. Unless you don't think that he's going to win. Is that what you're worried about? I would be worried about it too. That is why the question, Mr. Speaker, that we drafted is open-ended. Because no matter how you phrase it, there will always be those who try to nitpick on any question that you put forward, rather than focusing on the fundamental issues at hand. If we specify the location, some will say it in the wrong place. If you included the cost, others will say it's too expensive. If we outline the environmental strategy, they'll say it's not enough. This is precisely why the referendum is structured as the way it is. Mr. Speaker, I've learned by watching the former minister and yourself, and honestly, I feel sorry. I feel bad because I saw what I went through, and that's exactly why I tried to convince my colleagues this is the best way forward, because we're going to end up going through the same exercise that you did 4 years ago if we did what the four quitters suggested. But we're going to get to that. Mr. Speaker, I think we left the question structured in a way to give the people a choice to say whether they want a peer or not. You know, we get into this question. Some people say, we elect you to make the decisions. And I'm starting to embrace that theory a lot more, because the good member from West Bay West says it all the time. You're elected to lead, make the decision. Make the hard choice. But what this question is fundamentally getting at is whether you want to be in the cruise business or not. And I don't think anybody yet has convinced me or suggested that we shouldn't be in the cruise industry. I bet you won't get up and say that, because you know every vote gone. Say it. Get up. I'll step down. The good member from West Bay Central is suggesting, Mr. Speaker, that you said that you don't think you should be in cruise. Is that what you said? Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, don't get engaged in that crosstalk, please. Just carry on.
Mr. Speaker, please forgive me. I promise it will not happen again. Mr. Speaker, the way we structured the question gave the people a choice to say whether they want a peer or not, and allow the next administration of leaders to ensure that the best decisions are made with those concerns in mind. Mr. Speaker, I do believe that the member from West Bay Central, or I did believe up till Monday, that she was acting from a place of genuine concern. And she said that there are too many people in her district depends on the cruise industry. There's so many people, hundreds of people, she said, depend on cruise tourism to make a living. But I question whether she's being genuine. Because the truth is, she's not the only one unique in that regard. All of us have constituents who are in the same boat, and I mean that literally, worried about the future and how they're going to take care of their families when passenger numbers continue to decline so much that they can't even keep their businesses open anymore. I know, I tell you what, I'm not picking on the West Bay, I'm not picking on the Republic, but I am certain, Mr. Speaker, there is more people in the cruise tourism industry in West Bay than any other district in the Cayman Islands. And that's why I am so blown away by the member of West Bay Central in her remarks. But don't worry. The member from West Bay West and the member of West Bay North will continue to fight for those who are in the cruise industry for West Bay, even if the other two members won't. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, it appears that she and others who express similar sentiments are allowing themselves to be influenced by dissenting voices, rather than focusing on the fundamental issues at hand. Riding the fence, fearing that the referendum will fail, is failing the people of your constituency and this country. And any member who's doing that, I urge you to reconsider. Your seat depends on it. Because fearing that the referendum might fail should not lead to hesitation. It should lead to strong action, strong, decisive action for your people. History will not be kind to those who, in the moment of requiring courage and leadership, chose instead to waver and hesitate. This is not time for doubt, Mr. Speaker, not in these days. So if she and others truly believe that the cruise pier is not necessary, or if she's saying that it's necessary, then they should stand up for it, encouraging those people that she knows to vote yes for it. So we can finally get off the pot that we've been sitting on for over 30 years, according to the good member of West Bay West on Monday, and move forward for the benefit of the cruise tourism industry and our country as a whole. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to leave that there for a little bit and come back. I now want to turn my attention to some of the other points raised by other members, such as those made by the member for Prospect. Mr. Speaker, she started out making a point about this being a government-initiated referendum with non-binding results, and then asked, and I quote, "What does that mean to the average person for the cost?" End quote. She also asked, and I quote, "Where is the dialogue that could have been done?" End quote. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to answer those questions for the benefit of the listening audience so the accurate information can be placed in the public domain. Dealing first with cost. Initially, this referendum was scheduled to be held separately from the general election and was well estimated over $1 million. Wasn't my idea. From the get-go, I said, do it at the election time. The people are smart enough to separate the issue of cruise from the election of the member. Nope, they didn't want it that way. So we all said, let's do it before that. But now we're here today, subsequently moving the referendum to election day to eliminate those expenses highlighted. So she can't talk about the cost. The referendum question will be placed on the ballot paper as on election day, the general election, thereby ensuring that the cost is minimal. And I'm happy to say I've confirmed that besides miscellaneous little costs here and there from maybe incidental matters that pop up, the cost will be exactly the same as a general election. And I believe a sample of the ballot is included in the schedule to the bill. And I would have really expected the member to be aware of that if she actually read the bill. But maybe she didn't. I don't know. Notwithstanding that, Mr. Speaker, the member raises cost as an issue. If she was truly concerned about the government's spending, perhaps she can explain how she was going to justify prematurely funding a public education campaign for a referendum that might not have even happened. I guess then she would say that was good money spent, in her view maybe. And that leads to her other point about dialogue, Mr. Speaker. Now, I appreciate the concern about talking to the people because I agree with that. But the reality is that this referendum could not have been approved much earlier. It could have been approved much earlier, and allowing the information campaign to begin long from now. However, Mr. Speaker, the member from Prospect and her colleagues quit on the job and stopped the process from moving forward, so the people could have had loads of other information available to them. And after they quit, they threatened to not even allow it to come to this house. You know how much maneuvering we had to do to get this bill on? They even tried to stop it in Business Committee. The good leader of their party didn't even read the standing orders and tried to suggest that he could take it off the order paper, but yet still he won't lead this country. Talking about doing the process right. At least I read the standing orders of this house. Mr. Good member from West Bay West reminds me of the terminology of Mr. Lillywhite. And if I have ever seen a member that fits that description, is the good member for West Bay South.
Member, please let's don't engage in name calling. It's been going okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did say member from West Bay South, but I get your point. Stay on track of the topic. Pushing the line for the political discussions. I accept, Mr. Speaker. Had that not happened, those members quitting, Mr. Speaker, we'd already be having public debate and dialogue as she's calling for right now. So anyone to blame about the delay, Mr. Speaker, it would be the 4 members who left. I can't even say that the member from Newlands was responsible for that. Because after their leader quit on him, it's interesting that they bound up together, but that's a different topic. That said, Mr. Speaker, this is not a new issue. The topic of cruise pairs have been in the public domain for years. The question on the cruise pair is about gauging the public's sentiment on an issue that has been debated extensively over decades, not just the last 4 years, for decades. So it's not some sudden revelation that the people know nothing about. 30 years, Mr. Speaker. 30 years we've been talking about this. What I find most interesting, though, Mr. Speaker, about the member's contribution is her recommendation that the decisions could have been taken on whether we build a pier just by holding constituency meetings. Really, Mr. Speaker? As serious as this is, I'm not sure she saw what your administration went through the last time around. If you think just having constituency meetings to make this decision would be sufficient. So, if she thinks that that's enough to make a decision of this magnitude to be taken by a handful of people, and I say a handful of people because the good member of West Bay South, of West Bay Central, earlier in her contribution said that the importance of the dialogue is so important because they had a committee meeting or community meeting and only a handful of people came out to talk about the pair. Now, I don't know if that's a reflection of them not wanting to come out to talk about the pair or they didn't want to come out and talk to you. But I'm only going based on what they're saying. And then their other member is saying that we should make the decision based on these little small meetings. Boy. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, but the democratic process in this country that I believe in and that I'm sworn to uphold would not allow such recklessness. On one hand, she's saying that there hasn't been enough dialogue, but on the other hand, she's satisfied that important matters to determine the country's future by a few people who bothered to show up at a constituency meeting. The people of this country, and by that I mean all of the 25,687 registered voters in this country deserve to have their right and their say in this referendum, the date of which has been published well in advance for everybody to know, to ensure all of those who want to be there can be there. Not at some constituency meeting, it would be lucky if 100 people showed up. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, the member and her colleagues had a chance to supporting holding a referendum earlier, and they chose not to. They quit on the country and they quit on the administration. That decision has brought us to where we are now, Mr. Speaker. The government has taken every necessary step possible to ensure that this referendum is cost-effective and gives the people a voice on these critical matters. And I encourage the member to reflect on that as she considers her position moving forward. Now, Mr. Speaker, I move on now to the member for Newlands, who raised several points in his contribution. And again, I say to the people of this country, so that they're not unintentionally misled by inaccurate points of view, I will address those points that he highlighted. First, he spoke about the environmental concerns of downtown Georgetown, describing it as a pristine area. Now that's debatable. Mr. Speaker, considering the amounts of cruise and cargo activity that has taken place out there for the last 50 to 60 years. But I get his point. We still have beautiful waters out there. But I'll explain why it's not correct for him to paint that picture. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, no matter where you build a pier, there's always going to be environmental concerns. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, anywhere else other than where the port is now using, there would be even more environmental concerns than the current location of where it's at. This is precisely why the referendum is structured the way it is. To first gauge the will of the people before determining the best approach. Yet we continue to hear arguments focused on the details of location and the impact rather than the fundamental question: do we as a country agree that we need a pier? Regardless of where you're going to put it, you need to agree whether you want one or not. And that question relates to whether you want to be in cruise or not. Mr. Speaker, I find it interesting that throughout his entire debate, not a single member, throughout this whole entire debate, not his, the whole debate, not one single member have stood up and said that they don't want a cruise pier. Not one. And the Hansards will show that. Nobody thus far has said we do not need a cruise pier. Even the good member from Newlands in his contribution accepted that we needed a pier. And don't worry, Mr. Speaker, if he would like me to refresh his memory.
Honourable Minister, can I invite you to move the suspension of Standing Order 10.2 in order that the business of the House may continue beyond 4:30? Our clock there is almost 10 minutes slow, so I'm going by my watch.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move the order of suspension of Standing Orders 10.2 so the business of the House can continue past the hour of 4:30.
The question is that Standing Order 10.2 be suspended in order that the business of the House may continue beyond the hour of interruption. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Accordingly, Standing Order 10.2 is suspended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if every member in this House was to support the referendum, it would undoubtedly succeed, allowing the next administration to move forward and create a viable project. So if no one is willing to say outright they oppose the port or the pier, then what is the reason for opposing the referendum? What exactly is the hesitation of members across the floor? It is honestly baffling me, Mr. Speaker, unless, of course, they must have some other ulterior motives at play, which is possible, which is strongly possible. Based on the conversations that I'm hearing, Mr. Speaker, the member also referenced the thousands of people who signed the petition for the referendum under the previous administration. And I can stand here today, Mr. Speaker, and say I was one of those signatories. But, Mr. Speaker, to be clear, I signed it to ensure that there was a cruise berthing referendum. I signed it because I think the people should have had their say. And I am certain, Mr. Speaker, that majority of the people who signed it didn't sign it to say they don't think we should have a pier. They signed it because they think that people should have their say on it. So this reference to 25% or more, like say that all 25% or more of the voters was against it, is wrong. And I can say that because I was one of them. Yet now the very group that campaigned for the referendum seems to be resisting the actual idea of holding one, which begs the question, was their goal really about giving the people a voice, or was it about stopping the pier at all costs? Now, Mr. Speaker, I want us to examine this for a minute. There's a group that started this movement, which I know you're quite familiar with. Their name is the Cruise Pier Referendum, CPR. Key component is referendum. And then I get a press release saying the Cruise Pier Referendum group opposes a referendum. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. So what was the agenda? Was it about giving the people their say, or was this about stopping something that is essential to thousands of Caymanians' lives? Mr. Speaker, another concern raised was the risk of the referendum failing. And I have already expressed my views on that point. So I'm at loss to understand why so many members insist on focusing on the worst case scenarios. What if the people say yes? How about that? If you're so worried about it, why don't you get out and campaign for it? Imagine how much further along we could be if we secure the future of our cruise tourism industry, if we chose to focus on the possibilities rather than the obstacles. And Mr. Speaker, I'm so tired of people being negative and saying no. What about yes? The Caymanian people are sick and tired of hearing no and seeing hurdles in their way. They want to hear leaders progressing forward, saying yes to things and getting things done for them. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, leadership is about vision and solutions, not about finding every reason under the sun to say no. And Mr. Speaker, they expect to be leaders in this House and be a part of the next administration? Seriously? That's not leadership. The member also spoke about the need to increase the value of cruise tourism. Now, on that point, I agree with him. And the member from West Bay North also spoke about that. I agree that we must find ways to maximize what we earn from every single visitor of the Cayman Islands. But, Mr. Speaker, that's a separate discussion altogether. How can we talk about maximizing the benefits and increasing the revenue from an industry that may not even be there? So, we don't want to get back to where we were. We're almost close to 50% loss. So the solution that the member is suggesting is let's squeeze some more value out of the 50% that is left. Not acknowledging that that number is going to continue to get lower. So we were getting 100 per person, hypothetically, when we were at almost 2 million. So we cut that in half now, say, all right, out of those million that left, let's get 200 so we can get the same value. So when you get to 500,000, what are you going to do? Squeeze out 400? And when you get to 100,000, which is projected to be the case over the next decade, how much more money are you going to squeeze? Because I don't think you can squeeze any more out of that. Mr. Speaker, how are we going to get more money out of the passengers that are not here? That's what we're saying. But if the good member have figured out a way to get something out of nothing, maybe he should tell us. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also talk about the cost, but not the cost of the referendum, Mr. Speaker, the cost of constructing the pier. Because this is where I'm disappointed in the member because he knows better. The member from Newlands suggested that building a pier would require significant investment without any guarantee of return. But Mr. Speaker, he knows very well that there's financial models that allow for private investment to ensure that the burden does not fall on the people of these islands. He's fully aware of that. He's probably been a part of many financial vehicles in his time in the financial services and knows how it works. He spoke about the first PPM administration and being there and watching how the whole thing was developed. He said so in his speech. He knew what the good former minister did. For example, if the cruise lines fund the piers, and just like Donald Trump says, we're going to make them build the wall, we're going to make the cruise lines build the port. And the people are not going to spend $1. But we're going to get to that. For example, if the cruise lines fund the piers, they would be contractually bound to bring the passengers in order to recoup their investment through their per passenger head tax. So if they don't bring anybody, if they don't bring the numbers, the guarantee that the member was talking about, then they don't get any money back. So even if it's $500,000, 500 million, 200 million, it won't make a difference because they're going to pay for it. And you want your money back, every person per head, you discount the money that you put in until you work it off. So you don't think they're going to bring the passengers? Come on. That type of structured revenue guarantee was a part of the previous administration's plans. And I must say, having examined it in detail, Mr. Speaker, it was well thought out. So congratulations to the former Minister of Tourism and to you, the former Premier, Mr. Speaker, at that time. And all of your members, all the progressive members. And I'm certain that the member is aware of these kinds of financial vehicles that can be created to ensure that Caymanians are not at financial risk. Because he's smart, you know. He's smart. Sometimes I think he's too smart for your own good, though. And let's not ignore the fact that major cruise lines are eager to be involved in the funding the project again. Why? Because they see the value in it, Mr. Speaker. They know the return is here in Cayman. So that concern that the member raised is not real, and he knows it. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go further. Mr. Speaker, I have publicly released video recordings because I know they were going to bring this up about, well, who's going to fund it? We have sat with the key executives of the major cruise lines that came here and asked them that question. Would they be prepared to fund it? And all of them have committed to being involved. And he knows it. Because I know all of those who want to stop this pier have been watching the progress of the discussions. They watch the videos. You got plenty of views on Instagram. So it's not like they don't know that the funding is available. Caymanians don't have to pay 1 cent. If the public who is listening haven't seen it yet, you can go to the Ministry of Tourism's Instagram page and you'll see the video. And with the support of members of this Honorable House, when this bill is passed and education campaign continues or starts appropriately, we'll be releasing all the details there. So let's stop pretending that this is some sort of reckless financial gamble like the member is trying to portray. A typical tactic of scaring the public. Typical. Rather than thinking positive, bringing up every negative possibility to stop progress. If the commitment is there, the money will be there. And the only thing standing in the way would be the hesitation of members and the political maneuvering trying to convince the people not to do so. Mr. Speaker, the member from Newlands also spoke about uncertainty that exists around the world right now, suggesting that this is not a time to take on a major project of this scale. You see, Mr. Speaker, I try to think outside the box. But, Mr. Speaker, I think that that's precisely why we should move forward. And in certain times, we must secure stable, long-term investments. And tourism, Mr. Speaker, is the one industry that we all know will not disappear overnight. The member comes from financial services sector background, Mr. Speaker, and he knows better than anyone that financial services is a highly volatile industry. It can vanish with the press of a few buttons. If the international regulators decide to move the goalposts as they've been doing, left to right, up and down all the time. He also knows how easily and how frequently we find ourselves on the gray list or the blacklist at no fault of our own, bobbing and weaving all the time. Now, don't get me wrong, Mr. Speaker. Of course, that's not what I want for our financial services, because they've done such a good job. In fact, I commend this administration and previous administrations for working hard to ensure that it remains stable and competitive. But we all know that it carries significant risks. And the same thing that we do for financial services, we should do for the cruise tourism industry. Bob and weave and amend so we can stay stable and relevant and competitive. Because tourism is much more tangible in my mind, Mr. Speaker, and a resilient industry. And now it's time to invest in securing its future. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. The next administration will have every opportunity to negotiate the agreements to ensure that the cruise lines and not the people of the Cayman Islands will finance that pier. The cruise lines will bear the costs, and in return, we will secure the benefit of continued cruise tourism for the people who depend on it and the broader economy. That's how you control your future, not with hesitation and paralysis. So I urge the members to stop using fear and negativity to cloud the real issues concerning the cruise industry. It's time to be honest with the people. If you are against the pier, just say so. But don't be economical with the truth and cloudiness of doubt and pretending like you really care. But if you do believe that these Cayman Islands need infrastructure to protect the industries and secure Caymanian jobs, livelihoods, and businesses, then encourage the people to vote yes, Mr. Speaker. There is no other choice. We either move forward with a pier or say goodbye to cruise tourism as we know it. It's only a matter of time. Mr. Speaker, in wrapping up with the good member from Newlands, I got a couple more points here that I had to clarify because, again, you see, you spread disinformation and he should be more responsible in this. He said, Mr. Speaker, he claimed, and I quote, because I had to get the information from the YouTube, and I want to thank Hans Ards for helping me so much, trying to get as much information as I can, as quickly as I could. But he claimed, and I quote, "We in this region have countries who have invested their people's tax-paying dollars, their people's fees in a lot of these projects, and their cruise numbers still have gone down. I think the numbers from Barbados is north of 20% down. I think Jamaica is something similar in certain ports there where they have spent the money to build cruise facilities." End quote, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, that is simply not factual. Here's the facts. According to publicly available data for tourismanalytics.com, Barbados cruise passenger numbers, arrivals, have actually increased 21.4% in last year, 2024. You see the difference with the information that you provide? You're telling people it's more than 20% down when the fact says it's 20% up. That's disinformation. Let's continue because you went further than that. The actual figures show that they had 796,400 cruise passengers in the calendar year, up from 2023. Similarly, source records in Jamaica's cruise passenger arrivals between January and August of 2024 has risen by 7.8%. Now, not as great as Barbados, but it's increasing. While here in Cayman, we're almost down 45% from 2019 numbers. But yet still you can go around and tell people that, oh, these people who invested in their cruise things not making it. Tell you, information is a funny thing. While I do not have the full Jamaica figures, I note that their Minister of Tourism, the Honorable Mr. Bartlett, good friend of mine, stated in a news article published just on the 25th of September of last year, called Our Today, that Jamaica was on track to welcome 5 million visitors by 2025, surpassing the 4 million visitors recorded in 2024. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, these numbers do not reflect the decline the member had described. Now, Mr. Speaker, I also took note when the member for Newlands said, and I quote, "I support cruise tourism," end quote. I was pleased to hear this, I'll be honest with you, and I was hoping that his debate would have ended well. However, though, through you, Mr. Speaker, I must ask the member to clarify exactly what he means by that statement. Because if he truly supports cruise tourism, does that also mean he supports building a pier? Because I don't see how, with the information that is before us and your former 4 members that have quit on this government, when I presented the information on the reality of what the next 5 years is going to look like, how are you going to support it if you don't support a pier? Because without it, I can promise you this, history will show that we've given up on the cruise industry. This is the fundamental point, Mr. Speaker. The reality is we cannot do without cruise infrastructure if we want to stay in this business. Now, I respect anybody in their democratic right to say, Minister, government, I don't like cruise. I don't think it's good for us. But what I don't like, Mr. Speaker, is when people are economic with the truth, trying to make up fluff stories and hiding it that they support cruise tourism, but they find every hole in the place when they really don't. And exactly why we framed the question the way we did. But we're going to flush you out. Supporting cruise tourism in the Cayman Islands means allowing the next administration to proceed with building a pier. That's what supporting cruise tourism means. Without a pier, our cruise tourism industry will continue to decline, and we risk losing a key sector of our tourism industry. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy if the member from Newlands could clarify what he means when he says he supports cruise tourism, because if he truly does, he will tell the public that he supports the building of a pier. But you see, he wouldn't close at that, because I was waiting to write down the note. I was waiting to get the clip, but you never said it, because you're good at your jumping around situation. Mr. Speaker, I now want to move on to the leader of the Cayman Community Party and his comments. Now, oh boy. I don't know how to handle this one, Mr. Speaker. But I always try to remember what my mother says. We're all Caymanians, and we have to respect each other. So I'm going to try to be as decent as I possibly can. Mr. Speaker, I want to address some of the statements he made during his contribution. Firstly, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, can I say by way of guidance that you should attack his argument, not his person, and then you'll be all right.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. So in his arguments, which is zooming in the targeted amount now, he suggested that the referendum is unnecessary because in his view, the questions on the ballot paper are not what he calls enormous issues. Well, Mr. Speaker, I strongly disagree. Now, if he or any of the members of this House, or for that matter, any member of their family, were going around with a criminal record because of this issue, when we're speaking about the cannabis, I'm quite certain that they see it as an enormous issue. The reality is that this is not an abstract debate from the people that are affected. We're talking about human beings, Mr. Speaker. This is about their futures and their ability to get jobs, to travel, and build a better life. But I'll go a little further on to that in a minute, because I don't want to skip to the cannabis discussion yet, because you notice thus far, Mr. Speaker, I've only spoken about the cruise. I'm going to move on to cannabis discussion.
Yes, Honorable Minister, I've noted that with some alarm. You're only 1/3 of the way through?
Yes, sir. But the other one's a lot shorter because I think... Mr. Speaker.
Go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, they can't say I'm not prepared, as they have alluded. Mr. Speaker, moving on now to the decriminalization. No, let me stay on the cruise for a little bit. Mr. Speaker, I was really disturbed on one thing, the first thing that I noticed in this debate. And I noticed it when I was in opposition too. It talks about conventions of leadership, how the parliament works, and how groups work. And one thing I'll say about you, Mr. Speaker, you never was afraid to lead. Mr. Speaker, when the leader of opposition, the Honorable Joseph Hugh, was the first person to get up, he got up and he spoke on behalf of his group. Mr. Speaker, I sat there waiting to hear from the leader of the other group. And I was expecting him to be the first one to get up and stand and set the tone for his group. But no, Mr. Speaker, he didn't do that. One by one, his members took the floor, delivering their remarks while he sat back watching from the sidelines. Been here 8 years, never saw that yet. You want to be leader? You go out front. That's how it works. Mr. Speaker, I had to ask, what kind of leader leads from behind? What kind of general sends his troops out into battle and remain in the trenches? Yeah, you're probably right. Send them out for sacrifice. Is that the brand of leadership he intends to offer the people of this country? Because if so, Mr. Speaker, I know one thing, he wouldn't set me up. A leader who hesitates, who cowers behind his team, who always allows others to take the heat while he waits to see which way the wind blows. Not the kind of decisive courage, leadership our people deserve and expect. I learned that while sitting in opposition. I sat there and watched good people like Arden McLean, the former member, Ezard, Honorable Kirk Tibbetts, yourself. I watched how they took leadership. The Honorable McKeever Bush. You don't send your troops out to suffer, and then you wait for the appropriate time to get enough time to go home and come back and prepare your speech. I find that really concerning, Mr. Speaker. And when it comes to taking a stand on such important issues, he has preferred to sit on the fence, waiting until the political convenient time to rise. Strategize quite well, I must give him credit. Wayne talked just enough to 9 o'clock to know, well, boy, Speaker, now continue on now so you can have a whole 48 hours to prepare. Good move. I like it. But, Mr. Speaker, leadership is not about convenience, though. It's about conviction. It's about standing up when it matters, speaking up when it counts, and taking responsibility for the direction of his team. But then again, if you quit all the time, I can understand why that's not a common thing. And so, Mr. Speaker, I must say that I'm disappointed. Disappointed that someone who aspires to lead this nation would display such obvious unwillingness to be the lead of his group. Well, maybe the good member of Newlands is actually the real leader, because that's the rumor now. But let's leave that alone. If he does not take charge of his own party, how can we trusted him to take charge of the country? Mr. Speaker, I'm going to get off of that soapbox. Yes, yeah, because it's not relevant. They're not going to win me no points. You're right about that. You're right about that one. So, Mr. Speaker, in his contribution, he also talked about the flaws in the bill. 3 points. Came out very nice. 3 points. The flaws in the bill. How can we vote to protect the public? I don't see the flaw in the bill yet. He never referred to the bill once. Mr. Speaker, he again talked about the fact that I said to the media, and let me get the report, Mr. Speaker. I could paraphrase, Mr. Speaker. He talked about, I said to the media that we were taking a neutral position. And to his surprise, the next morning, some members, I don't know which ones, woke up to find out that the date has changed. Okay, is he saying that he only supported it then on the basis of the neutral position? Then fine. Get up and tell the people you're taking a neutral position. But stop telling them not to support the referendum. Again, I question their agenda. But, Mr. Speaker, they still can't say why or say that we need a pair. because they know that some people that they support will be really upset. I'm waiting for them, and I encourage the listening audience, those who particularly are in the cruise industry, look at them directly and say, are you going to put it in your manifesto that you are prepared to build a cruise pier in the Cayman Islands? Let's see how much people will be on your side then. Moving on now, Mr. Speaker, I want to say on the subject of cannabis, before I bring in my contributions to a close, I want to briefly clarify that one of the other points that was repeatedly raised in the debate concerning the decriminalization of marijuana, several members of this House made comments about the question, specifically about whether people will be allowed to grow marijuana plants or smoke weed on the streets. Similar to what happens in New York was the quote that I heard in other parts of the world. Well, let me be absolutely clear. The answer is no. Growing trees or smoking in public places was never, ever a part of the discussion. And the members on the opposite side know that. Members know that this was always about one thing: the physical criminal record and preventing Caymanians from having a lifelong record for simple possession of small amounts of marijuana for personal use. And to be crystal clear, Mr. Speaker, the police will still have full authority to arrest individuals, charge them, prosecute them if they are found with any amounts of marijuana for that fact. The only difference in this question that we put forward is that it won't be a criminal record. You won't get a criminal record if the amount that you're caught with is a small amount for personal use. Now, whatever that small amount is agreed to once the referendum is passed, and the next administration will sit and have to draft the legislation for it, and then you will know exactly the amount then. But the principle is you would not get a criminal record. All the other things are still going to be there. You'll still be able to get arrested and charged for breaking the law. They will just not get a criminal record, but will more likely have to pay a fine, like a traffic ticket, Mr. Speaker. So this talk about growing marijuana trees and smoking in the streets is complete nonsense. And I urge members to actually read the bill properly and stop misleading the public. It tells me something. When you hear so much about the debate about the public confusion, but if some members are so clearly showing that they themselves don't understand the bill and what it's about, despite having been present in caucus and in cabinet and in this honorable House when we debated it, then no wonder the public is confused about it. Mr. Speaker, have we not been paying attention in caucus or in cabinet for that fact when we discussed it? This is not new information. So what you're talking about, the people are confused, you could tell them. Matter of fact, the former premier, who is a lawyer, I dare say, who clearly outlined the specifics of the two referendum questions in full detail. He spent 2 hours talking about it. So why is it that members on the opposite side talking about confusion or whether they can grow trees or they can smoke in public? Were they in this room sleeping? Did they read the bill? Well, what you could have done, and I think you did it, a good member from Newlands suggested that people are still confused, and you're right. They didn't quit. We could have had the information out a long time ago, and they wouldn't be confused, but we'll get the information to them. And yet, instead of doing their jobs and informing the public correctly, they are contributing to the spread of misinformation, Mr. Speaker, whether intentionally or not. Mr. Speaker, I urge all members to read the bill. Please read it because the public is depending on you. You are the leaders in your constituencies to explain to them clearly and honestly what this will do. It's your responsibility as a representative. You get paid a lot of money. Mr. Speaker, at the heart of this referendum are questions that will have real and direct consequences on the lives of the people we have been here to elect, that have put us here to serve them. This is not just another political exercise, Mr. Speaker. This is about the future of Caymanians, their families, their jobs, and their opportunities in life. When we talk about the cruise pier, we're talking about protecting livelihoods, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about securing a vital industry that puts food on tables of thousands of Caymanians. And the reality is clear. Without investment in our cruise tourism sector, we're risk losing a major contributor to our economy. And we cannot afford to stand still while the world continues to move forward. We must be proactive, Mr. Speaker, forward-thinking, and willing to make bold decisions that ensure our long-term economic security. Not just for today, Mr. Speaker, but for tomorrow and for the future generations to come. So when we talk about introducing a national lottery, we are talking about creating new revenue streams that can directly benefit everyone in the country. Every year, millions of dollars leave our shores from our residents participating in overseas lotteries. We know how much money leaves in remittances because we can track that. But we have no idea how much leaves to illegal gambling. And I'm certain it's in the hundreds of millions of dollars every year, based on the data or estimates by the former police commissioner who spoke to us about this problem. Hundreds of millions of dollars we could have used for better things. But whatever the amount is, Mr. Speaker, why should we allow this money to benefit other countries or other things when it could be used to support education, health care, and community development, and pension, and the things that are affecting our people right here at home? A national lottery is just not about gambling, Mr. Speaker. It's about investing in our people, funding social programs, and ensuring that Caymanians reap the benefits of an industry that already exists informally within our borders. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, I want us to pay attention to this part. It's about making this already accepted practice safer and properly regulated to remove the black market element where criminality lurks in the dark. It is time to take control and use these resources for good for our own people. And finally, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about cannabis, we are talking about protecting lives. We're talking about ensuring that young men and women are not saddled with a criminal record for the rest of their life for minor offenses. A single mistake should not be a lifelong barrier to opportunities in education, employment, or emergency medical care. This is about fairness, about justice, about giving Caymanians, especially our youth, a real chance of living a productive and successful life. Now, Mr. Speaker, something just came to my mind, my memory. In the good member from West Bay West contribution, he spoke about the expungement legislation and that people can get rid of it in 5 years. And the term that somebody said, well, boy, they've been living with the consequences of a criminal record for 19 years isn't realistic. But you see, Mr. Speaker, that's when members don't fully understand what it's like to have a criminal record. Because, Mr. Speaker, when any Caymanian applies for a visa or an ESTA, whether your record is clean or not, you have to answer one question. Have you ever had a criminal record before? And if you lie, you can call it quits. You'll never get back into the United States of America ever again. So your record may be clean, and yes, the expungement record helps us here, but they will not be able to leave this country. So when you are on your dying bed in a hospital that needs to get to the United States, whether your record clean after the 5 years or not, you can't go. So the expungement record is not enough. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to stop here for a second and go into something that I don't really talk about too often. You see, Mr. Speaker, many members don't know what it's like to have a criminal record and what it does to their life. But I do, Mr. Speaker. I do. Many people know my story. I made a mistake when I was a young, stupid boy. And thanks to you, Mr. Speaker, who didn't hold that against me. You saw it as an opportunity to relate to the people who are in similar situations. And that's why I'm not surprised that the progressives, the official opposition, would be willing to support this, because they understand what it's like for people like me. But you see these other members, I don't think they get it. I was one of those persons who made a mistake and paid dearly for a long time. And if it wasn't for good people around me, good people like yourself who gave me a second chance, I wouldn't be here today standing before you in this honorable house as the Deputy Premier of the Cayman Islands. And that's when you don't give up on your people. And that's, Mr. Speaker, what we're trying to protect. Real lives, real stories, and real people. And if we succeed in changing this, Mr. Speaker, those stories can be successful stories just like mine. Because everyone deserves a second chance, Mr. Speaker, and that's what this government is trying to fight for. Mr. Speaker, I don't have no pile of money, you know. All I have is hard work that my mother and my father taught me to do. So in closing, I want to be really clear about the referendum. It's not about party politics. It's about doing what's right for Cayman and Caymanians. Because we have a duty as leaders to put aside fear and misinformation and hesitation and paralysis, and to stand firmly for progress and prosperity for these islands that we love so much. And it's time to stand up for people and stop finding no's and start finding some yeses for our people. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I urge every member of this honorable house to support this referendum. And I encourage every Caymanian that is registered to vote to go out and vote yes. Yes to protecting our economy. Yes to fairness and justice. Yes to investing in our people. And yes to a future where every one of us has the best chances to prosper and strive. That's what this bill is about, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this bill, and I hope it's safe passage through this House.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled Referendum, Cruise Berthing Infrastructure, Gambling and Cannabis Bill 2024 be given a second reading. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
Can we have a division, Mr. Speaker?
Madam Clerk, please call the division.
Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly.
Aye.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
Aye.
Honorable Johanna Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin.
Aye.
Honorable Dwayne Seymour.
Aye.
Mr. Bernie Bush.
Honorable member for West Bay North, this is a voice vote.
Aye.
Honorable Makiva Bush.
Aye.
Honorable Joseph Hugh.
Aye.
Miss Barbara Connolly.
Aye.
Mr. Andre Ebanks.
No.
Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes.
No.
Mrs. Sabrina Turner.
No.
Honorable Heather Bodden.
No.
Honorable Wayne Panton.
No.
Mr. Moses Kirkconnell.
Aye.
Mr. Roy McTaggart.
Aye.
Mr. David White.
Aye.
Mr. Christopher Saunders.
Yes.
Results of the division, 13 ayes, 5 noes. Accordingly, Referendum, Cruise Berthing Infrastructure, Gambling and Cannabis Bill 2024 has been given a second reading. Honorable members, I would like to call a suspension. Can we resume at 5:30? We've been at it now since 1:30, so 3.5 hours. So I think we'd probably do a few minutes break. 5:30, not by that clock. You'll hear the bell. We'll take the suspension now. Please be seated. Parliament is resumed.
Customs and Border Control Amendment Bill 2024.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Border Control, Labour, Culture, Sustainability and Climate Resiliency and Wellness for good measure.
Yeah, man. Good stuff. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present to this Honourable House the Customs and Border Control Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill has been duly moved. Does the Honourable Minister wish to speak thereto?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The bill seeks to amend the Customs and Border Control Act 2024 revision to introduce a rate of duty of 2% on temporary imports, introduce new offenses, provide administrative penalties in respect of certain offenses, and to provide that, unless otherwise specified, application fees are non-refundable and other incidental purposes. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the bill is twofold: a measure to increase revenue for the Cayman Islands government and an effort to strengthen compliance and enforcement. The bill includes both new fees and adjustments that are projected to generate approximately $9.1 million in revenue over the next 2 years. Mr. Speaker, I wish to highlight that the bill is being presented as a result of a review of fees relating to the operations of Workforce Opportunities and Residency Cayman and Customs and Border Control, carried out by the Ministry of Border Control, Labour and Culture. The review has revealed that the fees have not been adjusted in more than 10 years. Consequently, the Ministry has acknowledged that the existing fees are disproportionate to the realities of the current operating landscape and are therefore due for adjustment. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that over the past 10 years, operational costs have increased due to additional resource requirements such as new personnel, technology, and infrastructure needed to carry out the functions of work and CBC. The addition of these resources enabled both entities to continue the critical function of regulating imports and strengthening border enforcement. In light of the increasing operational costs, it has become necessary for the fees to be adjusted to maintain efficient and effective operations at both work and CBC. Mr. Speaker, the fees charged by the entities are a crucial part of the government's revenue structure. They help to generate the needed revenue for government programs and the provision of public services, as well as to cover costs associated with the operations of work and CBC. Mr. Speaker, this bill is also significant as it serves to strengthen our compliance and enforcement team. The bill fortifies our border control measures, ensures there are penalties for individuals who violate our laws, and promotes adherence to a regulatory framework. Mr. Speaker, Given the significance of this bill, it is important to outline for this honorable House the proposed amendments to the bill in respect of new fees. The bill, Mr. Speaker, proposes a 2% rate for temporary imports, a processing fee for exempted goods, except where the goods being imported have a rate of duty of 0%. An administrative fine for overstayers. The fees can be levied against an individual or employer, or an individual or employer who knowingly assists or causes a person to overstay. An administrative fine of $5,000 for a master or a captain of a vessel transporting passengers or crew to the islands who are not in possession of required entry documents or attempt to provide false documents. Mr. Speaker, this fine could raise an additional $400,000 yearly should the same number of breaches occur. In relation to Section 94(7) of the CBC Act, an amendment that required parents of a child born in the Cayman Islands who does not acquire the right to be Caymanian at birth to report the birth of the child to the Director of CBC within 3 months after the birth of the child. Additionally, Schedule 1 of the Act, Administrative Offenses, proposes an administrative fine for non-Caymanians who fail to advise the Director of CBC about the birth of their child within 3 months of the child's birth. The fines are to be applied based on the number of years. Mr. Speaker, the bill also proposes amendments to existing fees as follows: a $1,000 environmental tax to be applied to all imported vehicles regardless of value, an increase in the environmental tax from $1,000 to $2,000 on hybrid vehicles with a cost, insurance and freight total of $80,000 or more, an increase in all visitors' visa fees except in Jamaica, implementation of a fee for application for an extension of a visitor's visa of $50 for the first application and $100 for each subsequent application, except if the application is a spouse or a civil partner of a child of a Caymanian. Implementation of a fee for application for permission to reside as a dependent of a Caymanian, as well as for an application for the extension of the permission and an administrative fee for the grant of the permission, all at $150. An increase of $100 for both the application for student visas and application for extensions, an increase of $100 for visitors' work visa application and extension fees. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the ministry staff for their work in preparing the bill. In particular, the Senior Policy Officer, Ms. Rolna DaCosta, and the Deputy Chief Officer, or Acting Chief Officer, Ms. Danielle Roberts. I also want to thank the members of this House in advance for their support of this bill, members of Cabinet as well as the parliamentary secretaries. Mr. Speaker, I therefore commend the Customs and Border Control Amendment Bill 2024 to this Honourable House and ask that all members support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. God bless.
Does any other member wish to speak? The honourable member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, I will try and be equally as brief as the Minister in delivering it, and thank him for the comments he's made in introducing the bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill seems very straightforward in certainly quite a number of amendments and administrative fines that are being implemented with regard to violations or breaches of customs and border control regulations. And so, Mr. Speaker, I guess my first reaction to it is that I am pleased really to see a lot of customs moving more now to administrative fines rather than having people charged with offences and having to necessarily go to court to have them adjudicated. I think that makes their work that much more simpler and easier to collect and quicker and to collect fees for breaches. And so I'm really pleased to see that. Mr. Speaker, the Clause 2 of the bill deals with temporary imports and explains that these are goods that are imported into the island temporarily and then ultimately re-exported, normally to their, where they came from. And Mr. Speaker, they are now implementing a rate of 2% on those imports. I believe I am correct. I certainly remember from my time as Minister of Finance, the requirement was that if you're importing them temporarily, you still had to deposit the full rate of duty with the Treasury. And when the goods were left the country, that money was refunded to the importer. But Mr. Speaker, I know that caused some difficulties in the whole process because it would often take a long time to get those funds repaid to the importer. And quite often what I found happening during my time there as minister was that the importers would write to me and ask me to grant a waiver of the import deposit duty that they would have to pay into the Treasury. And quite often, Mr. Speaker, those funds were quite substantial. And, a number made it clear when they made application it was difficult to do so. One of the things it was most commonly used that I experienced with it, Mr. Speaker, was in cases where there were like big concerts coming in and people importing all of their band equipment and stuff, that they would have to make deposits on those things, or people coming in for conferences and they were bringing all their banners and other stuff for display. And quite often, Mr. Speaker, some of those things had no further utility beyond what the entity who was seeking to bring them in for display and whatnot. So, Mr. Speaker, replacing it with a 2% duty is more akin to a sort of a user fee, administrative type fee that would allow for the freer movement and simpler operation of these types of transactions between the importer and the government. From what I could see, the law does not make any provision for this 2% to be refunded in any way. So if the minister in his wind-up would just confirm that, then that would make it happy. I'd be happy with that. Mr. Speaker, a number of the other amendments, a whole host of administrative fines and penalties that are being implemented, that it's difficult. I mean, I've had a read through with all of these things. There's nothing here that I could see that particularly jumped out at me that I would find particularly egregious. And so, all in all, I think, the bill is a reasonable one in what it seeks to accomplish. And as on behalf of the official opposition, I would express our support for the bill when that time comes when it comes to the vote. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill as well. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Member for Bordentown West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I echo the contribution pretty much of the member for Georgetown East who spoke on behalf of the official opposition. I do, however, have some, I guess need some clarity on some issues within the various schedule. In a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, the first clarity I wanted on is actually on page 15 of the bill, when the minister goes up to speak. That's section 8 that deals with item number 2, section 86.3, where it says the master or captain of a vessel transporting the islands as passengers and crew. I just want to find out if that includes Cayman Airways, because I wasn't sure from that standpoint. Because I know sometimes airlines are charged, especially in the US, if they carry someone there that shouldn't be on the plane. I know sometimes airlines do get charged by the US government, so I just wanted to double check if that was included also for Cayman Airways. And then in a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, on page 12 of the bill, where they're speaking about remaining or residing in the islands for up to 60 days beyond the time permitted for the person to remain or reside in the islands. And it says, in the case of a first offense, a fixed fine of $500. In the case of a second or subsequent offense, a fixed fine of $1,000. Well, firstly, Mr. Speaker, that amount actually seems quite low. And I think, and again, maybe the minister can clarify this on wind up, but I think we should look at treating visitors slightly different than people who are on work permit that basically overstay. So from that standpoint, I mean, if a person comes to the Cayman Islands and decided they like it and they overstay as a visitor, I think from that standpoint, I mean, $500 for 60 days is quite cheap. Because I think at the end of the day, we need to be deterring people, and $500 don't seem to be much of a deterrent for someone staying in the island for 2 months. You can get into a lot of mischief in 2 months. So the minimum, I think that should be 7 days. And then after that, we start looking at some other stuff. Also, Mr. Speaker, in terms of on page 16, when you're talking about a parent failing to report the birth of a parent's child to the director more than 3 months after the birth of the child, I think this is a good opportunity for us to look at the whole e-government initiative. I mean, you have a register of companies that deals with births and so forth, and then you have another government department. I think for some strange reason, they should be speaking to each other. If a child is Caymanian versus non-Caymanian, there should be some automatic information that is sent to the different places just to make sure that everyone is on the same page. And I don't think that CBC or anyone should be dependent on anyone reporting it. I think at a minimum, once a non-Caymanian child is born, one government department should be able to say to the immigration department that this is actually has happened also. And I think that is something that would probably avoid any cause, because it could be a situation where a child is born and there could be certain complications, the parents is focused on it, and sometimes these things get lost. So I get a little bit sympathetic from that standpoint. And the only other concern I have, Mr. Speaker, is just in terms of the parts of the bill where they spoke about whether it be an individual, whether it be a corporation and so forth. I think at a minimum, for a small business or someone who's guilty, a $2,000 fine is would be quite high for them, versus a law firm that's guilty of the same crime. A $2,000 is petty cash. So I think at a minimum, if you're talking about somebody who's been on a work permit, I think the equality or the equity in the fine should be something along the lines, whereas you pay half the value of a work permit after the first offense, and the full cost of a work permit after a second offense. Because if someone is on island and got some work permits that's $600-700, and then the fine end up being $500 or $1,000, that's quite substantial. But if it's a permit, this person on a permit that's costing $13,000, a $500 fine is nothing for being in the country for 2 months. So I think from that standpoint, I welcome the changes. It's something that is long overdue, and I am happy to see it being introduced. But at a minimum, I think it's still a little bit too, I don't use the word nice, but 6 days is just too long. I mean, people need to get their stuff regularized within a 7-day period or 7 working days, 10 days the most. 60 days is just a window for too much mischief. So that's just pretty much my contribution, but I just want to thank the Minister for taking a step to bring this forward. This is something that's new, it's been introduced, and as with anything, as you would always say, you don't make the perfect, be the enemy of the good. I have no problem in terms of supporting it, but I just want to lend those concerns to this bill that the Minister has brought. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Member for Newlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to just provide a few comments on the bill. I share the sentiments of the other members who have spoken. Mr. Speaker, I think there's one area of clarification that I'd like from the Minister when he rises to wind up. We've had an issue that has been a concern for Caymanians for some time over the years, and that is if a Caymanian comes into the country on a vessel under its own power, typically they're required to pay import duty immediately. But I'm not sure if it has changed, but this is what I'd like to clarify. In the past, there has been the potential for the head of customs to effectively grant a sort of temporary importation. And sometimes in the past, Caymanians have alleged, I don't know how true it is, but Caymanians have alleged that these things can or have been sort of extended, and they clearly feel that that approach is unfair if we're 6 months down the road, or maybe almost 12 months sometimes, that the importers haven't been required to pay duty. So I'm assuming that the 2% duty in treating certain products as being temporarily, or goods as being temporarily imported, would be covered by that. But I'm not sure, and that's what I'd like the clarity in respect of, if they understand, if the members understand, or the Minister understands what I'm referring to. Mr. Speaker, I'm asked to repeat that, and essentially what I'm saying is, when vessels come in under their own power, typically within days, or say perhaps no more than 7 days, there is a request to pay the import duty on the value of the vessel to customs, and that is understandable. But Caymanians have said to me over the years and more recently, and again, I don't know, as I said, I don't know whether that has changed, but what they have observed is that there are some vessels that come in, they're not owned by Caymanians, and there have been sort of temporary exemptions granted. And the complaint is that sometimes those get extended for an inordinate period of time without any import duty being paid. So I am pleased if the temporary imports issue relates to a scenario where, or provision relates to a scenario where someone comes in a vessel for 3 months or 6 months or something like that. That would certainly at least go some ways to addressing that scenario if it is still a relevant scenario. Mr. Speaker, there's some members have commented in respect of the particular matters in the schedule. I noticed, and I agree with most, if not all of those, but I did notice in respect of, just as an example, Section 7 and the list of the table of administrative offenses, in particular item number 2, which is on page 10. Again, this is just an example. There may be others that are relevant, where it talks about the master or captain of a vessel transporting to the islands passengers or crew who are required to have a valid visa or proof of citizenship, and they don't have such documents. The fine, the administrative fine, is $5,000. If I'm reading this correctly, and again, I'd appreciate the clarification from the Minister. If I'm reading this correctly, there's a $5,000 administrative fine, a fixed fine, so it's something akin to a strict liability. And the second element of it is, or the alternative element, is in respect of whom the master or captain provides false information in relation to the master's duty under Section 86(1) and 2. And the observation is really just, Mr. Speaker, that I'm not sure if you do something which could be just an oversight or a simple mistake, you should be fined $5,000. And if you do something where you're actively providing false information, the fine should be the same. I would think that there should be some deterrent in actually providing false information where you're doing that knowingly. So, Mr. Speaker, I think there are several other areas where that sort of scenario is relevant, and I won't go into those, but those are the areas of concern that I have. But overall, I think the bill addresses important matters, and I look forward to having the clarifications that I've asked for on the winding up. Thank you, sir.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, then I'll invite the Honourable Minister to exercise his right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I indulge you to give me a few minutes to converse with the team? To get some of the...
Do we need to suspend?
No.
Well,
not that long.
Then make it
about
a
2 minutes.
minute or two. Otherwise,
Yeah, just 2 minutes.
If you need time, I can suspend. Not a problem.
Just 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Chair. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and I want to thank all members for their contribution on this amendment of the Customs and Border Control Amendment Bill. And want to try to address some of the questions and concerns some members who spoke. Member from Georgetown East spoke about administrative fines, and he was happy in regards to see this course being taken after long waits for refunds, etc. And his question was on the 2% proposal, and if it was non-refundable. And I'd like to report to the Honorable House that I've been reliably informed that it is not refundable. And addressing some of the concerns from the member from Bontown West in terms of overstaying, and in particular, $500 for 60 days. And I do agree with the member, albeit, as I will repeat often, when we're dealing with trying to remedy immigration matters or any matter at all, as he repeated, perfect is the evil of good. And we're coming actually from zero. There was no charge. So I guess I would dare to say one step at a time. And your question in terms of whether criminal ways was included under the vessel's fine, and they are included under this. And in regards to your observation in terms of the e-government reporting, we do agree with this. I do agree with your observation here. And in terms of the work permit, in terms of the value of the being half of the work permit, the fine, again, we're coming from zero. There's no fine for overstaying. And we're going at this point here now. Of course, we can come back again.
Minister, I think you mean no administrative fine.
No administrative fine. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the member for Newlands, in terms of his question, in terms of vessels under our own power, and the import duty to CBC. There was some concern in terms of temporary exemptions for non-Caymanian vessels, and cost for extension. What I've been reliably informed is that your observation was that sometimes these temporary extensions or exemptions were extended. And what I've been informed is that sometimes persons ask for time to pay. And but there is a cost associated with extension. So they have to pay for the extensions. And yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank the, I hope I was able to capture all the questions and concerns. I thank the this honorable House for their tacit support in terms of trying to ensure that the next government that comes in has another $9.1 million to add to their coffers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask all members for their support on this bill. Thank you.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled Customs and Border Control Amendment Bill 2024 be given a second reading. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Customs and Border Control Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a second time.
Beneficial Ownership Transparency Amendment Bill 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of a bill entitled the Beneficial Ownership Transparency Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill has been duly moved. Does the Honorable Premier wish to speak thereto?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present the bill on behalf of the government. It is a bill that seeks to amend the Beneficial Ownership Transparency Act 2023, the Principal Act, to provide enhancement in order to ensure the continued effectiveness of the Beneficial Ownership Transparency legislative framework. The reasons for the bill, Mr. Speaker, is that the Beneficial Ownership Transparency Act 2023 was indeed approved by this Honourable Parliament in December of 2023. The Principal Act consolidates the beneficial ownership legislative framework into a single act and enhances the transparency provisions applicable to our legal persons, while it addresses evolving international standards as well. Mr. Speaker, once the Principal Act was approved by Parliament, engagement continued during the implementation with members of the industry and other various stakeholders on the Principal Act and associated regulations and guidance. It was during these engagements, Mr. Speaker, that amendments to the Principal Act were highlighted as being necessary in order to bring some clarity to certain aspects of the said legislation, and to also ensure, Mr. Speaker, the continued effectiveness of the beneficial ownership transparency legislation in the long term. Mr. Speaker, a number of the amendments within the bill relate to where there's a trust in the ownership structure of a legal person. At present, Mr. Speaker, industry members have to undertake an extensive investigation into such a trust in order to be able to report on those ultimate effective control of the trust. Mr. Speaker, the amendments within the bill streamline the obligations, and in fact it makes it clear that only a trustee of the trust shall be identified as the contact person. The beneficial ownership competent authority will then make a request for additional information from the contact person should they require it. The amendment, Mr. Speaker, has been very well received by industry members, with praise being given at the most recent STEP conference, which was held here in the Cayman Islands on the 23rd and the 24th of January this year, which was attended by trust and estate practitioners from 18 different countries. Another amendment, Mr. Speaker, within the bill reduces duplication of reporting across the different regimes by exempting non-profit organizations from the beneficial ownership reporting framework, as they are already sufficiently supervised under the Non-Profit Organizations Act 2020 revision. Mr. Speaker, the access provisions of the bill have also been expanded in line with the evolving Financial Action Task Force standards by including custom and border control and a foreign beneficial ownership competent authority in the list of those who have access to the beneficial ownership information. If this Honourable House, Mr. Speaker, supports this bill, and supporting regulations will therefore be developed in order to assist with the implementation of the said amendments. Mr. Speaker, in summary of the bill, they are arranged into 10 clauses. Clause 1, of course, provides a short title to the legislation. Clause 2 amends Section 4 of the Principal Act to provide for circumstances under which a trustee of a trust shall be identified as the contact person in respect of the legal person. The amendment also provides, Mr. Speaker, that the senior managing official shall be identified as the contact person where there is no registrable beneficial owner or a trustee identified in accordance with Section 4.3. Clause 3 amends Section 6 of the Principal Act to add to the requirement for a legal person to identify the senior managing official where there is no registrable beneficial owner or trustee identified. Clause 4 amends Section 10 of the Principal Act to include the entities exempted from the provisions of the Principal Act so that those that are registered as a non-profit organization in accordance with Section 7 of the Non-Profit Organizations Act 2020 revision. Clause 5, Mr. Speaker, amends Section 11 of the Principal Act in order to provide that there is no requirement to enter required particulars regarding an individual or a reportable legal entity that is not a senior managing official or a trustee identified under Section 4.3. Clause 6, Mr. Speaker, amends Section 12, seeks to amend Section 12 of the Principal Act to provide for, among other things, that where a trust meets the definition of a beneficial owner, the trustee details are captured on the beneficial ownership register. Where the legal person appoints a contact person under Section 12.4c, the legal person is responsible for the contact person. Clause 7 seeks to amend Section 13 of the Principal Act to clarify that corporate services providers shall establish and maintain a register in relation to the legal person that has engaged a corporate services provider. The clause also, Mr. Speaker, replaces the definition of adequate beneficial ownership information. The new definition, among other things, provides that an adequate beneficial ownership information is information that is sufficient to identify a registrable beneficial owner, the senior managing official, or a trustee identified under Section 4.3. Clause 8, Mr. Speaker, seeks to repeal and replace Section 16 of the Principal Act in order to provide that corporate services, the provider engaged as a legal person shall remove the relevant entry from the legal person's beneficial ownership register filed with the beneficial ownership competent authority, where the registrable beneficial owner, the senior management official, or a trustee identified with Section 4.3 is no longer functioning in their respective role. Clause 9, Mr. Speaker, seeks to amend Section 22 of the Principal Act, and this is to include the Customs and the Border Control Service and a foreign beneficial ownership competent authority in the list of entities to which a competent authority may provide access to the information on the search platform. This clause, Mr. Speaker, will seek, as I said, to amend Section 22 to provide that the competent authority shall keep a record of access to the search platform, which is in line with international standards. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Clause 10 seeks to amend the Principal Act by the insertion of a new Section 22A. The new Section 22A provides that the information access on the beneficial ownership register and the information relating to the access shall be an exempt matter for the purposes of the Freedom of the Information Act 2021 revision. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to convey our gratitude to the Minister's staff and the Legislative Drafting Department for their valiant efforts with respect to the development of these said amendments to the Substantive Act. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, commend the Beneficial Ownership Transparency Amendment Act 2024 to this Honourable Parliament for its second reading. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to provide a few words on behalf of the official opposition on the Beneficial Ownership Transparency Amendment Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Premier for continuing to ensure that we as the Cayman Islands continue to strive to preserve and to protect and to grow our financial services industry. There was a lot of concern, Mr. Speaker, back in November when it seemed as if we had political instability in the country, with several members of the cabinet resigning and 4 members of the government in total resigning, leaving us with a minority government. There were lots of concern, and many in the financial services reached out to us, understanding that they were heading off into major meetings and conferences where it was important that they were able to stand in front of those who were watching eagerly as to the political situation in Cayman and say to them that we are a mature democracy and that common sense will prevail and that the executive will be able to continue to run the country at such a critical time in our financial services segment leading up to the end of the year. You know, the time-sensitive matters that we had to ensure that we were removed from the grey list. And there were a lot of people watching. And so I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I am grateful on behalf of the opposition, on behalf of the country and the people we represent, grateful to the Honourable Premier and to the remaining members of the government, and obviously as well as to the unsung hero, and heroes I should say, the Honourable AG and the Ministry, for picking up the ball and running as if nothing ever happened. And here we are in the late stages, Mr. Speaker, finalizing and streamlining our obligations to the financial services and to ensure that we continue to be seen as the sophisticated, well-regulated jurisdiction that we are. Mr. Speaker, also am pleased to see that the local competent authorities are now provided access to the platform. If we're going to give the rest of the world access, we should certainly provide access to our own authorities. Mr. Speaker, I do have one concern, if I go to amendment of section 13, duty to establish and maintain a register. Number 7A, 7 is the principal act is amended in section 13 as follows. And it says A, by repealing subsection 1 and substituting the following subsection. 1, a corporate service provider shall establish and maintain a register containing adequate, accurate, and current beneficial ownership information in relation to the legal person that has engaged the corporate services provider in the form of required particulars in accordance with section 12, and B, in subsection 4, by repealing paragraph A and substituting the following paragraph. A, adequate beneficial ownership information means information that is sufficient to identify a registrable beneficial owner, the senior managing official of a trustee identified in accordance with section 4.3, and the means and the mechanisms through which beneficial ownership or control is exercised. Mr. Speaker, the only thing I want to ask is whether or not there will be a grace period for some of the smaller corporate service providers. I'm sure that perhaps they may have some of the information. I'm not so sure they will have the systems in place to be able to provide and upload the registry as required. And I think it would just be important that we take into consideration the smaller corporate services offices and allow them, and perhaps even provide them with some expertise in ensuring that they become compliant with this requirement. And so, Mr. Speaker, with that one concern and with those few words, I would once again like to thank everyone over the last couple of months, and in particular, the government, the Attorney General, and the Ministry for protecting and continuing to ensure that we evolve with the international standards and that we continue to strive and preserve and protect and develop our financial services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does the Honourable Member for Bontown West?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I want to thank the Honourable Premier for her contribution on this matter. Mr. Speaker, I'm always mindful of a story that I remember when I first went to school in New York, where there was this European immigrant, Italian to be exact, I think the story goes, that wanted to go to live in America because he heard that the streets in America were paved with gold. And when he arrived in America, he found out three things. One, the streets in America were not paved with gold. Two, the streets in America were not paved at all. And three, they expected him to pave it. I say that, Mr. Speaker, to say that I am sympathetic to the members in the financial services industry, but I still have my concerns overall on beneficial ownership. You know, we have always held the view that until it becomes the main international standard or major international standard is when we'd implement it. And I can't help but wonder if we are the ones that are now paving the road with regards to beneficial ownership. I do understand for those who have to sit at the table and deal with certain individuals that to some extent, you know, the options may be limited. But I guess for me, who have the luxury of sitting where I sit, I don't have that limited option. So overall, Mr. Speaker, I again just rise to lay my concerns with it. And the thing about it is, Mr. Speaker, I mean, look at the last time we came here, we gave access to journalists. And the truth of the fact is, Mr. Speaker, we have seen, quote unquote, journalists, and I say that very in quotation, having access to this kind of information. And in the silly season now, and knowing how some of these media houses, how they work, who control them, who own them, or who lack, or the lack of knowledge that we have of who own them or whose purpose they're serving or anything else. You know, we turn around, we give them access to people, private, personal information, but yet some of these entities are unregulated. I have no issues with law enforcement having access to certain information, because at the end of the day, it is something that, as a tool that they will need for their jobs. But when we start giving journalists and other different people in some of these industries with different agendas and so forth, I do have a fundamental problem with it, because it is still people's personal information. And for the record, Mr. Speaker, since we're in the silly season, I want to make it perfectly clear. I'm a director of no company. I own no company, so I have nothing to declare. But this, for me, is for those who are in that position, is about protecting their personal privacy. So with that, I understand the government situation, but my objection to beneficial ownership as a whole remains. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If no other member wishes to speak, I'll invite the Honourable Premier to exercise her right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to the honourable members who rose to make their contributions and to raise their concerns. Dealing first with the honourable leader of the official opposition, the question whether or not there would be due consideration for a grace period. I am reliably informed and certainly would concur with that information that through the methodology and the conduit of policy, that we can still ensure compliance, yet exercise a degree of leniency to ensure that our small businesses will have a fair chance in this very vicious, cantankerous world. Thank him for his expression, Mr. Speaker, for his interest in seeing the continuity of her number one of her two financial industry legs. Having that sense of continuity could not have happened had the official opposition not come up to the plate and I guess in the terminology of my good friend from, I don't get all these constituents to write, Georgetown West, the cricketer would say that they came to bat, not to bat out, but to bat a six, and I will eternally be grateful for the stance that you took, and for many, many reasons, but as it related to the financial services, because we were, in fact, at a crossroad, and certainly for me, Mr. Speaker, that have no intention of contesting the upcoming election, the easier road out for me was to call for a snap election, but that would have been for Burger King, personal gratification. And I contemplated it, and after having the relevant conversation with the official opposition, which had their doors open, and for love of country, was radiating, as my grandson says when I asked him, Mr. Speaker, Manny, did you clean your teeth? He comes grinning and said, Granny, well, he says, Abuela, they are illuminating. It was luminous, the illustration of dedication to country that the official opposition showed, and I think that history will be very kind to them in about 8 weeks' time or more. And having said that, Mr. Speaker, I also wish to thank the member from Bordentown West who stood to express his concern, his reservation. Of course, we all had that, and the team that traveled with me to the United Kingdom when I was thrust into taking on this additional responsibility for financial services, would gladly report without any reservation that I was, although I was president at the time of the Overseas Territories, Yukon, that I was the last one to sign on and held out, even though I was advised differently, not because the advice they got wasn't good. I just needed to assure myself that having been thrown into the ball after several years of not having to represent Cayman from a financial perspective, that we were getting the best value for people that I had to come home and face in the jurisdiction. And the records will show, and the communique will show, that the draft communique, despite what the technocrats said, Mr. Speaker, when I went back out, they said they would have to escalate it to the minister. Well, I had already called the minister, so the escalation was almost redundant. And I can say that I'm also very, very grateful to the Foreign Secretary and to the Prime Minister for accepting our intimations, for accepting our mitigation, and to understand it had to be an incremental move. And what our position was then, Mr. Speaker, and what our position remains, is that when it's the standard, the benchmark of the world, Cayman would then consider and play ball. But until then, and the former Minister for Financial Services came up with the position, as was in the European case about 2-3 years ago, that we would only go as far as those who had a legitimate interest. And that is the position that we took, and we did not retreat on that or quit on that, Mr. Speaker. And so it is when Cayman come together for the common interest of the jurisdiction, knowing the significance that the financial services, financial industry plays to the making up or the composition of our budget, so that we can make ample provision and indeed actually cater to the health and the wellness and the progress and the modernization of our country, that we don't see the exercise of that Burger King drive-up type mentality. And so through you, Mr. Speaker, again, I wish to record at the risk of being repetitive, my deep gratitude to the official opposition for taking the stance that they took, and to the member from Bordentown West, as well as the members of my government and the parliamentary secretaries. I also want to take this opportunity again, it'll probably be the last time I get to speak on beneficial ownership or anything in the financial industry, to thank the Honorable Attorney General. As usual, his contributions, I felt that I had no hesitation, Mr. Speaker, to rely on. I felt that his love for Cayman was equal to any born Caymanian, and I say that because we still have persons that divide and distinguish between plain and pain. I can tell you that this Honorable Attorney General, when he decides to go into the sunset, it will be a loss to Cayman, because he has fought on many territories to ensure that not only our livelihood was protected, but it was preserved, and wherever there was innovative methodologies, he had no hesitation in touching the implementation mode on all fronts. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I wish to sincerely, on behalf of my government and the people of the Cayman Islands, record our grateful thanks to him for the many hours that he put in. And Mr. Speaker, as it relates to our obligations, they have not changed. Members would be full aware that commitments were made in the last quarter of 2023 as to what Cayman's position was. Obviously, there was a new government when we went to United Kingdom. The Labour government still maintains its power. They had campaigned on beneficial ownership very, very hard. That fights continue. We would have seen just within this week what's going on in our sister jurisdiction of the BVI, and the comments that have been made, and those in the UK who, from your time, Mr. Speaker, Margaret Hodge and others, who are determined to ensure that we are not a recognized international financial center. We have to take this as a united front. It's not just Cayman in the battle, but we also have to stand with our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, because of that united stance that we took after we had the pre-JMC in Miami, that we would not have repeated what happened many years ago when I was there, that we had a particular, and I won't call his name, former premier who's now gone, that started his introduction to those negotiations by when there was Don Primerado there, about when he was flying from New York and saw the beautiful dawn. We know that we'd had a weak link within the group. This time there was no weak link. We all stood together and protected our respective jurisdictions. And I believe that that was an example that in a future negotiating teams that go across the pond or they come here ought to take that lesson, because we are stronger together than we are divided, a lesson that I hope permeates this entire Parliament for its entire longevity, Mr. Speaker. It was not an easy chore to get it, but when you decide that you're going to be the legal voice to the people, even though it took nights without sleeping, and there Dr. Dax and his technocrats in the ministry that I'm privileged to lead, this country owes them a colossal amount of gratitude, because they, as we would say in Cayman, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, they know this stuff and they don't back, as the Calypso song says. May it please you, and I would invite my colleagues to give their full support to this very important piece of legislation. Thank you.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled Beneficial Ownership Transparency Amendment Bill 2024 be given a second reading. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no.
No.
I believe the ayes have it. The Beneficial Ownership Transparency Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a second time.
Anti-sexual harassment bill 2025.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Youth, Sports and Heritage and Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of the Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill 2025.
The bill has been duly moved. Does the Honorable Minister wish to speak thereto?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present the Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill 2025 on behalf of the government. For years, successive administrations have acknowledged the necessity of sexual harassment legislation, yet tangible progress has been slow, Mr. Speaker. However, the time for action is now. The urgency of this issue has been repeatedly recognized, and it's long past due to enacting dedicated protections against sexual harassment in the Cayman Islands. In recent years, Mr. Speaker, MP and former Premier Wayne Panton, in his role overseeing gender affairs in 2021, reignited the push for this legislation, demonstrating a renewed commitment to tackling this pressing social issue. Under his leadership, the Gender Affairs Unit, then part of the Cabinet Office, began actively reviewing past drafts and working on updated versions of the bill. Mr. Speaker, over the years, other MPs, dedicated civil servants, and stakeholders have played instrumental roles in shaping this essential legislation, and their persistent efforts underscore the need for immediate action. Now, the bill is placed under my ministry's responsibility, and as Minister and member of the government, Mr. Speaker, it's both an honor and a privilege to bring this legislation forward and table it. This bill represents a significant milestone in our commitment to safeguarding the rights and dignity of all individuals, and I take immense pride in ensuring that this long overdue legislation is brought into force, reinforcing our dedication to creating a safer society for everyone. Mr. Speaker, with each passing year, individuals continue to face sexual harassment without clear legal recourse, further emphasizing the necessity of this bill. The time for discussion has passed. The time for action is now. The Cayman Islands must take a stand and implement robust legal measures to protect individuals from sexual harassment in all aspects of society. The community, government, and all stakeholders must unite to ensure this bill becomes law without further delay. Mr. Speaker, I will now speak on the mandate and the rationale behind the Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill. Although it may appear obvious, it must be reiterated in this Honorable House. The purpose of formulating the Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill is to ensure that the Cayman Islands has in place distinct legislation focus on this prevalent social issue. The acceptance and approval of the bill would satisfy the requirements for local enabling legislation that uphold the principles and articles within the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, one of the international treaties covering human rights, which extend to the Cayman Islands through the United Kingdom, which was extended to the Cayman Islands through the United Kingdom in 2016. The need for this legislation was also acknowledged as far back as 2006, beginning with a local survey sponsored by the Young Business and Professional Women's Club on the prevalence of stalking and sexual harassment. Further momentum was gained with the 2008 report of the Special Advisory Committee on Gender Violence, a 2009 Young Business and Professional Women's Club report on sexual harassment and stalking, and the Law Reforms Commission consultation on the bill in 2012. Draft versions of the sexual harassment bill were produced in 2013 and 2015, yet none progressed to parliamentary debate or public consultation. Mr. Speaker, this issue remains pervasive in society, as highlighted by personal testimonies shared in the editorial series on sexual harassment reported by the Cayman Compass in June 2021. Additional reports in January, March, and November 2022 documented numerous incidents of sexual harassment, stalking, verbal abuse, and physical assault and targeting women in public spaces, including bars, main roads, and business districts. While these are only the reported cases, it is reasonable to assume that many more incidents occurred in the wider community, including in workspace environment where power dynamics make it even more difficult for victims to come forward without fear of retaliation. Mr. Speaker, while official records from the Royal Cayman Islands Police and the Gender Equality Tribunal Secretariat indicate a low number of formal reports of sexual harassment, anecdotal evidence suggests that these numbers do not reflect the true extent of the problem. Data gathered from the quantitative and qualitative surveys during the 2023 public consultation period reveal that a significant number of participants regarded sexual harassment as a serious issue and strongly supported explicit legislation to address it. Mr. Speaker, to the Honourable House and the listening public, the objective of the bill is threefold: to prevent sexual harassment, to establish remedies for those who experience it, and to enforce policies that deter and address this unacceptable conduct, Mr. Speaker. Under this legislation, various entities will be required to put in place robust policies and procedures, ensuring that complaints are handled effectively and fairly. This bill is about fostering a culture of respect, ensuring that workplace, public spaces, and institutions are safe environments for all. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the primary benefits of this bill will serve as a cornerstone in our efforts to eliminate sexual harassment in the Cayman Islands by, 1, providing a clear outline of the expectations of entities to protect their employees and clients, and 2, establishing an explicit process for victims to seek recourse through the Anti-Sexual Harassment Tribunal. Mr. Speaker, I want to reassure this Honourable House and the listening public that while this bill does not explicitly cover street harassment, this does not diminish its significant or impact. This will be disappointing to some members of the public, as they were hoping would be all-encompassing. However, to make such laws and enforce them have remained a complex challenge in many jurisdictions, regionally and worldwide. That being said, Mr. Speaker, this bill is an essential first step. It establishes clear protections and legal recourse in key settings, such as workplaces and institutions, where individuals interact daily and where harassment can have profound personal and professional consequences. By setting a firm legal foundation, we are making significant progress in tackling sexual harassment, and this legislation paves the way for further developments in the future. Mr. Speaker, while the bill defines sexual harassment as a public Mr. Speaker. While the bill defines sexual harassment, a public education campaign will be necessary to provide further information to help persons understand what specific behaviors may be deemed offensive, especially in multicultural environments such as these Cayman Islands. Efforts to address attitudes and behaviors will need to be ongoing to ensure lasting change. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the bill requires all employers, regardless of size, to implement an anti-sexual harassment policy. It is recognized that this may be a challenge for smaller companies. However, sample templates and guidance documents will be provided to assist small businesses, household employers, and landlords. While this requirement adds another layer to the business licensing and work permit process, it is essential in preventing workplace sexual harassment. Mr. Speaker and honorable members of this House, as we consider the draft bill, there are several anticipated matters that we must address to ensure its successful implementation and to provide the necessary support to the Gender Affairs Unit, which will be tasked with overseeing its operation. First, Mr. Speaker, resource limitation must be acknowledged. The Gender Affairs Unit currently has 2 posts in the 2024-2025 budget, one of which is filled and the other is in the process of recruitment. However, we cannot predict how many complaints the legislation will generate, which means we cannot estimate how many individuals the unit will need to serve as a result. It is important to remember that the unit's work extends beyond simply processing complaints. It plays a crucial role in driving broader societal change towards gender equality and equity for all citizens. Secondly, we must recognize the broader responsibilities of the unit. In addition to overseeing the Gender Equality Act and the proposed Anti-Sexual Harassment Act, the unit is also responsible for promoting gender mainstreaming across both the public and private sectors, advocating for the objectives set out in the Cayman Islands National Policy on Gender, Equity and Equality, and also ensuring alignment with international standards such as the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. The work of the unit involves not just legislation, but changing attitudes and guiding sectors on how to infuse gender equality into their practices. Mr. Speaker, it is also crucial to note that the under-resourcing and funding challenges faced by the unit over the past 12 years. For much of this time, the unit operated with just 1 staff member and have often been treated as an add-in within ministry budgets, rather than a fully funded and independent entity. To ensure that the objectives of this bill are met and that the unit can address emerging issues around gender, diversity, and inclusion, it is essential that the unit is properly resourced with a proposed staff complement of 11 persons, including policy experts, communication personnel, and trained investigators. Another important consideration is the adequate financial compensation for tribunal members. A fair and appropriate compensation package must be factored into the budget, given the level of responsibility and time required for these distinguished individuals. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, in recognition of the evolving scope of its work, we are proposing a name change for the unit to better reflect its expanded mandate. A new name such as the Gender, Equity, Equality, and Diversity Unit would highlight the intersectional nature of the work the unit is undertaking, addressing not just gender, but also age, race, neurodiversity, and other important aspects of human identity. In terms of training and certification, Mr. Speaker, it is essential that all staff within the unit receive specialized training in handling sexual harassment complaints. This training should be sourced from reputable international providers, and tribunal members should also undergo this certification to ensure they are equipped with the necessary knowledge and skills. To manage the data and the statistics generated by the tribunal and the cases reported, a case management system must be procured. This will require an investment in information technology to track cases accurately and ensure transparency and accountability. Finally, Mr. Speaker, earlier I spoke about the public education campaign, but I'd like to take this opportunity to reiterate to this Honorable House that public education on the new laws and the guidance they provide is not something any government should compromise on. It's absolutely vital that the public is fully informed about these important changes. Effective communication and public engagements are essential, especially in today's digital world, where information is constantly evolving and needs to be accessible to everyone. In particular, when it comes to sexual harassment and related issues, the stakes are high. Clear, consistent, and thoughtful communication can help foster a culture of understanding and respect and guide individuals and organizations in navigating the complexities of this bill once it becomes an act. Mr. Speaker, public education is not just a tool for compliance. It is a key part of changing attitudes and behaviors, and it's crucial that we use all available platforms, digital and otherwise, to reach as many people as possible. However, Mr. Speaker, misinformation is common, and that is why we must be extremely careful and clear in the messages we share. In such a sensitive area where misunderstandings can easily arise, we must ensure that information provided is accurate, transparent, and easily understood. This is about creating safer spaces for all, and the government must be invested in making sure that every citizen has access to information they need to both understand and uphold this legislation, but all others to come. Effective implementation of this act hinges on robust public education. The unit's website must be significantly enhanced to offer timely and relevant content, including FAQs, guides, and updates on the legislation. A dedicated social media presence is also essential for broader reach and engagement. Dedicated staff will be needed to produce and regularly update these materials, which may involve developing a standard training or information program on the Anti-Sexual Harassment Act that can be accessed by the public online or rolled out within organizations. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, a legislation of this nature cannot function without a properly constituted unit. And I want this on record, sir, that adequate support is needed to ensure the successful implementation of this bill. Given its time-sensitive nature, we must act swiftly to ensure legislation can come to fruition. I now turn, Mr. Speaker, to the details referred to in the Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill 2025. However, before I begin to read the bill, Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform this Honourable House that the government will be making some committee stage amendments to clauses 2, 3, 8, 20, and 21, and in the schedule.
Minister, I hear you threatening to read the bill. I hope that's not what you're going to do.
All right.
Hope you're going to summarize it.
Just to make it clear to everyone, sir. Mr. Speaker, the bill is divided into 4 parts. Part 1 contains preliminary provisions which comprise Clause 1 and 2 as follows. Clause 1 of the bill provides the short title and commencement. Clause 2 is the interpretation clause, which sets out the definitions of various terms and words used throughout the bill. Of particular note are the definitions of complainant, respondent, employer, employee, institution, and tribunal. Part 2 deals with the acts that would constitute sexual harassment and the various persons falling into the scope of the legislation. It contains clauses 3 to 6 as follows. Clause 3 sets out the circumstances to be satisfied in order for an act of sexual harassment to be constituted, and it identifies the types of conduct that will be amount to sexual harassment. The conduct includes making an unwelcome sexual advance towards a person, making an unwelcome sexual comment to a person, making an unwelcome sexual comment about a person their sight and hearing, making an unwelcome sexual gesture to a person, providing a person with unwelcome sexual images or graphics, making it appear to a person seeking employment that the offer of employment or the terms of employment are contingent on the person's acceptance of sexual advances, making it clear that a person will receive preferential treatment or other advantage in employment context only if that person submits to sexual harassment, and directly or indirectly engaging in other forms of unwelcome conduct of a sexual nature. Clause 4 provides that every employee shall formulate a policy statement concerning sexual harassment in the workplace. It stipulates that the policy statement should include definition of sexual harassment that is in accordance with Clause 3, content indicating that every employee is entitled to employment free from sexual harassment, content indicating how the employer will deal with the sexual harassment of an employee where it's directed towards a fellow employee or a third party, content indicating that the employer will take such disciplinary measures as the employer deems appropriate against any person under the employer's direction who subjects any employee or third party to sexual harassment. Content explain how complaints of sexual harassment may be brought to the attention of the employer, and content indicating that the employer will not disclose the name of a complainant or the circumstances relating to the complaint to any person except where disclosure is necessary for the purpose of investigating the complaint or taking disciplinary measures. Content indicating that the employee has a right to seek redress through reconciliation or mediation or from a tribunal under this Act, and content indicating that an employee who alleges sexual harassment shall exhaust all internal mechanisms and procedures, including conciliation and mediation, before instituting proceedings before the tribunal. Clause 5 prohibits employers and employees from committing acts of sexual harassment. Clause 6 requires an employer to take appropriate action on becoming aware, reasonably suspicious, or informed of an act of sexual harassment which is directed to an employee or any person with whom the employee has contracted to facilitate the operations of the place of employment and occurs during the course of employment or on the employer's premises. Clause 7 imposes sexual harassment liability on an employer for an act of sexual harassment committed by an employer's agents, supervisors, and employees if it's proven that A, the conduct occurred during the course of employment or on the employer's premises, and B, the employer knew, ought reasonably to have known, or was informed of the commission of such conduct, and on becoming aware, suspicious or informed, failed to take reasonable steps to prevent the continuation of the conduct. Clause 8 provides that an employee of an institution shall not sexually harass a person who is an inmate, child, ward, resident, client, patient, or third party of that institution. This prohibition extends to an inmate, ward, or patient of an institution sexually harassing an employee or another person who is an inmate, ward, or patient of that institution. It also provides that a person who is in charge of an institution shall formulate a policy statement in accordance with this Act against sexual harassment of inmates, wards, or patients of the institution, and take all practical measures to bring the policy statement to the attention of all employees, inmates, wards, patients, by publishing it in a manner which would reasonably allow them to become aware of the policy. Clause 9 provides that a member or employee of a body which is empowered to confer, renew, extend, revoke, or withdraw an authorization or qualification that is needed or facilitates the practice of profession, that carrying on of a trade, or the engaging in an occupation shall not subject to sexual harassment a person who applies for such an authorization or qualification. Clause 10 stipulates that a member of an organization or association shall not subject to sexual harassment any person who is a member of that organization, has applied for membership of that organization, or is a third party. Clause 11 provides that a person who supplies goods, services, or facilities for the benefit of the public or a section of the public shall not subject the intended recipients of those goods, services, or facilities to sexual harassment. Clause 12 provides that a landlord shall not subject a tenant to sexual harassment, and a tenant shall not subject a landlord to sexual harassment. Clause 13 prohibits sexual harassment in the course of transactions relating to the disposing of or offering to dispose of real or personal property to that other person, the acquiring or offering to acquire real or personal property from that other person, or the giving a license or consent for the disposal of an interest in real or personal property. Clause 14 provides for the professional relationships under Clause 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 to regulate their conduct in accordance with the relevant provisions of this Act. Also, persons falling within these provisions may issue with modifications that are consistent with the relations between the parties the sexual harassment policy statement in the schedule. Clause 15 prohibits the victimization of or the imposition of a detriment on a person who has made or proposes to make a complaint under the legislation, has furnished or proposes to furnish any information, or has produced or proposes to produce any document to a person exercising or performing any power or function under this legislation, proposes to provide evidence or testimony as a witness in the proceedings under this legislation, or has made in good faith an allegation that a person has engaged in conduct prohibited under this legislation. Clause 16 provides that a person shall not induce or attempt to induce, pressure, or attempt to pressure another person into engaging in sexual harassment. Mr. Speaker, moving on to Part 3, which deals with the establishment of the Anti-Sexual Tribunal, also referred to as a tribunal, and the procedure to be followed when making complaints about conduct involving sexual harassment. This contains clauses 17 to 37 as follows. Clause 70 provides for the establishment of the tribunal for the purpose of hearing complaints under this legislation. Clause 18 provides for that tribunal to hear and determine complaints relating to acts of sexual harassment submitted to the tribunal under this legislation. Clause 19 provides that in the exercise of its functions, the tribunal shall not be directed or controlled by any other person. Clause 20 provides for the composition of the tribunal. The tribunal shall comprise of 7 members appointed by the Cabinet on such terms and conditions as the Cabinet may determine. The clause also specified that members shall consist of 3 attorneys at law, with 1 being the chairperson and the other 2 as deputy chairpersons, and 4 other persons, each of whom should have experience and qualifications in either gender, social development, human rights or labor, human services, human psychology, organizational psychology, or human resource management. Further, the clause provides for the circumstances under which a member may be disqualified, the decision-making procedure, filling of vacancies, the obligation of members to act in the public interest, and the quorum requirements of the meetings of the tribunal. Clause 21 provides that the tenure of the appointment of a member of the tribunal shall be at the pleasure of the Cabinet. Clause 22 provides for the declaration of interest where there is a likelihood that a member's interest may impact a matter and therefore compromise the member's ability to sit on the tribunal. Clause 22 provides that a member other than the chairperson may resign at any time by giving 30 days' notice in writing addressed to the Cabinet through the chairperson. Clause 24 provides that the Cabinet shall at any time in writing revoke the appointment of a member on a number of grounds, including ability to perform the functions of the member's office, bankruptcy, misconduct, or national security. Clause 25 provides for the instance in which the office of a member may be declared vacant. These include upon death, disqualification, resignation, or revocation. Clause 26 provides for the remuneration and expenses of the tribunal. Clause 27 contains the immunity and indemnity provisions in respect of the members of the tribunal. Clause 28 provides for the procedure to make a complaint to the tribunal. A person that alleges that the person has been subjected to an act of sexual harassment, or another person is engaging in or has engaged in an act of sexual harassment, may in the form approved by the tribunal file a written complaint with the tribunal setting out the details of the alleged act of sexual harassment. Clause 29 provides for the procedure to be adopted by the tribunal on receiving a complaint. The procedure includes recording the complaint, carrying out investigations in relation to the alleged conduct, requesting information from any person and making inquiries, and adjourning an inquiry at any stage to enable the complainant and respondent to arrive at an amicable resolution. The clause also provides for the entity in the ministry responsible for gender diversity and equality to, at the request of the tribunal, conduct an investigation and upon completion of that investigation, submit a report of its findings to the tribunal. Clause 30 sets out the procedure for discontinuing proceedings where the tribunal is satisfied that the complainant does not wish for the proceedings to be commenced or continued, or where the complaint is frivolous, misconceived, lacking in substance, or vexatious. Clause 31 provides for the procedure of the tribunal during the hearing of a complaint. During the hearing of a complaint, the tribunal has the power to compel the production of documents or any other information or thing from any person who the tribunal has reasonable grounds to believe can assist in determining whether an act of sexual harassment has been committed, issue summonses to compel the attendance of a witness at the hearing, and examine witnesses on oath, affirmation, or otherwise at the hearing. Clause 32 provides that the tribunal may adjourn proceedings at the request of a complainant in order to facilitate resolution of the matter. Clause 33 provides for the orders to be made after the tribunal is satisfied that the complainant's allegations are substantiated or that the complaint is frivolous or vexatious. These orders include requesting that the respondent not repeat or continue the sexual harassment, that the respondent perform any reasonable act or course of conduct to redress any loss or damage suffered by the complainant, or that the respondent pay damages to the complainant by way of compensation not exceeding $25,000 for any loss or damage suffered by the reason of the conduct of the respondent. Clause 34 permits the complainant and respondent at any stage after the filing of a sexual harassment complaint and before the commencement of a hearing to enter into an agreement to settle a sexual harassment complaint. Clause 35 stipulates a person who is or has at any time been a member of the tribunal or has an official duty to administer this legislation shall not either directly or indirectly divulge or communicate to any person any information relating to the affairs of another person acquired by the member of the tribunal as a result of the member's office for the purpose of this legislation, or make use of any such information as mentioned in the paragraph or above, or produce to any person a document relating to the affairs of another person given for the purpose of this legislation. Clause 36 prohibits the publication of any report of the proceedings of the tribunal unless leave of the tribunal is granted. Clause 37 permits a person aggrieved by a decision of or any power exercised by the tribunal to appeal to the Grand Court against that decision or exercise of power. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Part 4 contains this Clause 38 to 42, which provide for miscellaneous matters such as the standard of proof and the making of regulations. Clause 38 provides that a question of fact arising in any proceedings under the legislation other than criminal proceedings shall be decided on a balance of probabilities. Clause 39 empowers the governing cabinet to make regulations for the effective implementation of the legislation and for carrying out the legislation into effect. Clause 40 specifies that the legislation binds the Crown. Clause 41 repeals Section 7, 2, 3, and 4 of the Gender Equality Act 2011. Let me read that again, sir. Clause 41 repeals Sections 7, 2, 3, and 4 of the Gender Equality Act 2011. Clause 42 provides for the savings and transitional provisions. Mr. Speaker, before I commend this bill for a second reading, I must take the time to recognize the extremely hard-working and dedicated staff, not only at my ministry for taking this bill at the last minute, but also the staff, I repeat again, sir, the staff member of the Gender Affairs Unit, Ms. Carleen Bramwell. Also want to thank Mr. Jose Griffiths and Ms. Feliciana Connor of the legal drafting, and persons who assisted in the development of this bill from that perspective as a part of the Cayman legislative package. But all other stakeholders, like the Law Reform Commissions, who over the years have worked tirelessly in this very challenging area. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank all those members in this Honorable House who made themselves available for the reading of this bill. The passage of this legislation would mark a historic moment for the Cayman Islands, a moment when we take a stand for dignity, justice, and equality. It's not just about meeting international obligations, Mr. Speaker. It's about protecting our people. The time to act is now, and I urge my colleagues in the Honorable House to support this bill wholeheartedly. With that, Mr. Speaker, I commend the Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill 2025 to this Honorable House for its second reading.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the official opposition to offer remarks on the Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill 2025, a bill for an act to provide for the prevention of sexual harassment and for incidental and connected purposes. Mr. Speaker, we in the official opposition very much welcome this bill coming before the Parliament this evening. There has been much debate in the media and elsewhere about what constitutes controversial legislation. And as I stated in the debate on the referendum bill, it should not be controversial in a modern democracy to legislate for the people to have their say on matters of national importance. And Mr. Speaker, while there were those who wanted to argue otherwise for their own political ends about the referendum bill, I hope and pray that there will be no one in this Parliament tonight who will argue that it is controversial to seek to protect people from sexual harassment in the workplace and elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, this is a piece of legislation that is long overdue. Concern over the vulnerability, particularly of women, to harassment has been expressed for many years now, and we in Parliament have been too slow to respond. Mr. Speaker, we in the official opposition must acknowledge our own failure in this respect. Draft legislation was prepared by the Law Commission over a decade ago, but the work needed to bring it to Parliament was not given enough priority. There always seem to be more immediately important matters for scarce parliamentary drafting time, and as a result, the draft legislation was left on the shelf for far too long. Mr. Speaker, if we cast our minds back nearly 4 years to the barrage of the promises made by the newly installed PAC government, legislation to combat sexual harassment was identified as a key priority. Mr. Speaker, despite the promises made, it is only now and at the very end of this 4-year term, and after changes of Premier and Ministerial responsibilities, that the bill has finally reached Parliament. Mr. Speaker, after all the delays, we must recognize the work done by the Premier and the Minister for Gender Affairs for pushing this work forward and for bringing the bill to Parliament tonight. We are grateful to them for their diligence and perseverance. And Mr. Speaker, while we welcome this bill and pledge opposition support to help it become law, there are a number of issues I'd like to raise and which I would ask the Minister to consider. Mr. Speaker, the most significant issue, I believe, is the need to think about this subject rather more broadly than the current language allows for. This bill is framed on its face as a bill for an act to provide for the prevention of sexual harassment. Then the objects of the bill are stated as to provide for the prevention of sexual harassment and the introduction of remedies in circumstances where a person makes a sexual harassment complaint. Mr. Speaker, despite the emphasis on prevention at the head of the bill, the overwhelming emphasis in the bill itself is on how to deal with complaints about harassment that have already happened. There is very little about prevention. Mr. Speaker, employers and institutions will be required to put in place a policy that refers to the prevention of sexual harassment. However, the detailed measures in the bill that deal with preventions are limited, Mr. Speaker, in clauses 6 and 7 to circumstances where employers fail to prevent the continuation of harassment they know has occurred, rather than prevention in the first instance. The potential sanctions in cases where sexual harassment is proven could, of course, also be seen as a prevention measure, as they may carry some deterrent effects, Mr. Speaker. However, in our view, Mr. Speaker, we must do more than is envisaged by the bill to prevent sexual harassment from happening in the first place, rather than simply attempting to deal with its consequences. Mr. Speaker, changes to the law in the United Kingdom that came into effect last year placed a new duty on employers to take reasonable steps to prevent the sexual harassment of their employees. This means, Mr. Speaker, that there is a clear and explicit requirement on employers to anticipate when sexual harassment may occur and seek to prevent it. The benefits of this explicit duty is that it sends a very clear signal, Mr. Speaker, to all employers that they must take reasonable preventative steps and reduce the likelihood of sexual harassment occurring. Mr. Speaker, we would like to see an equivalent duty to prevent as part of our approach in the Cayman Islands. We believe this could be an important stimulus to speeding up the culture change that we believe is necessary in many workplaces. Mr. Speaker, we recognize, however, that this is not a matter that can be dealt with now by amending the bill, as it is not a simple matter, Mr. Speaker. And having waited so long for the bill to emerge, I would now not want it to be delayed in its passage. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow the great to become the enemy of the good. So instead of dealing with this issue now, I would ask that the Minister and the Ministry staff investigate the duty to prevent as it's operated in the United Kingdom and bring forward suitable amending legislation in the future. Mr. Speaker, our other general concern is that the legislation as drafted says very little about support for victims of sexual harassment. The remedies set out in the bill may help to prevent further abuse of those who have suffered and may penalize those who contravene its requirements. But, Mr. Speaker, it does not say anything about how victims will be offered counseling, advice, and support. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that this may not be a matter for the legislation, but we know that the lives of victims can be profoundly affected by the experiences of harassment. And, Mr. Speaker, we hope that the Minister will think about how his ministry can work with community organizations, including the Cayman Islands Crisis Center, to ensure that appropriate victim support services are developed and delivered. So, Mr. Speaker, if those are 2 points of principle, I also want to raise 3 points about the detailed provisions within the bill. First, we have listened to representations from a number of groups interested in the legislation about their concerns over the adequacy of the sanctions and compensation provisions within the bill. And Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we recognize the profound impacts that sexual harassment can have on the lives of victims. I also mentioned, Mr. Speaker, that the practice in the United Kingdom earlier. Their compensation for victims takes into account a wide range of factors, including loss of earnings, emotional harm and distress, and physical and psychological injuries. In rare cases, Mr. Speaker, there can also be an award of aggravated damages. For example, when the harassing behavior is particularly severe or where repeated opportunities to prevent harassment were not taken. I would add, Mr. Speaker, that the compensation payments in the UK can now be uplifted by up to 25% if an employer is found to be in breach of the duty to prevent that I referred to earlier. Mr. Speaker, financial awards of compensation made by the tribunals in the UK in cases of sexual harassment are therefore uncapped. Mr. Speaker, I agree with those who are critical of the proposed cap in the bill before us, and I would be grateful if the Minister could explain the logic behind the idea of a cap and why the figure has been set at $20,000. If he's not willing to remove the idea of a cap altogether, I ask if the Minister would be willing to increase the proposed limit. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we are also troubled by the inclusion of a potential financial penalty for a complainant whose allegations are found by the tribunal to be vexatious or frivolous. In such cases, Mr. Speaker, Clause 33 in the bill before us would enable the tribunal to levy a charge on the complainant to meet the cost of the tribunal and of the respondent up to a total of $10,000. Now, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that there is a risk of vexatious complaints. But, Mr. Speaker, we also understand the desire of the minister to avoid them. However, let us get the risk assessment right, Mr. Speaker. Vexatious complaints are a potential future risk, as yet unknown and unqualifiable. Sexually harassing behavior in the workplace and elsewhere are a risk impacting the lives of hundreds of our fellow Caymanians and residents. We know that the problem of sexual harassment are underreported, as the minister said, and sadly, they are likely to remain so even after this legislation is enacted, Mr. Speaker. International evidence suggests that only around 1/3 of those who experience sexual harassment report it, and that the main reason for non-reporting is a fear that the complainant will not be taken seriously. A fear that if they are willing to stand up against their harassers, then a tribunal could interpret their complaint frivolous and fine them up to $10,000 will give potential complainants another reason for non-reporting. Mr. Speaker, we fear that this may be a particular issue for male victims of harassment. And Mr. Speaker, while the overwhelming majority of victims are female, there are also male victims, and already many of them are reluctant to raise the issue for fear of they will not be believed or they will be ridiculed. The suggestion that any complaint by them could be regarded as frivolous and result in them bearing hefty costs may increase that reluctance even further. Mr. Speaker, if we are serious about tackling sexual harassment, then we must make it easier to bring the complaints, not put in place arrangements that may make victims less likely to report them. Mr. Speaker, there are other remedies available to those who feel that they are subject of vexatious accusations. We do not need to include sanctions against complainants in this bill, and we ask the minister to reconsider Clause 37(3)(f). My final concern, Mr. Speaker, centers on the creation of the Anti-Sexual Harassment Tribunal, itself under Part 3 of the bill. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubting the need for a tribunal, but my question is whether the Cayman Islands really needs 3 different tribunals, each with responsibilities relating to employment. Mr. Speaker, we already have a labor tribunal to hear the claims such as unfair dismissal, and a gender equality tribunal to consider matters of gender-based discrimination. Now it appears we intend to add a 3rd tribunal for sexual harassment cases. Mr. Speaker, it is not just a search for efficiency that would suggest we do not need 3 employment tribunals. I am also concerned that we should make things as straightforward as possible for employees seeking to make a complaint. Mr. Speaker, it is certainly possible to think that an employee who is subject to sexual harassment might also be subject to sexual discrimination in the workplace. He or she should not have to seek redress from 2 different tribunals, or indeed from 3 if he or she subsequently loses their job. The ministry may argue that the proposed Anti-Sexual Harassment Tribunal has a remit that goes beyond employment to consider matters relating to other institutions. Mr. Speaker, that is of course true. However, it must be easier for us to design a single tribunal that could cover employment and such other institutional arrangements than it is for potential complainants to navigate the labyrinth of multiple tribunals. Again, this is a balance of risk issue, Mr. Speaker, and in my view, the risk to complainants is the one that we should prioritize. So, Mr. Speaker, my first thought was at the very least we could give the responsibility to the responsibility to the Gender Equality Tribunal. However, it is not a matter of simply changing that in the bill, as, for example, the composition of that tribunal does not accord with that of the Anti-Sexual Harassment Tribunal as set out in the bill before us. And as I have said before, Mr. Speaker, I do not want to delay this legislation. So rather than trying to unravel the proposed tribunal arrangements now, I suggest that the ministry makes a note and proposes to the next government that they should consider rationalizing the roles of the 3 employment tribunals into one. While I look forward to hearing the minister's response, Mr. Speaker, I thank him and his staff once again for bringing this legislation forward. It is long overdue, and I can assure him that he has the support of all members of the official opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? The honourable member from West Bay Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer my support to the Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, this bill introduces clear boundaries on what is considered inappropriate behavior that constitutes sexual harassment. Mr. Speaker, the bill sets out circumstances that need to be satisfied in order for an act of sexual harassment to be constituted. It also, as we've heard from other members, it establishes the Anti-Sexual Harassment Tribunal that will hear and determine complaints made relating to the acts of sexual harassment. And I made a note just listening to the Leader of the Opposition as he made mention of the need for the additional tribunal. This, and I'm sure the Minister will also touch on it in his right of reply, but this was actually done to find consensus, as the Gender Equality Tribunal was not seen as an appropriate tribunal to consider the matters. Mr. Speaker, the passage of the bill will subsequently prompt a national educational campaign on what is deemed as unacceptable behavior in the workplace for both males and females. And I just want to stress the fact that sexual harassment isn't just towards females, but we also have males that are victims at times to sexual harassment. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that this is an important piece of legislation that will result in citizens in the Cayman Islands feeling safer in the workplace. And I'm happy to see that we have it here today. And I'd like to take just a brief moment to thank some of the champions of this legislation, particularly the Business Professional Women's Club. I know Miss Annie Moulton was very involved way back in the day, as well as Miss Joanna Bodden. And the Gender Affairs Unit of One, Miss Carleen Bramwell, and of course the Ministry. And Mr. Speaker, I am certainly happy to lend my support to this legislation today.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, the Honourable Premier. The Honourable Member from Savannah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give a short contribution and offer my support for the bill, for the Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, This evening, it brings me great satisfaction to know that a bill of this magnitude has finally reached the floor of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, it is a bill that has been left behind too long, and I'm happy to see that it's reached this stage. Mr. Speaker, it clearly sets out the circumstances to be satisfied in order for an act of sexual harassment to be constituted, and it defines the types of conduct that would amount to sexual harassment. The conduct includes Part 2, protection from sexual harassment, and I know that the minister read this out, but I will just go through this briefly. Part 2 deals with the acts that would constitute sexual harassment and the various persons falling within the scope of the legislation. It contains clauses 3 to 16. Clause 3 sets out the circumstances to be satisfied in order for an act of sexual harassment to be constituted, and it identifies the types of conduct that would amount to sexual harassment. And this includes A, making an unwelcome sexual statement or advance towards a person, making an unwelcome sexual comment to a person. C, making an unwelcome sexual comment about a person in their sight and hearing. D, making an unwelcome sexual gesture to a person. E, providing a person with unwelcome sexual images or graphics. F, making it appear to a person seeking employment that the offer of employment or the terms of employment are contingent on the person's acceptance of sexual advance. G, making it appear that a person receive preferential treatment to offer advantage in the employment context only if that person submits to sexual harassment. And H, directly or indirectly engaging in any other form of unwelcome conduct of a sexual nature. Mr. Speaker, Clause 4 provides that every employer shall formulate a policy statement concerning sexual harassment in the workplace. And that brings us, I'm sure, great pleasure to know that this will happen. And it stipulates the following. The policy statement should include A, definition of sexual harassment that is in accordance with Clause 3 of this legislation. B, content indicating that every employee is entitled to employment free from sexual harassment. C, content indicating how the employer will deal with the sexual harassment of an employee where it is directed towards a fellow employee or a third party. D, content indicating that the employer will take such disciplinary measures as the employer deems appropriate against any person under the employer's direction who subjects any employee or third party to sexual harassment. E, content explaining how complaints of sexual harassment may be brought to the attention of the employer. And F, content indicating that the employer will not disclose the name of a complainant or the circumstances related to the complaint to any person except where disclosure is necessary for the purposes of investigating the complaint or taking disciplinary measures. G, content indicating that the employee has a right to seek redress through conciliation or mediation or from a tribunal under this Act. And H, content indicating that an employee who alleges sexual harassment shall exhaust all internal mechanisms and procedures, including conciliation and mediation before instituting proceedings before the tribunal. Mr. Speaker, I know the persistence of members of the Business and Professional Women's Club who have toiled long and hard hours, and for that matter, years, will be delighted for the safe passage of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I can think of one person this evening who has championed this, and that is Mrs. Annie Moulton. And I know she stood firm and never failed to connect with me or any other member of Parliament to ensure a piece of this legislation has been deemed important and a part of her have never been forgotten. It is an essential first step, and we must ensure this bill comes to its full fruition. Mr. Speaker, I give this bill, the Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill 2025, my full support.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pride to rise this night, as today marks a pivotal moment in our journey towards a more just and equitable society in the Cayman Islands. The pride is great, and there's a profound sense of responsibility, Mr. Speaker, that I stand before this Honourable Parliament today to support the Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill 2025. This legislation, you see, is not merely a document, it is a commitment to safeguard the dignity and the rights of every single individual in our community. Mr. Speaker, the sexual harassment is a pervasive issue that affords countless lives. Mr. Speaker, it undermines our collective values and the very fabric of our society. We cannot therefore and will not continue to tolerate such behavior in any form, and I am happy to say that Section 40, if memory serves me right, binds the crown. The intent of this bill is clear. It's to create a robust framework that addresses sexual harassment in all of its manifestations. The bill defines sexual harassment in a comprehensive manner, covering verbal, physical, and visual contact that creates an intimidating, hostile, or offensive environment. Mr. Speaker, it establishes a comprehensive protection for victims, ensuring that they have the requisite support and resources that they need to come forward with without fear of retaliation. Mr. Speaker, this legislation will not only define what constitutes sexual harassment, but will also mandate clear reporting procedures and impose strict penalties for the offenders. Mr. Speaker, the bill also requires employers to implement policies and provide training on preventing harassment. Key provisions include the safeguarding of victims from retaliation and ensuring that organizations are proactive in addressing harassment issues. Mr. Speaker, it's also important to take cognizance of the fact that this bill has not been crafted in isolation. It is the result of several town halls and extensive public consultations, including 2 sessions where invaluable feedback from the communities was received. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, a roundtable discussion with key stakeholders was conducted, including advocacy groups, legal experts, and business leaders. Their insights have been quite instrumental in the shaping of this legislation, ensuring that it addresses the realities that are faced by Caymanians and residents alike. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, we are sending a strong message that our islands will not be a jurisdiction where disrespect and abuse thrive. We are reinforcing our commitment to foster an environment where everyone, bar none, regardless of age, gender, or background, can feel safe and respected in their workplaces, schools, and communities. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have worked tirelessly to bring this bill to fruition. To our legal experts, thank you for your guidance in crafting a bill that is not only comprehensive, but one that is enforceable. The Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill 2025 is a testament to the power of collaboration. Mr. Speaker, it reflects the voices of our people and also the values we cherish as a nation. Together, we are taking a significant step forward in eliminating sexual harassment from our society. As we move forward with this bill, let us therefore remember that our work does not end here. We must continue to educate our community, raise awareness, and foster a culture of respect and, yes, accountability. Mr. Speaker, let us also remember that with the passage of this bill, it is not just a mere obligation or a campaign promise. It is an opportunity to reaffirm the values of respect, dignity, and equality that make our beloved Isles so very special. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would urge all members, whether you speak to it orally or by tacit support, to support this anti-sexual harassment bill. Let us stand united in our commitment to protect those who have been marginalized and to champion the rights of every individual here in these Cayman Islands. I wish to thank the members of the Honorable House for their unwavering commitment in creating a safer Cayman Islands, and I in particular congratulate my Honorable Minister responsible for Gender Affairs for championing this important draft bill. I join in with the support expressed and with the anticipated support that is necessary, Mr. Speaker, to see the safe passage of this draft bill through this honorable Parliament. With that being said, I wish once again to reiterate, this is not just the government putting legislation in place for the private sector, but Section 40 does in fact bind the government, and so we're going to lead by example and let the word go out that the Cayman Islands will not be a place where we brush underneath the carpet sexual harassment on either gender. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. But today I stand to express my unwavering support, Mr. Speaker, for the Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill 2025, which is a critical step in safeguarding the dignity, safety, and rights of individuals across the Cayman Islands. This is indeed a step in the right direction, which is long overdue, that has been echoed by so many of us in here, but definitely from both sides today. It is also key that we highlight that this legislation is inclusive of all genders. The draft of this bill was first published on or around March 1st, 2023, which has had much public consultation and dialogue, and we have definitely heard the voice of those who have constantly advocated for change. Every day, Mr. Speaker, countless individuals face the traumatic consequences of sexual harassment, be it in the workplace, educational institution, or even in public spaces. We have read our local tabloids, and we have seen some cases even in our public transport services. These acts not only violate personal boundaries, but also undermines the collective efforts towards equality and definitely justice. It is our moral obligation to create that environment, Mr. Speaker, where everyone can definitely work and learn free from fear and definitely intimidation. We understand that there is a taboo in how males may actually feel. It has been echoed here that many cases and situations have gone underreported, and I can guarantee you that should data be actually collected, we will find that the underreporting will probably come from a lot of our males within our community. I echo the sentiments of our Honourable Premier and reiterate that it's true. this piece of legislation is not just legislation, but it is actually a powerful declaration that we, the Cayman Islands, and the people will definitely not tolerate harassment in any form. We understand that this introduces comprehensive measures to prevent, address, and remedy instances of sexual harassment. By establishing clear definitions and procedures, we will also be able to create and foster that environment where we empower victims to speak out and seek justice without the burden of shame, confusion, and definitely being handled with dignity. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the bill emphasizes serious education and public awareness. Mr. Speaker, I can reiterate and I can emphasize that a behavior change for many has to happen. It is a culture shift. We have to be careful. It is quite common for us to go around and just touch our colleagues and friends and use the phrase, darling, sweetheart, honey bun, but nothing with it in a sexual nature to actually align with harassment. A tap on the shoulder to make sure that you care based on the environment, based on the conversation. That is who we are. Now I have to be careful even how we run jokes amongst each other. Everyone knows me. I have to now do a mental shift, read the room, understand body languages. Have I gone too far? Am I going too far? So I agree that there has to be public dialogue, much training, and public awareness campaign will be vital for us to cultivate respect, understanding, and acknowledgement of consent. That is the key takeaway. We must foster a culture that champions, again, respect for all individuals, regardless of their gender and background. And Mr. Speaker, as I stated, this is definitely a huge step in the right direction, and I thank, and I would like to acknowledge all of the advocates who have never given up on the fight for this piece of legislation. As repeated here, the likes of definitely the organization BPW, Business and Professional Women's Club of Grand Cayman, who have been advocates for this type of legislation for now in 2025, nearly 22 years. Congratulations to them. And definitely, upstanding citizens like Miss Annie Moulton, who has been repeated here tonight. That speaks volumes. She's also a founding woman, founding member of this association, and our present chair lady, Miss Cheryl Miles, who will definitely continue to fight and stand up for this organization. This is just to name a few. And we cannot definitely overlook the hard work. When you hear of this piece of legislation, one of the outstanding civil servants definitely comes to mind without even saying. That's Ms. Carleen Bramwell. Thank you, who's in the chamber here tonight. And definitely, this has your stamp on it, along with the many other government agencies and definitely legal drafting teams who have spent many, many hours in order for us to discuss this on the floor tonight. Let us also consider the voices of those who have suffered in silence for far too long. This bill, Mr. Speaker, will definitely give them hope. A hope that their experiences will not be no longer brushed aside, but recognized and addressed with the seriousness that they definitely deserve. This might not be a perfect piece of legislation as discussed here tonight and highlighted. However, the underreporting, again, cannot be taken lightly. And we must do everything in our power to ensure that whatever processes are put in place, that persons will feel comfortable and assured that they will not be ridiculed, or they will definitely be taken seriously and handled, most importantly, Mr. Speaker, with dignity. This will be a culture again, and I have to repeat it for emphasis, a culture change and a mindset change in how we live in our community harmoniously. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, as I stated at the beginning, this is a vital piece of legislation, and together we can create a safer, more inclusive society for generations to come. So let us stand united here tonight in a resounding message. Let that message sound that we will not tolerate sexual harassment, and let us all support this bill for dignity and for the future we all envision. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Acting Deputy Governor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ever so briefly, I rise today to express support as the acting head of the civil service for the objectives that have been set out in this anti-sexual harassment bill before this Honourable House. Mr. Speaker, while the civil service has long maintained robust policies to combat sexual harassment and upheld a zero-tolerance policy, we wholeheartedly welcome this landmark legislation. I commend the Honourable Minister, the Premier, and the government for their leadership in bringing this bill forward. Mr. Speaker, a key provision of the legislation is the establishment of a dedicated tribunal to hear complaints. It is noteworthy that complainants must first exhaust internal complaint procedures before approaching the tribunal, a measure that will ensure organizational accountability remains at the forefront. Mr. Speaker, I must emphasize that when approved, considerable work still lay ahead. The tribunal must be adequately resourced, and comprehensive policies, procedures, and educational material must be developed. I pledge that the civil service, as the single largest employer in these islands, will collectively provide our full support to ensure the tribunal's effective functioning, and within our workplace, to continue to provide robust protection against sexual harassment for our employees of all genders. Although we have maintained stringent policies in this domain, we recognize the importance of continuing education and awareness. To this end, as part of the performance objectives for all civil servants in 2025, the Civil Service has implemented mandatory anti-sexual harassment training, which will be available both online on CIG's learning management system, as well as able to be delivered in person in order to meet the diverse learning styles within our organization. This training will be taken this year either as a refresher course for many long-standing employees or as new training for more recent hires, ensuring universal understanding of what constitutes sexual harassment, of CIG's policy position on that, and the proper reporting procedures if anyone experiences this and needs to make a report. Mr. Speaker, this bill represents a significant leap forward in protecting the rights, well-being, and dignity of all workers, regardless of their gender. It deserves the full support of this honorable House, and the civil service stands ready to play its part in the implementation and upholding of its principles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Honourable Member for Newlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't plan to be long, but I thought it would be important for me to add my contribution in support of this bill, which I will say thank you firstly to the Minister with responsibility for gender affairs for presenting this evening in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, for as long as I've been in Parliament, I have never understood why this is something that people seem to have difficulty with putting forward as a priority and delivering it. As others have noted, Mr. Speaker, the legislation is gender neutral. It is not just women that suffer sexual harassment. It is men as well. But, Mr. Speaker, the dynamic when it comes to women is often vastly different from the dynamic when it comes to men. Unfortunately, we live in a world that is male-dominated. And when you add in to the equation the power dynamic, that's when it becomes even more difficult. And the power dynamic makes it a whole other situation that women tend to experience far more. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to get into the technical aspects of the bill. I am just so incredibly grateful that we finally have this before us tonight. Mr. Speaker, I haven't checked, but I'd be willing to bet that just about, if not every constituency in this country is dominated by the female gender. And that's why I started off saying I could never understand why politicians would not feel that this should be a priority. Because if the majority of the people that you are responsible for and the majority of the people who vote for you are the majority of the people who suffer the main consequences of sexual harassment, then I would have thought that would have been a driving factor. But be it as it may, Mr. Speaker, so many people have been involved in ensuring that we are where we are today. And I will thank the members of the minority government who have prevailed to get this here. As I said, I thank the minister for delivering it. Mr. Speaker, this bill went through probably in a slightly earlier version, went through at least 9 months of public consultation. Because when the normal public consultation process was conducted, there always seemed to be views of, well, that's not enough, or, not enough people have responded. But that's fine. We end up doing extensive consultation on the bill. And the bill was, in terms of consultation and finalization of the bill, it was probably ready from the end of 2023. But yes, there have been additional changes. Interestingly, I note that the leader of the opposition made comments in terms of having a third tribunal. And that was one of the issues that was under discussion over a year ago. Year and a half, 2 years ago now. And a slightly different approach was taken following that consultation, clearly. And there was a view to put in place this third tribunal. That's fine. I'm just happy that it is here. I am happy that today the Cayman Islands can say that it is finally going to be addressing an issue that women in this country have begged for 20 years. That we have seen through the work of some really good people, the negative impacts of it. How women can be absolutely terrified, emotionally distraught, stripped of their dignity. Yeah. There are those who may want to make light of these comments, Mr. Speaker, but you know, those are some harsh realities. Mr. Speaker, I have been in a position of, with the help of God, I've been in a position of leadership in various scenarios, both public and private. And I have seen these issues, and I've had to deal with these issues, Mr. Speaker. And I know the effects. Mr. Speaker, when I have a woman colleague sitting in front of me, completely emotionally shattered, and saying that they are seriously contemplating taking their own life, you cannot get any more serious an issue. And we should have dealt with this before. It was a priority of the 21 government, and it is here today, and I'm, as I said, I'm very happy about that. I'm happy that we're sending this message to the women of the Cayman Islands, who are the majority of the people that we represent in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, is it perfect? Probably not. And I know when the Honorable Leader of the Opposition stood and I listened to him for a few minutes, I thought, I'm getting a little concerned that this may indeed cross that oft-used phrase of not letting good be the enemy of the, or perfect being the enemy of the good. But the comments that were made were helpful. And I think what it reflects is that we need to, once this is fully implemented, we need to continue to build on it. Because it is such a significant piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to stand here tonight and try to play any politics at all, irrespective of the season, irrespective of when the election is. This is too important a piece of legislation to make fun of it and degrade it by playing silly games. So, Mr. Speaker, I know there are some amendments that are proposed. I've had a look at those. I can live with them because I think this piece of legislation is too critical for us to get in place to help protect the entirety of our society, but in particular, the women of our society who are most vulnerable and who are subjected more to this kind of issue, sexual harassment, than any other. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I again indicate my thanks and my support for the bill, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, then I'll invite the Honourable Minister to exercise his right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all those members who spoke for their support and all those who didn't for their tacit support as well. I guess this will be the 5th time tonight you'll hear this quote. But we are not going to be able to allow perfect to be the evil of good on this bill, sir. The bill is not perfect. No bill is perfect when it comes here. But certainly we need to start somewhere. We need to give it an opportunity to work. But certainly I hear what the Leader of Opposition has noted, what he said, and I'm heard what the other members from the opposition said as well too. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank this whole House, especially again Ms. Carleen Bramwell, Mr. Jose Griffiths and Ms. Connor for the hard work that they put in on this bill, and all the other members and stakeholders for the work they've completed over the last several years to get the bill to this point where we could present, this government could present it in this House tonight. So thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill 2025 be given a second reading. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it, I believe. The Anti-Sexual Harassment Bill 2025 has been given a second reading.
Grand Court Amendment Bill 2025.
I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present the second reading of a bill entitled the Grand Court Amendment Bill 2025, and the long title of which a bill for an act to amend the Grand Court Act 2015 revision to increase the number of members of the Rules Committee of the Court, to change the frequency of sessions of the Court, and for incidental and connected purposes.
The bill has been duly moved. Does the Honourable Attorney General wish to speak thereto?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a very short bill. And the bill, as it says, amends the Grand Court Act to increase the number of members of the Rules Committee of the Court and to change the frequency of the sessions of the Court to provide for incidental and connected purposes. Mr. Speaker, Clause 1 provides for the short title. Clause 2 amends Section 2 of the Principal Act by repealing and substituting the section heading and inserting a definition, Mr. Speaker, of Rules Committee. And Clause 3 amends Section 19 of the Principal Act by increasing the number of members on the committee. Mr. Speaker, the Rules Committee, just for members' benefit, is a committee that is established under Section 19 of the Grand Court Act. And it is a number of persons, Chief Justice, myself, and currently 2 other practitioners from the private bar who meet from time to time to look at the rules that regulate the conduct of business in the criminal and civil court, as well as the, well, yes, there's a fine. It's not quite happy over yet. So the Rules Committee, Mr. Speaker, as I said, regulate pleadings and sort of create rules, or revise rules that regulate pleading and practice and the procedure in respect of the conduct of criminal business and civil business before the Grand Court in relation to all matters, as well as, Mr. Speaker, doing things like prescribing forms to be used in the court proceedings, prescribing the fees and costs of legal practitioners, as well as prescribing books and accounts to be kept by the court's officers, dealing with things like regulating the taking and giving of admission of evidence, and how you reference matter to arbitration and so on. Quite a very important set of functions, Mr. Speaker, but extremely technical, very detailed, and meetings invariably run for 3 hours and so. The current membership is 4, Chief Justice, Attorney General, 2 other members. Mr. Speaker, given the amount of work, the plan is to try and increase the membership to at least 7, or a maximum of 7. So it is proposed that the chairmanship remain the same, the Chief Justice. There will be an Attorney General, and the amendment will say that the number be increased to a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 5 others, Mr. Speaker. So that in effect is what it is. Mr. Speaker, there will be a slight committee stage amendment, because with the new proposed number of members, there's a need to adjust the quorum, which was overlooked. So there's a slight committee amendment which will also deal with the quorum as well. Mr. Speaker, there's one other issue relating to this bill, and that has to do, Mr. Speaker, with how the court regulates its ordered its sittings, Mr. Speaker. Members now are aware that usually what happens is that we have an opening of Grand Court January each year. All speeches are given, the work for the last year is dealt with, and sort of look forward to what's coming down the pipeline. But, Mr. Speaker, essentially what happens is that once the court opens in January, it runs continuously to December. In other jurisdictions, you have what is called legal vacations and all of that. For some reason, we've never had that. What the Chief Justice is trying to do, and those of us who were present at the Grand Court opening in 2024, January, would have heard her speaking to that, where she is proposing that the court be broken down, so to speak. The sitting of the court be broken down into sort of 3 terms, Mr. Speaker. So you will have a spring sitting, which will be from 4th January or the first working day immediately thereafter until the Wednesday before Easter Sunday. So that will be the spring sitting. And thereafter, Mr. Speaker, there will be a summer sitting, and that will be from the 2nd Tuesday after Easter Sunday until the 31st of July, or the last working day thereafter. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, there will be a winter sitting, which will begin on the 3rd Tuesday of September and end on the 22nd of December, or the last working day thereafter. And this means, Mr. Speaker, generally that the judges will sit for 12 weeks in the spring, followed by a week off, Then the summer terms last 16 weeks, with between 6 to 7 weeks off, depending on when the Easter falls. And then the winter terms Mr. Speaker, will last just over 13 weeks, followed by 2 weeks vacation. And so, Mr. Speaker, she did mention that that will facilitate a number of things, including much needed repair to the roof of the courthouse and other areas of the building, as well as allow judges to take their well-deserved break, although it is understood that when the judges take vacation, what they do is really use the vacation to write judgments so as not to have any backlog, Mr. Speaker, in the delivery of judgments. But hopefully with some of these much longer break, some of the judges, especially those who sit in the criminal division, will be able to carve out a bit of vacation, it is hoped. And also it provides an opportunity for staff to be engaged in training and for judges where it's necessary, and so, Mr. Speaker. So in summary, that is the extent of the Grand Court Amendment Bill, Mr. Speaker, and I would therefore commend it to honorable members. I thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The honourable member, Bontown West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My comments will actually be quite brief, but I just rise to say one. I think in recognizing the separation of powers, where this being the Parliament and next door being the legislative, the judiciary, is that generally they are separate entities as part of our checks and balances between the legislative, the executive, and the judicial. The only thing I just want to raise and just to bring to Attorney General's attention is that normally whenever you're preparing for these debates, even though the amendments are quite small, we generally go back and read the original legislation to kind of get a better understanding of exactly what it is that we're looking at. So while the bill may be small, I couldn't help but when I was reading the Grand Court Act, I noticed that there were some provisions in the Grand Court Act and also some in the Parliament Management Act that were a little bit inconsistent for two entities that are supposed to be independent. So case in point, the appointment of officers. In the Grand Court Act, it basically says that the chief officer appoints members of the staff in conjunction with the Chief Justice, which I think is a correct thing to do, recognized as a separate legal entity. But I noticed in the Parliament Management Act that that doesn't happen over this side, where it is not either with the Speaker or with the Parliament Management Council. So recognizing that these are two independent bodies, I think at least some point maybe the Law Reform Commission or something can look at both bodies in terms of its independence to make sure that they're truly independent with regards to the Speaker having literally the same authority in this building as the Chief Justice have and their authority in that building. So that's one of the observations I kind of picked up as I was reading the legislation preparing for this. But outside of that, I have no comments on the operations of the court. It's independent. The Chief Justice will know what's best, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, then I'll invite the Honourable Attorney General to exercise his right of reply.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member from Bontown West. Bontown West. And I know the observation made by Mr. Speaker. I think the Parliament Management Act was 2020 creation, I think it is in its, may I say, nascent stages. And the hope is that with the passage of time, we will have some sort of a harmonized approach in terms of appointments dealing with these important arms of government, respective arms of government. So thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, thanks to all honorable members for their support for the bill. Thank you.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Grand Court Amendment Bill 2025 be given a second reading. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. The Grand Court Amendment Bill 2025 has been given a second reading.
Criminal Procedure Amendment Bill 2025.
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the second reading of the Criminal Procedure Amendment Bill, a long title of which is a bill for an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Code 2021 revision to regulate the procedure when persons are found not guilty by reason of insanity or are unfit to plead and for incidental and connected purposes.
The bill has been duly moved. Does the Honorable Attorney General wish to speak thereto?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I'd just like to ad-lib what is happening here. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that just about every member of this House is aware of. I can have some idea or knowledge about. From time to time, we have persons in our criminal justice system, Mr. Speaker, who are found to be unfit to plea. And so, as a result of that, usually at some stage, after some clinical intervention and prognosis, examination, the court would return what is called a special verdict, saying that they are not guilty by virtue of insanity. Mr. Speaker, we have a number of them. And the question then becomes what happened to those persons. The court usually makes an order that the person should be conveyed to an institution, usually, Mr. Speaker, believe it or not, the hospital, to be detained until they are discharged by order of the governor. Mr. Speaker, at times some of these persons are persons who have committed violent acts. And so it goes without saying that the hospital would not be a suitable place to house those people. But, Mr. Speaker, there is no other institution to house them. And so the hospital staff will be screaming, complaining that they should be removed from there. In one recent case, one of the persons escaped. It was all over the news media. The gentleman had escaped. The law also says that person can only be discharged by the governor. But, Mr. Speaker, the way this section is crafted, section 158 and 159 of the Penal Code, even if the governor is minded to release or discharge a person, the governor cannot discharge, makes condition for the discharge. So she cannot say, well, I'm going to discharge this person on condition that he must have follow-up treatment, or he must be housed somewhere, or he must be conveyed to a foreign country for treatment. The law does not allow the governor to make any of those conditions, impose any of those conditions. So it is an absolute discharge. So is it detention or discharge? Nothing, either or. There's one case that is currently on, Mr. Speaker, where the person is not from this jurisdiction. I think he came in because his mother lives here, and he came in as a dependent. But he got involved in a very violent encounter, and it turned out that he's mentally unstable. The court made an order that he be conveyed to the hospital to be detained there. This is a gentleman who went at a lady with a knife and committed some serious, heinous act, I might say. But there's no doubt that he is mentally unstable. The only option the court has is to send him to the hospital to be detained there until discharged by the governor, because that's what the legislation says. But the relative, the family, is happy for him to be conveyed back to Jamaica to be treated by Dr. Abel, for example. But the court doesn't have the power to make that order, to say that he must be taken to Jamaica. The only person who can do that is the governor have to discharge him. But the governor cannot discharge him and say, I'm discharging you on the basis that you will travel to Jamaica and be seen by Dr. Abel, because as the legislation is currently crafted, it does not allow the governor to impose those conditions. And so it's a discharge without any condition. So the purpose of this amendment, or the purposes, there are more than one set of amendment. The main purpose of this amendment, first of all, is to remove the governor as the person who will make the order as to whether or not the person can be discharged. The reason for that, of course, if I might add, Mr. Speaker, is that in a number of cases arising in our court, Philip Glenn and Ebanks, Mr. Hyde and others, where they were detained at the governor's pleasure and Her Majesty's pleasure because of the age. Philip Glennon is the one who was convicted for murdering Miss Chichi, I think her name is. Right. He was a juvenile at the time. Ordered to be detained at the governor's pleasure, or Her Majesty's pleasure. The court ruled that because it was a judicial process, and given the separation of powers doctrine, it was unconstitutional for the governor to essentially be determined, be the one who's determining the length of sentence for someone who is in the judicial system. That should be the court. It went all the way to the Court of Appeal. The court agreed. And that was also consistent with a case from Jamaica named Mollison that went to the Privy Council. The Privy Council made the same pronouncement. This is not an executive function, it's a judicial function. And the benefit of that, one of the benefits of that, is that if he is detained at the pleasure of the court has the power from time to time to make an order that he be brought back for ongoing review to determine whether at some stage he can be released, or if he's released and he transgressed, the court can require that he be brought back to court and be sentenced, or some other conditions be imposed, and so that the executive is not able to do, and so there's a provision in the bill which will remove the role of the governor and vest that power in the court to make the order for discharge and so on. The other function, Mr. Speaker, is that where, as is the case now, there are at least two persons who are being detained at the governor's pleasure, in the sense that the governor is the one who has the power to discharge him. There's a transitional provision in the bill which will allow the governor, if amended, to be able to impose condition of release. So the person I'm speaking to who is from Jamaica, the governor, if this law is passed, the governor will be able to make an order, for example, that that person be conveyed back to Jamaica on the condition that he be escorted by a relative, be taken to a mental institution in Jamaica, and to be committed to the care of Dr. Abel or someone of that profession. And so that's a transitional provision in the bill which will allow for that to happen. Mr. Speaker, there is one other thing that observation I need to make in respect of this unfortunate situation. We recently unveiled the Pond Theatre facility. Very beautiful, very timely, and to be welcome. But, Mr. Speaker, there is no provision, there's no facility there to house someone of this ilk, or persons of this ilk that I'm speaking about. And in instance,
No, I was just observing, which I shouldn't. It was never designed to be a secure facility.
Mr. Speaker, that is correct. The current thinking, and I say the current thinking because it needs to be revisited, is that there is no facility there for these persons who are our people, who need to be right here to have the necessary care and support and ought to be able to be taken care of. So it is not too late, and the cabinet quite properly has asked recently that a relook be taken at the facility to see whether a portion of it, we're not talking about 10, 15, 20 people, we're talking about maximum 2 or 3 at any time, whether a section of it can be hardened off, fenced off properly with the necessary restraint, necessary fencing, security, with its own dedicated entrance and staff to house 2 or 3 of these individuals, Mr. Speaker, rather than having to have to send them abroad or have them locked up somewhere. There was one sad case, and I don't mind calling his name, well, the gentleman was lost at Northwood for about 11 years because the court found him unfit to plead at the time. And so, but there's no reason, Mr. Speaker, why, and I really want to commend the cabinet, why, given what has happened, given the layout of what we have there now, a dedicated wing cannot be put aside for the purpose of housing these persons who are found unfit to plead because of insanity. It would be very helpful, as I said, it would be very convenient in terms of logistics. They would be on island. They will have the benefit of the various support services, and they can be conveyed to doctors or if they need to be visited there. But care can be taken to ensure that there's no commingling with those who are there otherwise and who need to be protected and taken care of. The necessary restraint, necessary construction can be done to have that as a dedicated section of the Consular Center, Mr. Speaker. So that cabinet has given those instructions, and so there's going to be a working group within the ministry, the various ministries, that will be looking at that reconfiguration, and hopefully it will become a reality sooner rather than later, Mr. Speaker. And so that when the court makes an order in respect of these persons, they can properly make an order that they be conveyed to this particular institution or part of the institution, there to be taken care of clinically and otherwise. And so, Mr. Speaker, the bill in Clause 1 provides for the short title as usual. Clause 2 amends Section 48, which deals with the persons who are found unfit to plead by the court, Mr. Speaker. Clause 3 repeal and replaces Section 158 of the Act to streamline some of the language there. And Clause 4, sorry, I just scribbled indulgence. Yes. So the new clause would provide that where in an indictment, for example, an act or omission is charged against a person as an offense, and it is given in evidence at the person's trial, that the offense that the person was insane so as not to be responsible according to law for the person's action. And then if it appears to a jury before whom that person is tried that that person did the act or made the omission charge but was insane by reason of insanity, then clearly that special verdict, Mr. Speaker, would be returned against that person. And the verdict will read, not guilty by virtue of insanity, or by reason of insanity, sorry. Clause 4 repeal and replaces Section 159, provide for the powers of the court to deal with the persons found not guilty by reason of insanity, or who is unfit to plead, and this will replace the power of the governor in each case. The court will be empowered in such case to issue several types of orders, which I dare say the governor cannot do, which are supervision orders, a treatment order, an order under the Alternative Sentencing Act, or an order of conditional discharge of the person, or an order of absolute discharge, which is the only thing that the governor can do now. Mr. Speaker, the proposed new section provides, among other things, that the court, before making an order, must be satisfied on the evidence of one or more mental health professionals, at least one of whom must be a psychiatrist or a psychologist, that the defendant is mentally disordered and requires confinement and treatment, or only treatment for such a disorder. It further provides, Mr. Speaker, that where the court makes an order, the court shall order the person to be kept at a hospital, prison, place of safety, or other place appointed by any law for the reception or custody of insane persons until discharged by an order of the court, as it is now is discharged by order of the governor. Mr. Speaker, and the court shall consult with the chief medical officer and mental health professionals and social workers assigned to the person with regard to any order to discharge that person. Clause 4 inserts a new 159A and 159B, which deals respectively with the interpretation of certain terms in Part 7. Clause 5, Mr. Speaker, which I spoke to earlier, provides a transitional provision. The clause provides that where, at the date of the commencement of this amending piece of legislation, a person is in custody pursuant to Section 159 of the Principal Act, the governor, prior to making an order for discharge of that person, shall consult in relation to the discharge with the chief medical officer and the mental health professional and social workers assigned to the person, and may impose such condition upon the discharge of the person which the governor determines are necessary, as it is now. But, Mr. Speaker, the governor cannot do that, so the amendment would allow for her to do so. A condition of discharge under this clause may include supervision by mental health professional and social workers for specified period, which period may be varied from time to time by the governor. Or it may be a condition of a course of treatment under the Mental Health Act as an outpatient, or of a specified hospital or a specified period of time, and to be varied from time to time by the governor. Thus, this amendment will allow the governor to take care or to make some order in respect of at least two persons who are currently in the system and who are suffering from mental instability, but are not suitable for the hospital, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, you don't want to be mixing persons who are involved in this kind of violent behavior with the vulnerable people who are housed at the hospital. The danger is just obvious. And so the amendments are quite much needed amendments, and I would wish to commend the bill to honorable members of this House.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make very, very brief comments on the Criminal Procedure Amendment Bill 2025. And I would like to thank the Honorable Attorney General for his very comprehensive explanation, and really left nothing to be said. Those of us who attended the Grand Court opening would have heard clearly and received the message clearly that whilst the opening of the Ponciana mental health facility was a step in the right direction, it still did not provide the necessary and suitable facilities for those that the courts often have to deal with. And as you said, Mr. Speaker, it was never designed for that. But nevertheless, hopefully, and I'm glad to hear that there is a working group already in place, and hopefully we will not have to wait another 7 or 8 years before we can see a facility that is developed and is fit for purpose for managing and housing those with mental health issues and that have a violent aspect. At least, Mr. Speaker, with these amendments, now we have options, in particular for those who may not be Caymanian, but even for our Caymanian patients in the interim. And it's a shame that we've just had our Caymanian patients come home in the last few weeks from facilities overseas to the Ponciano, and we may have to send some overseas again. But at least these amendments, Mr. Speaker, gives us the options there. And as the as the Honorable Attorney General rightfully pointed out, if you've ever visited the hospital and the mental health facility there, it is not the right place. The exposure is great. You have persons going there for outpatient services. You have persons going there for pain management services. When dealing with pain management, they have to have some mental health support. You know, those who are, well, again, those who are struggling with addiction to prescription medications because of pain. These are all persons that have to visit their normal everyday persons that have to visit that unit at the hospital for outpatient treatment, and it's certainly not we certainly would like to move away from the exposure there, the risk there of housing mental health patients who need that secure location where they can't interact with persons just seeking everyday outpatient services. So we're happy, Mr. Speaker, and the opposition fully supports these amendments. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Minister for Labour, Border Control, and myriad other subjects.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just briefly, I just wanted to say that thank the Honourable Attorney General for his presentation. Just wanted to add that we did invite Dr. Abel here just last week, I think it was, and took him there to the mental health facility. And I do agree that we need to rethink the intention of the Ponciana facility. Right now, as we can report, I do believe it's only 2 pods being used out of 9. So I dare to say there's 7 that is not habited, and we the conversation that we had while we had lunch at the Ponciana with Dr. Abel and 20 others from the industry and board members, is that we need to think about repurpose for this facility and trying to, as the Honorable Attorney General suggested, cordon off an area. And this can be done. There's a lot of space, and we just need to find a way to get this done. But I think the council's remit may have to change, because there was never a mental health facility when they were appointed, etc. So there's a lot of considerations that need to be looked at. And also, as we see in the Cayman Islands, annually we see young persons who are stressed to the point of trying to, and I sorry to say, take their own lives, and it's a lot of stress, and there's that kind of service that's needed, short-term services for people to get some help, some needed help. And so I do agree, and the whole conversation with the director and with the chief officer has already been that we need to have that conversation about repurpose. I think there's 6 persons that can hold in each pod, so I think there's a total of like 54 persons that can actually be housed there. It's a lot of space. Now that we look at that facility, it can be repurposed. I want to thank the Honorable Attorney General for speaking on this, for bringing this bill, Criminal Procedure Amendment Bill, forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I'll invite the Honorable Attorney General to exercise his right of reply.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, as well as the Honorable Minister, as well as all Honorable members for their support, Mr. Speaker. This, as I say, is a much-needed set of amendments that will bring some well-needed clarity to this issue. And, Mr. Speaker, most importantly, as I said, if the repurposing, the reconfiguration is done, would allow for persons to be housed here and to have the benefit of the necessary support services around them whilst they are right here on island, Mr. Speaker. So I'm looking forward to all of that. I want to thank the legislative drafting department, some of whom are here, for their assistance with this bill, as well as staff from the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Office of the DPP, the Judicial Department, and other agencies who have all contributed to us getting these much-needed amendments in place, Mr. Speaker. I am eternally grateful, and hopefully at the next Grand Court opening, we'll be able to say that the issue has been resolved or is in the process of being resolved. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled Criminal Procedure Amendment Bill 2025 be read a second time. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. The Criminal Procedure Amendment Bill 2025 has received a second reading. I'll invite the Honorable Premier to move the adjournment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to move the adjournment of this Honorable Parliament until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
The question is that this House do now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow, 6th of February. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Accordingly, the House is adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.